This bro is our main character. He is a dry skeleton whose only wishes are to take a dump and beat his meat. So he made a deal with the gods to suppress the rebelling demons, and in return, the gods must give him a flesh and blood body, so he can poop and jerk off every day. But who would have thought the gods flaked and wanted him to be a labor slave? He said hell no, but the gods used all their might to turn him into a cockroach, but somehow they got his name mixed up with someone else, and he was reborn as the baby of the Outclan, the top tier of the Six Lands, possessing insanely OP holy power. As a demon king, what the hell is holy power for? He just spams mana, and drinking poison tastes sweeter than milk. Becoming a universal genius, and it's all Gucci. No more yapping, let's get started. The story opens with Isac's inner thoughts. I want to live. I don't want to die. Life is like shit. In his hand right now is the doctor's diagnosis. This is a disease never discovered before, so it will be named after you. Congrats on being the father. He couldn't help but clutch the paper tight. I'm so sorry, but you only have a maximum of 6 months to live. Isac, devastated, walks down the street. Suddenly, the young man bumps into a passerby. His face darkens. No way. Others whisper what's wrong with him. Who knows? The traffic light just happens to turn red. I've worked like a dog, and I just finally settled my life, so am I really about to die now? Isac dizzily crosses the road. But suddenly a hand pushes him back. Hey, move it. Don't you know how dangerous it is? The unlucky youth falls face first onto the ground. He trembles in fear. A death sentence? Why is life so unfair to me? The lottery ticket falls, making Isac salty as hell. And of all days, it had to be the day I hit the jackpot. I still want to live. I don't want to die yet. I'll be satisfied with everything I have. So please, please, a luckless young man cries like a rainstorm. Please don't let me die. I still want to stroke it. Even though I said that it doesn't mean I want to live in this condition, I definitely have to ice sky. To be a bald skeleton? I can't even take a shit in this body. How am I supposed to rub one out now? From behind, a pack of monsters swarms toward him. Isac turns his handsome, bald head toward them. His hands tightly grip the sword. Isac swings a fierce blow, taking revenge on life. I will kill them all. His pig-slaughtering blade is soaked in syrup. Isac suddenly turns his head back. A monster as big as a silver carp rushes toward him. Its feet stomp hard on the ground. Isac, completely unfazed, stabs his sword into its nose. The dry skeleton makes a sound, telling himself, finally. Isac takes his revenge on life gloriously. This shitty business is over. Right after that, he screams at the monster. Go to hell. A flash of light streaks through, sending it to meet its ancestors. Isac, with his shiny bald head, lowers his blade decisively. A devious glint flickers in the skeleton's eye sockets. The last one. Just like that, the young man kicks the bucket. A massive monster lies paralyzed on the ground. The suppression of the rebels is complete. Isac strides forward. After being reincarnated, I became the lowest-ranking demon, a skeleton soldier, and then gradually evolved into the undead king Lich. The demon underlings all hail him. Demon King, the immortal Demon King. I have revived the entire demon race. Those who were nearly extinct for centuries. The oh my god skeleton youth actually feels shy. Well, maybe I really am bald, but now I'm the Demon King. Suddenly, a scream loud enough to wake the dead rings out. Isac, our king, your name reflects your cunning and sinister nature. Isac angrily rants at them for a while. I told you my name is Isac. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Huh? It's Kim Isac, you bastards. These idiots can't even pronounce my name right. Whatever, take care of yourselves. A subordinate asks him, my king, where are you going? Isac bluntly replies, to get my reward. My ultimate goal is to eat and take a dump. Jerking off day and night, becoming human. Scene cuts to somewhere else. The monster's head is brought in, but everyone else is stunned at the sight. Isac smirks with his skeletal face. At this moment, he grandly appears in the heavenly realm. Isac declares right away, I've eliminated those who opposed you. Our deal is still valid, right? According to the contract, turn me into a human now. Then a powerful voice echoes. You killed them all already? I thought it would take you at least 500 years. Impressive. He even hears someone whispering. I heard the netizens gossiping that the high-ranking demon tribe formed a group to work him to death for free. Isac naturally objects fiercely. I heard that. Why are you guys yapping so much? Didn't you say if I handled them, you'd turn me human? I sold my soul to the corporate grind, just like you said, you backstabbing bastards. He then puts on a fake act and suggests, can you sell your soul to the grind for one more job? Isac is salty as hell. Even if I'm a skeleton, you guys should know the limit. He burns with the fire of hatred and screams. My ass. What reason do you have to make me your slave? Even if you're gods, I don't give a damn about anyone. Isac unleashes his conqueror's haki. You bastards. You made me do hard labor when you didn't even know how to turn me human, right? The four of them whisper among themselves as if no one's there. It seems the bro realized it. Wasn't I supposed to milk him dry from the start? What's left to milk from a dry skeleton? Why do we have to make a deal with an escapee like him? He immediately roars. Do you guys only know how to talk? Besides summoning forbidden arts, you can't create or destroy anything, right? Since I'm undead, I couldn't live properly, FFS. Since you can't turn me, someone who can threaten the existence of the heavenly realm, into a mere mortal, the whole group tries to make peace with him. Wait, give us another deadline. If you agree to do a few more things for us, then Isac has already exploded. To pay for your broken promise, I'll take your lives. The whole group is terrified of this escapee. He furiously goes into off mode. I'll turn you all into dry skeletons like me. The entire scene is submerged in the slaughter of the undead. The light of power flashes like a storm. Isac wears a smile on his handsome skeletal face. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appears on his hand. Isac looks at his claws and is stunned. Holy mother of, why is the magic disappearing? I can't move anymore. Then that guy starts acting like a typical villain. It's useless. Anyone whose name I write here will be unable to move. On his pig trotter of a hand, Isac's name appears. The whole group begins to line up for total destruction. In the past, this high-level holy technique was used to seal disasters like you. How can a lowly demon like you dare to do those things? You should be grateful for doing hard labor for us. Now, live the life of a bug. Isac is particularly dissatisfied. Why the hell couldn't you choose a bug with more hair? He then speaks condescendingly. Are you still obsessed with hair? You adorable, cheesy little demon. Then a blinding ring of light flashes. He gets hit by a backfire immediately. Oh boy. He then mocks them. You total noobs. His body is like a portable projector. If you wanted to, you should have been faster before I noticed. I'd rather self-destruct than turn into a bug. Seeing him about to go boom, they all scream, wait a minute. Isac fiercely insults them, telling them to go eat shit in the toilet. Then a great light erupts. The space becomes chaotic due to the violent energy. Everyone is shocked, their jaws dropping. That psycho, did he really self-destruct? Truly insane. However, those people are still worried about whether the ritual proceeded normally. The opponent doesn't know about his MC plot armor yet, so they estimate. The ritual was carried out, so the Demon King's soul is sealed. Great. They start discussing among themselves. Since the Demon King is gone, we'll get our power back, right? Exactly. Whenever a Demon King disappears, we receive power, but it's too early to relax. There's no telling when the next disaster will appear. We must create the perfect vessel for a saint in the human world and exterminate the demons. Someone asks with concern, are you okay? It seems you've used quite a bit of power, the other person replies. Don't worry. Now all we have to do is find a soul to place into the saint's body. As for that arrogant skeleton Demon King, he will be forever imprisoned in this one bug. I'll make him see the light. Stay calm, stay calm. I have to calm down. I can't believe I was tricked by those bastard gods. Am I really a brainless, stupid skeleton now? Whatever, why is it so tight? Who would have thought I've turned into a bug now? I don't even have hands to cover. What is this soft, warm thing? Wait, I have hands. This is a human body. I've actually turned into a human? So I can finally jerk off now? Isac thinks to himself. Why would those who hate me more than anything do this? Don't tell me their seal failed. Just then a voice rang out. Oh my god, the saint. A maid excitedly called out, the saint is awake. He nearly jumped out of his skin. The saint? She asked dotingly. You were sleeping so soundly. Why are you awake? It would be better if you slept more, right? Kim Isac realized. Holy shit. Who are these people? Nannies? I've really become human. On the other side, someone said it was incomprehensible, but those people were already showing their true colors. Even though we don't want to, we have to finish our job. Saint, I'm sorry you just woke up, but we have to make you go back to sleep. Have a nice, eternal sleep. Isac was completely frozen like a deer in headlights. I just went to meet my maker, and I'm already checking out again? The butler smirked sarcastically. Sorry, Saint, but you have to rest in peace now. Then he poured milk near Isac's mouth. Isac immediately turned away to avoid it. His face went pale. He covered his mouth. Isac fiercely rejected the milk bottle about to be shoved down his throat. The young man was stunned. Like when Chana? Why won't he drink? He turned his head, thinking, are you kidding me? I finally became human. There's no way I'm drinking something suspicious like that. But why did I have to become human in the first place? The opponent complained. Why don't you behave like a normal baby and nurse? Then you can kick the bucket. I mean, sleep well, right, Master Isac? Isac immediately became alert and turned around. Did that guy just call me Isac? He started to remember. Master Isac. So instead of using my real name, Isac, they confused it with Isaac? Isac. He suddenly realized, I get it. So that's why I wasn't sealed. And I was even reincarnated into a body with a name similar to mine. Those idiots acted like they were so great. Yet they were so careless and failed to seal me. But while Isac was smiling triumphantly, the milk bottle was shoved into his mouth. Right now, Isac really wanted to fight back. The others stepped in to help. Help me. He's so small. Why is he so strong? Isac's face turned pale in an instant. Is this vegetable juice? It tastes like ass. Are they trying to assassinate me with this disgusting mixture? I finally became human. And besides, there's something unusual inside my body. The Holy Kingdom of Aaron, Middle East Temple. Masha was walking, followed by an attendant. He smirked triumphantly. That kid must be dead by now. Just then, a voice rang out. You look quite happy, Bishop. The Emperor of the Holy Kingdom. Aaron Alexander Heckless Hella stood there seriously. Everyone there bowed respectfully. Greetings to the son of the Empire. He started to poke the bear. What is a bishop doing here? Masha hypocritically replied. The Joshua clan has come to greet the saint candidate. After all, you know the Holy See cannot ignore the saint. The Emperor switched to cold mode and fired back. I see. Since this concerns the saint, you should meet him in person. If another incident occurs, after handing the saint over to the Holy See, it would be truly unfortunate. He laughed and asked, what do you mean by that? Then a scream louder than a bomb rang out. The confused voice inside made Masha gloat. Young master has. Everyone started running like crazy. The Emperor quickly opened the door. Young master. What happened? The maid, startled as hell, reported, young master. He was already frowning like a monkey. So cute. Isac was now in full Oscar winner mode. Look at that chubby belly. He's so adorable. He's a great eater, as expected of an angel. Look, he finished 15 bottles of this nasty vegetable juice all by himself. Masha looked salty as hell, like he just ate shit. Impossible. How is he still alive? And he drank all of that? That's no ordinary vegetable juice. A few minutes earlier, Isac vaguely sensed something unusual. Inside his body again, Isac suddenly realized, wait, this is... A green slimy liquid was dripping drop by drop. Holy extermination fluid. A deadly poison that destroys the holy power of priests. It might not take effect immediately, but since it's poison, if you drink enough, you'll die. But I'll turn this poison into demon mana. So it's a total godsend for a former demon king like me. I didn't expect them to give me a demon tribe. Something I can convert into mana like this. This is freaking awesome. I'll chug all of this magic baby food. He started to go wild, thinking, give me the rest. They were confused. Is he asking for more? Why do I suddenly feel like I understand what he's saying? The butler just kept pumping it into his mouth. Of course, the more you drink, the happier we are. After all, this poison, vegetable juice, won't kick in immediately anyway. Isac immediately gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. For the win, I'll absorb all this mana. I don't know who spiked this, but at that moment, his eyes widened as he realized the situation. What I need to do right now is leave the conscious world and enter the subconscious, then head to the deepest part of it. The world of the origin, where the mana core is created. Because after all, I'm safe in here. Isac began to mobilize his power. Time to lock in. I will condense the mana that I've absorbed into the mana core. I'll need a mana core to use magic. So if I want to cast spells in the future, I have to do this. A magique explosion? Wait, this is the mana core. Usually, there are 3 colors, but Isac was shocked to find it was white. But the color isn't the issue. Clearly, I haven't even had time to properly condense mana into that tiny core yet. So what is this energy? Isac let out a slight smirk. This is far beyond my expectations. He stomped his foot down hard. Isac tried to get closer to the energy core. Just how many blessings were crammed into this baby's body. If I put in the work with this, I could become a monster. Even more powerful than I ever imagined. The name Isac emitted a blinding light. He directly pressed the survival button. Memories of his shitty luck came rushing back. The most desperate wish etched into my soul, survival. That was the origin of becoming the Skeleton Demon King. And with that, I've been able to create even more original buffs and special skills. Isac, I've successfully inherited the mountain of magic inside this body. He dreamed of a glorious future and couldn't stop smirking. Seeing him drift off, everyone was curious. Is he asleep? Check him. Isac suddenly raised his hand. He's still alive. He babbled a few words, which was enough to make those people wet their pants, but Isac was currently vibing. Another bottle. Give me a stronger dose. Right now, the Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Nothing happened. Isac thought to himself. Well, I was only almost assassinated. No biggie. Masha suddenly realized something. What is this? Why is it looking at me like that? Isac was still staring at the milk bottle, doubting himself. Did I accidentally chug too much? No. I can't do anything that makes people suspicious. I have to play dumb. Smile, just smile. But in the crib, Isac still wore a goofy grin, as if he was trolling him. The bishop's face turned pale with rage. What the hell is wrong with it? After drinking that much, it should be dead or at least coughing up blood. Yet now it's still. Masha froze for a few seconds, breaking into a cold sweat. Is it laughing in my face? A few days ago at the Citadel, netizens speculated that whoever becomes the saint would rule the Holy Kingdom. Jay placed his hand on the holy cup. Ridiculous. Everyone insists. Their child is the saint, even the lowliest families. Hearing that, the subordinate carefully replied, "Don't worry, sir. All other saint candidates have been taken care of." He replied, "That's a given, but I've heard some unpleasant rumors." He coldly interrogated Masha. "That there's a saint candidate from the Joshua clan, right?" The Joshua clan, the emperor's right hand. The old man trembled in his boots, just hearing it. But we couldn't do anything to them. The wine glass was thrown straight to the ground. The wine in the glass began to spill. "That brat will be dead the moment you arrive. You just need to confirm its death. I've already assigned you to handle that." He, the head of the Barrett family, Cardinal J. Barrett, especially emphasized, the saint must come from the Barrett family. Looking at the child in the crib, he thought. He said it would kick the bucket, for sure, but why is it still alive and kicking? How can something so nonsensical happen? Masha looked at Isac with interest. Now, this is getting spicy. This shimmering golden hair. It's the hair color of the Holy Kingdom's founder. Isn't it, Bishop? He heard it, and his hair stood on end. "Sir, how can you say such a thing?" Isac thought. "Is this guy the emperor?" The emperor exclaimed. "I even think this boy is closer to God than the current pope." As expected of the final saint candidate, this one sentence from the emperor scared Isac. So much his jaw dropped. "What? I'm a saint candidate? So that's why these guys keep calling me saint this and that." Masha gets even saltier. Damn it, the emperor is already favoring him. He can't let this continue, so he immediately starts brown-nosing. "Sir, please let me take care of this child." Hearing that, the emperor gets suspicious. And why is that? The two start bickering back and forth. Something is definitely off. A newborn baby couldn't possibly chug that much vegetable juice. The emperor argues there's nothing weird about a saint candidate drinking church supplies. Isac tries to brainwash himself. A demon king as a saint candidate? How is this even happening? On the other side, someone keeps nagging, "But we aren't sure yet. Please let me take him. Someone from the Joshua clan will come. So you can proceed then." "Sir." Isac then lets out a big burp. He covers his mouth, startled as hell. Oh crap. That was dark mana. I hadn't finished digesting. Did anyone see that? At this moment, Masha brings his pig trotter close to him. "Sir, I think I just sensed dark mana coming from this child. It looks a bit suspicious." Isac secretly curses. This bastard. Did he figure it out already? Masha simultaneously adds fuel to the fire. This child might just be a failed candidate. So I must report this to the Inquisitor immediately. Isac gets salty. This son of a bitch. Both of them hate each other's guts. What the hell? How dare you say that to a precious saint candidate? Masha tries to persuade him. "Calm down, sir, don't worry. The Pope already has his eye on the Barrett family candidate. To be the next saint. The Emperor knows exactly what they're up to. He wants a kid from his own family to be the saint. Where's the shame? Where are the ethics?" Isac realizes. So that's why he wants to take me out. He gets lifted up into the air. "Now bring the Inquisitor here." Isac roasts him. This bastard. Suddenly, the Emperor reaches out to stop him. Wait. The Joshua clan is a close ally of the Imperial Court. As Emperor, I believe this child should still be considered. Masha, a bit salty, hesitantly replies. "I understand, sir. But he also said that the Crown Prince's blessing will be granted after the saint is decided." The Emperor is startled and falls into deep thought. If I don't support the child the Pope chose, will he refuse to bless the Crown Prince? But he wants to double check. Is this the Pope's wish? Isac, on the contrary, is extremely annoyed. These cheap bastards. This isn't good for me. If they find out who I am. Masha fake replies. "Well, we can check right now with my exorcism power." Isac clenches his fist. Hell yeah. Masha warns beforehand. If the boy is human, he'll be fine. Before he can finish, he gets knocked out. But if this child is a demon, immediately, Masha gets hit so hard he starts leaking syrup. Isac is satisfied after smashing his teeth in. Teeth go flying, while Isac uses baby talk to curse at him. This arrogant prick. Screw it. I'll just act like a real baby. Masha is both angry and in pain. What the hell? Just a bottle, but the damage was. Everyone whispers. That light was at holy power? Then this child must definitely be the saint. Isac suddenly realizes, wait, I can feel holy power in me, but this power is... Isac gets hyped and starts shaking the milk bottle. He smashes it straight into the bishop's face to vent his anger. "Let's see what you can do to me, you dog." He gets absolutely wrecked. His mouth is all twisted, and he thinks to himself, "This is dark mana." The Emperor, on the other hand, is getting more and more excited. So OP. He thinks to himself, "That's right, I'll use reinforcement magic to make this bottle harder, and then pretend to be an innocent, naive baby. How's that, you dog?" Outsiders start gossiping. The bishop was impressed by his holy power. Suddenly, Isac notices a change in the milk bottle. What is this? Even though it's weak, every time I use holy mana, it comes with these two things. They're clearly total opposites. How can I use them together? It must be related to that white mana core. Masha tries to stop him. He screams at the top of his lungs. "I swear on everything I own, this child is a heretic. We must perform an exorcism ritual immediately." Isac starts losing it, this stubborn bastard. He reaches into the man's robes. Isac uses his tiny hand to pull something out. A creepy hand appears. "But it seems you have something interesting here." Masha is completely frozen like a statue. The erased remnants of a high-ranking demon. A totem. An item. He could exploit the ability to absorb the power of his fellow demons. He had always kept it with him in case he was hunted by demons. Masha looked at the smug Isac with suspicion. How does this brat know about that? His eyes darted to the back. The totem was thrown away just like that. Isac was on a roll and felt extremely satisfied. "Look closely, you dog, if you keep your eyes on me." Then the bandages wrapped. Around the demon's arm are revealed. "Don't blame me." He directly snapped his fingers. A surge of demonic energy filled the room. "A demon? Why? Try to block it." The aftershock from just now made Isac's hair fly up. This prick. Yeah, the Emperor was scared shirtless, so he quickly ordered, "Bishop Masha Barrett, explain yourself immediately. A demon inside the temple? Have you lost your mind?" He then made excuses. "Don't you see? This child just pulled out a totem." Hearing that, the Emperor yelled, "Totems are items linked to dead demons. How could it revive a demon instantly? Everyone, listen up. Protect the child from the evil demon and the bishop." The whole group charged forward to follow orders instantly. A young knight lifted Isac up. He was panicking like crazy. What is going on?" Isac breathed a sigh of relief. "Serves you right, you annoying dog. Let's see how strong this bishop really is." Now the demon's voice sounded eerie. "The saint." It screamed frantically, "Execute the saint." Isac looked on in shock from afar. What the hell? It was becoming more and more violent. "Must kill the saint." Several young bodyguards stood in the front row. "Protect the young master." He couldn't help but freeze. What's wrong with it? I'm the one who revived it. So why is it targeting me? Isac closed his eyes tight. Whatever. With the holy knights by my side, what's there to worry about? His beautiful dream was quickly shattered when someone passed out. Are they really holy knights? Lich kept growling and screaming. "Must kill the saint. Save the one who was imprisoned." The scene became even more chaotic. I have to stop it first. No one will notice my mana. In the middle of this chaos, right? Lich stretched out its long black claws and rushed in to kill. He wondered why so many people wanted to kill him in this life. "I saved you, yet now you're targeting me?" Isac's eyes flashed with burning hatred. He used his pressure to crush it. "You ungrateful little demon." Lich was instantly frozen like a deer in headlights. Isac looked at his body, emitting holy power, bewildered. The light became more and more blinding. The Emperor was stunned. The powerful holy power gradually blew Lich away. Its demonic energy was dissipated by the holy power. Seeing Lich trying to run away, someone there shouted, "The demon is escaping." The crowd started whispering, "Holy power. That was holy power, right?" Master Isac defeated a high-ranking demon. That's so impressive, and he's still so small. As expected of the young master, Isac held out his hand, having no clue what was happening. What is this? Is it really holy power? How'd I run out? This is nonsense. Could this strange body have converted my mana into holy power? Wait, then how am I supposed to gather dark mana? This holy kingdom is already lacking dark mana. Masha tried to struggle. "Let go of me, you idiots. That brat is a heretic. He used the power of demons. A demon dares to step foot into the holy kingdom? Sir, let me show you. I will perform the exorcism ritual to expose his true face." At that moment, the Emperor spoke up. "Enough, Bishop. You dare to slander an innocent saint candidate as a heretic? You even released a high-ranking demon in front of the royal holy knights. Even if you're from the Holy See, don't think I'll let this slide." He was immediately pinned to the ground. Masha bit his teeth in pure saltiness. The seed of doubt has been planted in his mind. He'll find the spy soon. If that happens, it'll be bad for the Holy See. Even if it costs my life, I must save the family. He glanced over. Therefore, a fierce tiger was immediately summoned. At least I have to take out the saint candidate. The tiger charged straight at Isac. He snorted with pure disdain. Wow, this stubborn prick finally showed his true colors. But does he really think he can kill me with such a weak-ass attack? A white blur passed by. Wait, I'm totally out of mana. Unexpectedly, a blue light flashed across. The beast was instantly suppressed by a stream of mana. The young man Jilai appeared just in time. How dare you lay a finger on a child of the Joshua clan? His cloak fluttered in the wind. Everyone was stunned. Azure Faith. It's the knights of the Joshua clan. The seventh son of the Joshua clan, Jilai Joshua. Immediately after, he gave the order, arrest this bishop immediately. They obeyed his command instantly. He still tried to resist. Let go of me. You Joshua clan dogs. How dare you touch me? Joshua pondered for a moment. Wait, Joshua. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Jilai continued to order. Show your respect. All the knights there bowed deeply. Greetings to the young master of the Joshua clan. He also approached to say hello. Sorry I'm late, Isac. He couldn't help but be shocked. Seeing how solemn this guy was, he must be even stronger than the royal knights. Jilai continued. I can't say this makes up for past mistakes, but here's a small gift for you. Isac glanced over to check it out. Gold? A gold bar? The young knight bragged with full confidence. This is a model of the executed skeleton demon king. Isac was stunned, having no clue what the point was. The young man finished his sentence. We also have a model of him being burned alive, or would you prefer the one where he's crushed? Isac's face darkened at the choices. Our young master is so cute. He was crying inside. The guards around kept gossiping. How can he be so adorable? Isac thought to himself. How am I supposed to survive in this psycho family? The netizens started spreading rumors. Look at the way he's enjoying it. So cute. He loves it so much he's moved to tears. The crowd kept popping off. Look at the way he's enjoying it. So cute. He loves it so much he's moved to tears. Isac wondered, how am I supposed to survive in this psycho family? He frowned and thought, wait, Joshua. Joshua, I remember now. They were the saints who tried to defeat me. A hag screamed, I am so Joshua, the 451st saint. Another hag yelled, I am okay Joshua, the 61st saint. You have no right to know my name. Isac rubbed his head in frustration. I knew it. They all belonged to the Joshua family. Damn it. Not only am I a saint candidate, but I was born into a family of saints? What sin did I commit in my past life to deserve this in this one? Now Masha started screaming. You damn Joshua people. The knight tried to stop him. How dare you? Shut your trap. Masha kept yelling. I knew you guys were heretics. Where the hell did you pick up that creature? I will expose your true identity. The sword was drawn at that moment. I can't believe you dared to bring that monster with you. The Joshua clan has rotted to the core. He kept ranting. I will definitely exterminate your Joshua clan. Just like that, Masha was sent packing. But Jilai showed no mercy. You should be grateful for the Joshua clan's mercy. Otherwise, we would have taken your head. Isac, watching the drama, exclaimed. Wow, this guy seems useful. He's ready to attack even a bishop for bad-mouthing his family. Given a good reason, he might even dare to attack the Holy See. The netizens started paying attention to him. Young master, you don't need to listen to those words. You should only see and hear good things. Isac enjoyed the high. Forget these idiots. None of them are useful. I think I remember them now. Azure, Faith, Joshua. They used to be extremely powerful enemies of my old subordinates. Just thinking about Azure, Faith, Joshua makes me shiver. These guys kept chopping off the skeleton demon king's head. Snap, snap. He really wanted to scream, stop it, man. No wonder my subordinates were terrified. Then a voice came from behind. I won't forget this favor. The emperor poured his heart out. By the way, while we're on the subject, could you speak with your clan leader about the imperial family wanting to raise this child? Jilai switched to cold mode and replied, Your Majesty, don't play like that. Isac exclaimed, The imperial family has their eye on me? Both forces inside and outside the Holy Kingdom will target this young master. The emperor stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Both forces inside and outside the Holy Kingdom will target this young master. I'm sure you've noticed this, right? Of course, the Joshua clan isn't weak, but are you sure your Azure Faith is currently capable of protecting this child? Jilai was speechless for a moment, but Isac pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. What the hell are they talking about? Especially since the Pope doesn't accept this child. The boy has the same hair color as the founding emperor, but furthermore, the skeleton demon king might be hunting him too. Hearing this, he fiercely protested the injustice. Wait, I am the skeleton demon king. Why would I be hunting myself? The other side fired back a response. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Since this child is of the Joshua bloodline, we will raise the boy as a member of our clan. Jilai held Isac firmly. Whether it's the Pope or the skeleton demon king, the Joshua clan is fully capable of handling it all. In fact, I believe the current saint, Melissa, will be delighted to meet the skeleton demon king again. The emperor highly valued him and believed so too. And Jilai firmly declared before the court, therefore, How could we ever approve sending the direct descendant of Saintess Melissa to be raised by the imperial family? Isac finally caught the main point. Wait, Melissa? My ultimate enemy. Before I attacked the heavenly realm? Is it that Melissa? The most unbearable and insane saintess I've ever faced. Not only was I born as a saint candidate in a family of saintesses, but I'm also a direct descendant of Melissa? What the fuck is wrong with this life? What even is a saintess? After being defeated by the skeleton demon king countless times, everyone geared up. The saintess must grow stronger. The skeleton demon king must die. They decided to create the ultimate weapon, the saintess, a staff created by God to punish evil. A holy light war god, the light of the holy kingdom, and the highest rank of a knight. With the overwhelming combat power of the saintesses, people thought the skeleton demon king would soon be defeated. Attack and defense power rivaling a god, strong survival instincts, reckless attacks without regard for self. Beautiful and powerful beings who lived long lives. However, the skeleton demon king was extremely ruthless. Isac recalled his own battle records. He thought to himself, I've never actually killed a saintess. Killing them only makes things harder for me. When a saintess dies, all holy power returns to God, and they use that very power to nurture future saintesses. However, the final saintess, Melissa, was truly strong. I almost kicked the bucket at her hands. Who would have thought Melissa was my ancestor? Gili smirked. A saintess is an existence that desires nothing but the death of the skeleton demon king. The emperor remained silent, listening. The Joshua clan is the only family that produces saintesses, and our sole mission is to defeat everything that opposes God. I'm certain the Joshua clan can fully protect this child. Another knight spoke up. That's right. Do you know how many saintesses have fallen at the hands of the skeleton demon king? Isac felt pinned under a cloud of gloom. Who even did anything? Who even touched them? The group began their accusations. The skeleton demon king once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth after deciding she wasn't worthy of his presence. He thought, I let her go. How was I supposed to know she was that bad with directions? Someone else said, 5 saintesses died of disappointment. Isac got pissed. Bullshit. They should have just gone to a hospital. Seeing him constantly beat his chest, Gili comforted him. It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. Even if you are cursed, we will do everything to protect you. Isac really wanted to spit on that. I'm the one who can't accept this. Just curse me already. But Gili cherished him. We're so grateful for your birth. Your parents only have one wish for you, and that is that you don't grow up to be like that wicked skeleton demon king. That sentence made Isac not know how to react. He closed his eyes, brainwashing himself. My dear unborn parents, sorry for shattering your expectations and dreams. But the emperor still held his original intention. Please reconsider, Gili. The skeleton demon king was sealed 150 years ago. Isac thought, it's been that long already? Doesn't that mean Melissa has passed away? She was already 50 since our last battle. The emperor spoke bluntly. During that time, the demon race has begun expanding their army. Having a saint by our side would be the perfect opportunity to increase the Holy Kingdom's influence. Therefore, this young master is vital to the imperial family. However, currently, there are no saintesses in the Joshua clan. It's been over a year since the saintess who gave birth to this child disappeared along with her husband. Isac's jaw dropped in shock. My mother was a saintess. Gili replied to the emperor, even though my brother isn't here, the lady of the house is still very powerful. The Joshua clan is fully capable of protecting this child. He told himself, yeah, I thought nothing else could surprise me. What could be more shocking than my mom being a saintess? The two sides continued wanting to smash each other's faces in. Didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently on her way to exterminate the skeleton demon king's subordinates? She'll be back soon. The lady of the house will surely be happy to meet her grandson. Isac suddenly realized. She's lived for over 200 years? Why hasn't she died yet? He kept persuading. It'll be a while before Melissa returns, and the child seems anxious, right? Is the boy okay? Gili replied, he'll be fine soon. Hearing this, he scoffed. You think I'll be fine soon? Well, my arch-nemesis is still alive and kicking like that. The moment Melissa finds out, I'll be burned at the stake. Anyone else would be fine, but Melissa was the last person I faced. He grabbed the emperor's hand to survive. Isac used his adorable appearance to send message. Mr. Emperor, please take me with you. Seeing this, he was delighted. This child here. The emperor bragged actively. Look, even the boy wants to go with the imperial family. Gili made excuses. He's just being a bit too friendly, your majesty. He confidently declared again. The imperial family can provide so much for him. Even if the Joshua clan is legendary for producing saintesses, they don't have much experience in raising a saint. The two sides continued their tug of war. This child is destined to be an exorcist knight, and no family is better than the Joshua clan at training exorcist knights, sir. Besides, he's the first male saint born in history, so doesn't the imperial family also lack experience in raising a saint? The two of them used Isac as a tug-of-war prize. Imperial family is better. No, the Joshua clan is better. He really wanted to shout, "Oh my God, stop it." Others also rushed to stop them. "Please calm down. You two are going to rip the young master in half." Isac's face darkened. "I'll go with the imperial family, so stop it. I don't want to die." Looking at the emperor before him, he decided, "Produce the light that shines upon life." That light kept radiating from the emperor. That meant I'd have a higher chance of survival if I followed the emperor. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The glowing emperor praised him. "Wise choice, little one." Isac opened his mouth in shock. This is, during a desolate, moonlit night. Masha bowed and reported, "Impossible. I'm certain he used mana. I'm positive that child is a spawn of the devil." The mysterious person was skeptical. "Holy power is granted by God himself. So you're telling me a demon is possessing holy power?" He drew his sword, terrifying Masha. But I'm certain it was mana. How could I mistake mana for holy power?" The opponent only replied coldly, "The Holy See has made its final judgment on your claim." He still tried to appeal to their humanity. Cardinal Hijay, without a shred of mercy, he delivered the cold verdict. "It is the crime of profaning the divine." The subordinate bowed to him. "I will go gather a strike team." Hijay stopped him. "No need. The emperor will take the child with him anyway. Since there will be plenty of opportunities in the imperial territory, we'll plan for it then. This time, that brat will definitely die." Hijay Barrett clasped his hands behind his back. Standing motionless in the silent night, he wore a sinister smile. "The emperor will take the child with him anyway. Since there will be plenty of opportunities in the imperial territory, we'll plan for it then. This time, that brat will definitely die." At the same time, Isac was leisurely enjoying the comfort of his soft crib, unaware that someone was plotting against him. The bright sunlight was shining on where he lay. Currently, Isac opened his eyes wide and looked around. He was currently on his way to the Joshua clan. The carriage and the entourage were heading deep into the forest while Hijay Barrett and his subordinates followed behind. Seeing this, he was confused and thought, hello? What's going on? I thought we were following the emperor." A few days ago, a golden light appeared inside the small room, leaving Isac stunned and wondering, what is this light? Isac, in the emperor's arms, panicked and covered his eyes, thinking, why is it so bright? "My eyes." Jeli Joshua bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, your majesty, the Joshua clan is indeed not a suitable place to raise a child." He spoke in a calm voice. You can imagine it's a place filled with demon corpses and manticores. Hearing this, Isac couldn't help but marvel. Is this man's will to live really that radiant? Jeli reached out with a hand glowing with golden light and emphasized, "The most precious thing at Joshua is the corpse of the skeleton demon king." Isac turned pale and thought in shock, "My body? You guys have it. You should have mentioned this sooner, for God's sake." He suddenly grabbed one of Jeli's fingers. He continued to persuade him. Meanwhile, Isac babbled, basically saying, "Hey uncle, look at this." He opened his adorable eyes wide and spoke excitedly. "Let's go to Joshua right now." Jeli was absolutely floored by Isac's cuteness and softly called out, "Isac." Back to the present. Isac lay in the crib, looking outside, thinking sluggishly, "Even though I'm being pulled away from the royals and sent to the military, this is the only way to get my hands on my old body." Isac began calculating. That body of his had cultivated mana to a level rivaling the gods. If I can't get it back, then reaching level 10 again is pointless. He remembered Jeli from a few days ago. Above all, this is the first time I've seen a will to live glow that intensely. Following this guy to Joshua is a huge advantage for my survival. The Joshua captain suddenly asked loudly, "Why is the Pope's army chasing young Master Isac?" Hearing this, he sat up quickly and thought, I was wondering the same thing. Why are they making such a big deal out of this? Jeli calmly explained, "It's because we received a prophecy from God. They said the saint will become the son of God." The Joshua captain was curious. "Does that mean he'll become the next pope?" He confirmed exactly. That's why the Barrett family tried so hard to manufacture a saint. Isac's face darkened as he thought, what the hell is going on here? The Pope is the strongest cleric, capable of using level 10 holy arts. He's basically the king of all clerics and holy knights. In the Holy Kingdom, his power is almost equal to the emperor's. Isac rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Over thousands of years, the Barretts have produced countless popes, so it makes sense they'd be scared of a saint candidate like me stealing that from them. So that's why every family wants to create a saint. The noise outside caught Jeli's attention, and the captain had to look back. Jeli poked his head out and asked what's wrong. The driver respectfully reported, "Sir Jeli, We've reached the dukedom, but there's a slight problem. Behind him, the city gates were shut tight, and a group of knights was slowly approaching them. 2 soldiers behind used their spears to block the path. The leader of the group announced in a low voice, "Forgive me, but you aren't allowed into the dukedom." Isac thought blankly. Now what's happening? Gili stepped down from the carriage irritably and shouted, "How dare you? Don't you recognize the Joshua family crest? Weren't you educated properly?" The man let out a sinister smile and replied, "Of course you can't go in." Suddenly, they all transformed into demons. Kariina Shirinoha, because we must eliminate that child carrying the saintesses' blood. Everyone screamed in terror. The demon race. Isac poked his head out of the carriage, stunned. What the hell? I clearly forbade them from attacking human territory. What is the new demon king doing? The demon pointed straight at them. He bragged loudly, "Listen well, you lowly humans. Our esteemed king has ordered us to ruthlessly destroy all saints and saintesses." Hearing this, Isac thought, I knew it. A new demon king has taken the throne. The demon continued to roar. "In the name of the skeleton demon king, Lord Isac, we will eliminate all saints." Isac couldn't help but whisper a curse. God damn it. When did I ever say that, you bonehead? The demon, unaware of who he was talking to, continued to threaten, "If you leave the child behind, perhaps the skeleton demon king Isac will be willing to spare." But before he could finish, a bolt of blue lightning struck him directly, leaving everyone terrified. The demon was fried into jerky. As the demons watched in shock, they shouted furiously, "You lowly holy knight." Gili gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. "How dare you say those things to an exorcist knight of Joshua? So, you've chosen death." He pointed his sharp sword forward. He announced grandly, "Listen well, for the ideal of protecting all the small living things in this world." Gili cracked his knuckles and continued sternly, "We, the Joshua clan, will exterminate all evil." Gili raised his sword, and the knights behind him did the same. He said in a low voice, "We will hunt your kind to the very ends of hell." Gili's eyes were sharp as he wore a devious smile. That wicked skeleton demon king. I can't believe he's using his subordinates to steal back his old body. The demons, feeling called out, roared in rage. "How dare a lowly human like you?" They went wild and rushed toward Gili, screaming, "I won't allow you to insult the skeleton demon King Isac like that. This is all for the goal of reviving our king, Lord Isac." The knights moved into combat positions. The captain quickly grabbed Isac and rushed forward to escape. He whispered softly, "Forgive me, young master," but Isac was still confused and wondered. "What's going on? Is someone impersonating me?" In the middle of the forest, the captain suddenly stopped and scouted the surroundings. He gently placed him down on the grass and instructed, "Please wait here for me." The Joshua captain chanted a spell and said, "I'll be right back." Seeing this, Isac thought, a protective barrier, huh? He touched the barrier with his tiny hand and told himself, even high-ranking demons can't get through this. Seems pretty legit. He suddenly realized, since nothing can enter from the outside, it means nothing from the inside can break it either. But Isac closed his eyes and made a decision. In that case, survival desire, activate. Release magic. Isac focused and muttered a magic incantation. "Listen to my call. You, a being created from magic yet possessing a mind." He silently called out to Wizard, the one watching over me. Instantly, a pitch-black entity with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes appeared. The moment Wizard saw Isac, it cheered excitedly. "My esteemed king, my master." Hearing the shout, he quickly covered its mouth. "Quiet. It's been a while. Now shut your trap or we're all dead." Wizard looked Isac up and down, then spoke joyfully. "I thought I'd never witness your majestic form ever again." He let out a sigh. "I thought I was a goner too." Isac looked at Wizard and thought, "It's been a long time, Wizard." Even though it was just a tracking spell, it possessed its own consciousness. He had created it because manually tracking and analyzing results was too exhausting. Over time, it developed a personality, though it was still quiet. Wizard suddenly started trolling. "Your cruelty is as magnificent as ever. Congratulations on snatching a child's body without feeling a shred of guilt." Wizard circled Isac, yapping nonstop. "But how did those filthy gods dare do this to my master? Even if master can be a bit mean, I can't believe they dared put him in such a messy baby body." Isac warned, "Enough. Go find the enemy instead." Wizard's eyes suddenly lit up. "Starting right now." With that, it spun around, creating a purple aura. Wizard announced, "I will now search within a 100 m radius." It quickly reported, 88 enemies, all monsters. Lowlifes like them could never compare to you, my esteemed master." Isac was stunned. Are they insane? Wait, 88? Are they trying to start a war? He silently assessed the forces. If the security in this territory tightens, summoning my subordinates will become harder. I'll have to end this myself before the Joshua clan catches me. Isac made a firm decision. Even if I have to burn all the mana I've stored, I must do it myself. Wizard suddenly let out a yelp. Wizard reported back. There are only 51 enemies left now. It hurriedly continued. The enemy count is dropping fast. Only 31 left. He was startled. What? Why so suddenly? Right after, Wizard cheered. Now only 13? On the other side, the Azure Faith Joshua captain was fighting while alerting Jilai. Sir, something's coming. Jilai immediately shouted. Everyone, form a defensive perimeter. Wizard continued the status report. Only 4 left. The demons looked up, shouting excitedly. Finally, he's here. Brother. A purple-faced demon stuck out its long tongue gleefully. Let's go together, it said in a ghastly voice. Today we kill that saint. Wizard muttered along. Saint? One demon roared. It can only be the skeleton demon king. Instantly, a burst of power slammed into it. The knights watching the scene turned pale. At the same time, Wizard Purple announced. No enemies left. A gargantuan demon with narrow, glowing red eyes, radiating pure rage, suddenly appeared before the knights and spoke in a low voice. I've found the shadow lich. How dare you lay your filthy hands on my king? A demon screamed in rage. Pay with your lives. On the other side, Isac's jaw dropped in shock. He wondered, what the hell is wrong with him this time? The demon narrowed its fiery eyes. Then growl, my king, my only master. It quickly transformed into a giant monster and roared in anger. How dare you? How dare you imprison him in that lowly baby body? Since Isac was the one who freed him, all the twisted affection Shadow Lich had for Isac exploded. Shadow Lich glared at the group and spoke fuming. Don't you dare look at that child with your disgusting eyes. It threatened, I'll gouge them all out. The Joshua captain moved closer to Jilai and asked, Sir, what is he saying? However, humans couldn't understand him because he was speaking a different language. Wizard exclaimed, Whoa, it's total chaos out there. Isac thought wearily, looks like that idiot figured out I'm the skeleton demon king. A +4 loyalty, but a loud shout rang out. All knights, prepare for battle. Everyone replied in unison, Sir. Shadow Lich saw this and roared, What are you trying to show off, huh? Inside the barrier, Isac kept waving his arms around frantically, screaming in vain, Stop ruining my life. You giant manicore. His actions caught the captain's attention. He hurried to reassure him, Master Isac. Please wait a moment. I'll settle this quickly. Suddenly, a burst of manic laughter erupted. Shadow Lich cheered with delight. My master has recognized me. The light guiding me has recognized me. The captain's face changed as he shouted, Sir Jilai, that devil is showing extreme hostility. Shadow Lich bolted away, to everyone's shock. Stretching out its bizarre hand, it charged forward like an arrow, screaming, I'm coming, my master. Jilai saw this and warned loudly. That lowly creature is charging toward Isac. Shadow Lich rushed like a gale toward Isac. Then it grumbled at the knights. You filthy knights. How dare you lock him up in that dirty thing? Isac, having achieved his goal, thought good, he noticed me. Isac, with sparkling eyes, told himself, I can't let my mana core be destroyed like this. He excitedly patted the barrier and ordered, break this protective barrier now. Shadow Lich hesitantly replied, He smashed right through the barrier and said decisively, I understand your will, master. The Azure Faith Joshua captain witnessed this. He stuttered in fear, young master. The barrier is, Jilai called out in panic, Isac. Isac wore a smug smile. A red demonic aura appeared around him. Isac grabbed Shadow Lich's hand and praised him. Good job. Then he gave a stern order. Now stop causing trouble and go rest. Isac began casting a spell on him. Shadow Lich was confused. Master? But in an instant, Shadow Lich was shrunk into a palm-sized figure by Isac. It screamed in protest. Why? Jilai witnessed this and gasped in shock. Could it be? Isac sat there quietly, looking innocent as hell. Everyone looked on, asking in disbelief, did the boy just totemize that demon? The captain cheered excitedly. He totemized that demon on his very first try. Isn't that incredible? The knights joyfully lifted him high, cheering. That's a holy art only a saintess or a cardinal can use. Isac silently corrected them. It's not a holy art. I use mana, you idiots. Jilai crossed his arms, lost in thought. That was definitely a holy art used for totemization. Even though it's a high-level holy art, why can't I sense even a shred of holy power from the boy? The captain explained, it's probably like how someone's true power only reveals itself in times of peril, sir. He analyzed further. Besides, that thing charged straight at the young master. Shadow Lich's instincts must have sensed danger, which is why he tried to eliminate the source. The captain hugged Isac. He kept praising him. Our young master is truly amazing, isn't he? I can guarantee it. He's definitely going to become a saint. Jilai looked on with a speechless expression. He watched Isac closely, thinking suspiciously. He's not wrong. Even the demon race came looking for him. Even if he's not a saint, he clearly has some kind of special ability. Jilai gritted his teeth and wondered, but why did it have to be a boy? Because of the skeleton demon king's curse, the child of Joshua will. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. I made up my mind. The captain spoke decisively. As the captain of the Azure Faith Joshua, I will protect the future of Joshua. You shall become the future of Joshua. Jilai stood still for a moment, then let out a faint smile and replied, I see. It was my own ignorance. Jilai took Isac from the captain's arms. He continued gently, I was only worried about the skeleton demon king's curse, but this child will surely bring honor to the Joshua name. He lifted Isac high and spoke excitedly. But go home, Isac. Your uncle is going to teach you so many things. Jilai held him up high and said happily, you have natural talent, so I'll raise you to be an incredible holy knight. Isac forced a smile, but thought to himself, I'm fine with not being a holy knight. Just give me my body back once we get home. Jilai added, even if your lifespan might be short. I'll do my best to save you. Isac was completely floored. Wait, what? Jilai shouted excitedly. Your name will be famous across all 6 continents. Isac hurriedly asked back, wait, did you just say something really unsettling? Jilai nodded and replied, yeah, I knew you'd like it. He cursed in frustration. Hell no. Jilai promised happily. When we get home, your uncle will teach you how to curse that hateful skeleton demon king. Isac couldn't help but curse silently. God damn it, these Joshua people. Sometime later, at the Joshua Duchy, the carriage slowly entered. For goddess statues were meticulously carved in gold. They stopped in front of a massive courtyard. Isac peeked out from the carriage, feeling disgruntled. These annoying jerks. The demon race gets wrecked while they live in luxury like this? How much did all this cost for real? Isac thought of his starving demons and felt depressed. He thought, damn capitalists. I work like a dog to buy food for my kids. But Wizard suddenly appeared and commented, my master, this place is worlds apart from our shabby palace. Just selling a few statues here will be enough to buy 10 Demon King palaces. Isac gritted his teeth and replied, I know, shut up. Jilai carried him out and introduced the place. This is the residence of the Joshua clan. Joshua, the birthplace of the exorcism movement across the 6 continents. Jilai looked outside and said softly, look there. He pointed for Isac. That's where the knights train hard. When you grow up, you'll be just like those kids. Spears stabbed into straw dummies accompanied by the sound of the skeleton demon king. The young knights relentlessly struck the straw men. They yelled at the top of their lungs, I will destroy you, demon king. You lowly scum, just die already. Tearing you into 100 pieces wouldn't be enough. Jilai smiled brightly with delight, while Isac could only shake his head in weariness. What are you teaching these kids? You religious fanatics. He gave up in frustration. Whatever. Isac calculated silently. Anyway, I've already infiltrated the Holy Kingdom. Soon, I'll burn that emperor alive and turn this place into the Isac Empire. Wizard grinned and said sarcastically, what's wrong with you? You're the skeleton demon king, yet you're getting petty with playing children? How small-minded. Isac cursed, shut it and scout the area. Wizard winked and replied, roger that. They looked at the glittering palace. They gasped in awe. Isac exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, are those all manticores? There are so many. Wizard eyes narrowed. This is the first time I've seen so many manticores gathered in one place. Just how many demons have they killed? The carriage stopped, and a respectful voice rang out. We have arrived, sir. Jilai stepped down and ordered, prepare a room for me. Isac will stay with me. The butler replied awkwardly, you see. He announced, apologies, Master Jilai, but we've received orders to take Master Isac to the annex. Jilai frowned and questioned, the annex? Why? The butler replied softly, well, the 5th young master said Master Isac is never to set foot in the main house. Isac thought, oh, here we go again. Jilai asked irritably, does he want to send Isac to that cursed place to die or something? He frowned, thinking this family is something else. I knew this since I had to crawl out on my own at birth. The Joshua clan is doomed. Jilai criticized, my brother is being useless again. Isac crossed his arms and nodded, exactly. I have the right to live in a mansion, so why should I move to the annex? Wizard whispered, but the manticores are at the annex, sir. Hearing that, he froze. Jilai shouted angrily, back off. I can't agree to my nephew staying in such a haunted place. Isac suddenly protested. No, the annex. I must go to the annex. Jilai hugged him to comfort him. Let's go to my room, Isac. I'll read you the scriptures about the battles between the saintesses and the skeleton demon king every night. Isac was stunned and protested internally. Good God, that's like trying to kill me. Jili added gently. After the story, I'll tell you about the exorcism methods used specifically for the skeleton demon king. Isac screamed internally. Are you actually trying to kill me? An arrogant voice rang out. Why are you making such a fuss over picking up this homeless brat? He wore a contemptuous, mocking smile. I believe I told you to take him to the annex. He crossed his arms over his chest. Acting all high and mighty after being gone for so long. And now you dare oppose your older brother? He was the fifth son of the Joshua clan. Goel, Joshua. Isac opened his eyes wide in surprise. He glanced at Goel and assessed him silently. Look at this keyboard warrior. Goel smirked and said mockingly, put him down. I'll take him to the annex. Jili frowned and questioned him loudly. Are you kidding me? This child is a descendant of the Joshua clan. There's no way we're sending him to the annex, a place we used for exiles in the past. Isac also looked at him with a confused gaze. That rude bastard must be on the side that doesn't welcome me. Jili squeezed Isac's small face. He spoke up, move aside. I need to tell my nephew the story of how the skeleton demon king was purified. But Isac was feeling very uncomfortable. Hey, pull me down. I'm fine with going to the annex. Goel acted unprofessionally. He approached the two and mocked him. By the way, where did you get this baby skeleton from? He raised his voice in contempt. Descend to my ass. Isac wanted to curse his ancestors for 18 generations. I'm the one who wants to go to the annex. So why is this prick acting like such a thug? Is he a cleric or a hooligan? He allowed a sigh. Whatever. I'll just head to the annex and absorb my mana cores there. Jili was trying to protect him from Goel. You think I don't know why you want to take my nephew to the annex? He made a guess. You want others to think he's cursed to keep him out of the competition, don't you? This made Isac realize something was off. Out of the competition? What the hell? He finally started thinking things through. That's not happening. I have to secure this family, become a saint, and then the Pope. Most importantly, I have to get revenge on those holy bastards. Goel smiled deviously and lied. Think whatever you want. I heard a demon escaped from this child. Maybe he was born cursed. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately denied it. That's not true. Master Isac helped destroy that demon. One indignant soldier explained. The fact that he was targeted by a demon from the start proves how important he is. Another added, exactly. He possesses holy power. He's a saint. But Goel was still asking for a beatdown. He provoked them. I'm so moved I could cry. How much effort did you spend covering for this piece of trash? Don't play games with me. If you're calling him the next saint, then show me his power. Wizard took the chance to tease Isac. He wants to see your power. Summon a meteor and show him. Isac gritted his teeth. Meteor my ass. Goel kept rambling. Right? If he's a saint. He looked in one direction and paused. Then look over there. That withered tree over there has lost all signs of life. It's the symbol of our family. Why don't you have him revive that thing the family had loved so much? His tone was extremely challenging. That holy tree died from the demon's dark mana. If he has what it takes to be a saint, he should at least be able to revive that tree, right? He smiled mockingly at them. Of course. Only if he's truly the saint you claim he is. Jili looked a bit helpless. Look at yourself right now. Isac thought, Melissa, you were a great fighter, but why are your descendants such trash? While thinking, he suddenly saw something. The eldest son is missing, and the fifth son is a total brat? Isac's jaw dropped in shock. Wait, that? Wizard looked curiously. What? What is it? As Wizard looked, Isac grabbed it. What are you waiting for? Wizard was confused, having no idea what was happening. Before it could react, Isac hurled it in that direction. Get over there and take it all from me. Wizard was in total panic. Wait. Jili was still trying to talk sense into Goel. A tree that's been dead for 75 years. And you expect a baby who can't even talk. While they were arguing. Something strange happened. Jili was absolutely stunned. Seeing the scene before him. What the hell? The holy tree. It's green and healthy again. It was completely different from the withered tree just seconds ago. Looking the tree up and down, they gasped in shock. It's revived. Goel froze completely. He said in surprise, even with purification and restoration magic, it was still dying. He thought in confusion. What the hell is going on? Isac smiled confidently. It's nothing. He was very proud of himself. With a confident look, he thought, there was a bit of dark mana near the roots, so I just sucked it all up. Wizard Purr returned, looking a bit sluggish. I absorbed all the mana there. I am stuffed. Everyone asked Jili in surprise. Master Jili, that tree. What did you do? But Jili replied coldly, I didn't do anything. Hearing that, the soldier immediately speculated. Then, could it be? The person everyone was admiring sat there grumbling. It was all mana. What a waste. Wizard P weakly asked, what now, sir? Do you want me to barf it all back up? They cheered and shouted with joy. Bullseye. Then it was Master Isac's doing. But Goel remained stubborn. He forced a denial. This is insane. No one in this family has ever been able to save that tree. How could this brat do anything? He stood there theorizing by himself, but no one cared. Someone must have helped him, right? July must have, but everyone's attention was on Isac. As expected of Master Isac. First exorcism, now purification. Goel clenched his fists. He couldn't accept the truth. You did it, didn't you? July didn't understand. What do you mean? Goel frantically grabbed July to accuse him. You definitely got help from saintesses and made it look like this piece of trash did it. July had no clue. What are you even talking about? Goel screamed angrily. Drop the cheap tricks. July found it absurd. He denied it immediately. How could I have met the missing saintess? Isac frowned at the scene. Melissa, you should have focused on managing your family instead of hunting demons. Your family is a mess. He sighed mentally. Still, this guy called brother looks nothing like Melissa. Honestly, I'd sooner believe July is Melissa in disguise. Wizard asked curiously, what about the other brother? Isac suddenly remembered. I think he looks more like that bastard Pope. Goel screamed like a madman, refusing to accept the truth. Stop playing dumb. You think I don't know you brought this brat back, so he could be the next saint candidate? I can't believe you'd use such dirty tricks when our family already has a candidate. Isac immediately eavesdropped for info. There's another candidate in the family? And this rude prick wants that one to win? Wizard enjoyed the drama and teased. Looks like you've got some competition. But you don't seem to care at all, do you? Isac was actually quite intrigued. Don't you think he'd be just as wicked if that jerk is his supporter? Beating him will be fun. Wizard Purr reluctantly agreed. Fair point. July frowned and questioned him. So we're just supposed to ignore the boy? He's our nephew and the eldest brother's son. He has the right to lead this family. Goel found this extremely annoying. Bullshit. The eldest brother? He ran away while the family was in danger. He yelled while grabbing July. You still want to bring up that guy? You only just told us about this brat's existence. Isac felt this tea was worth spilling. So that's why I'm being discriminated against. This life is great. Wizard didn't get his logic. You shouldn't talk about your life so indifferently. Goel suddenly remembered and laughed coldly. But this brat is still the saintess's son, right? He might just be a half-breed bastard she brought in from outside. After all, she is a saintess. Every word made July's face twist. But we can't be sure he's our brother's son, can we? I guess his face looks okay, because he takes after that woman. He kept rambling while little Isac was watching, but then July angrily punched him right in the face. If it benefits the family, I think we should just sell him off to maintain the bloodline. Even after getting hit, he didn't get why. Are you crazy? Did you just punch me? July finally spoke up. You think you can get away with saying that crap? Everyone was shocked by July's action, but Isac found it entertaining. Yeah, brothers should exchange martial arts like this once in a while. I learned some useful info too. The two started brawling, ignoring everyone trying to stop them. Sir, you can't do this. Stop them. Isac watched the show from the sidelines. The more chaotic this family is, the better. It'll be easier for me to take it over. Isac smiled deviously. This damn family is falling apart already. But Wizard snapped him back to reality. Think about it. If this family falls, don't you go down too? Since you're in a baby's body, did your brain shrink too? This made Isac snap. Shut up. Finally, the atmosphere settled down. Isac sat in a corner, thinking dejectedly. Suddenly, he felt his whole body itching, a strong urge to cause trouble. This discomfort is unbearable. The people around were talking. Another brat? Now what are we supposed to do with this one? Isac was extremely annoyed. Not a single person in this damn family is sane. Talk about knowing how to treat an heir. They ignored him and continued their discussion. Since we took in and raised that country bumpkin girl to be a saintess, she at least shouldn't have given birth to this useless son. She doesn't deserve to be a saintess. Hearing this was infuriating. Hey, are you guys crazy? That's going way too far. Suddenly, a female voice spoke up, and everyone went silent. She was the second wife of the family head, Eli Joshua. The acting lady of the house, Henna Joshua. July, we already decided to raise this child in the annex to avoid attention. She questioned in a cold tone. Why did you allow this child to come here? At a glance, Isac understood. She's openly showing her hostility. She's definitely the one behind those trying to push me to the annex. Goel, with a face that was already ugly and now looked even more wrecked, gritted his teeth and asked, The acting lady is asking you. Why don't you answer, July? Isac guessed she must be the mother of this disrespectful uncle. July looked around and asked, Is father not here? Henna explained, but her words weren't very convincing. He went out to town. You have to admit, this whole saint candidate business is a total mess. July sighed and frowned. That's a pity. Then came the next piece of news. It shocked everyone in the hall. You should hear the news that the eldest grandson of this family, Isac, has revived the holy tree. Goel, looking annoyed, spoke up to deny it. Isac's contribution was just a coincidence. How could this brat do such a thing? It must be that the Joshua clan's prayers have finally been answered. The white-haired old lady also tried to convince herself. I think so too. Even our family head couldn't find a solution. So how could a child like him do it? Henna also chimed in. She frowned and denied it, I agree. They all started talking at once. There was no evidence from the start. The lady of the house was right. It's a great blessing that the holy tree has revived. Isac really had to look at them differently. Look at these guys. He spread his two small hands out. You want evidence? Fine. Everyone was utterly shocked. Before this scene, a blue light surrounded Isac. In the middle, a stone was hovering. Then look closely. Everyone widened their eyes to see that energy. They also recognized it. It was the energy of the holy tree. Isac was showing off big time. Surprised, you bunch of noobs? The whole meeting room went dead silent, stunned by Isac's recent action. July, standing nearby, concluded, it seems Isac has removed the mana that was corroding the holy tree. Hearing this, an old elder jumped up in doubt. But can a newborn baby really remove it? Another person behind him reasoned. Isn't that a logical explanation? The boy directly created a physical form from that mana right in front of us. But the others still questioned. Stunned, they said that's true. But even if this exorcism method is effective, it's definitely not simple. Just one small mistake, and it could have completely killed the holy tree. That's why the family head chose the periodic purification method instead of direct exorcism. Goel turned pale and thought in confusion. What the hell are they talking about? No way a newborn baby could do something like that. Jilai immediately countered him. Isac must have instinctively exorcised the dark mana within his small body. He also agreed. Exactly. Jilai continued to heap praise on Isac. A child still breastfeeding has done something that no one in the Holy See could do for 75 years. But Goel, panicked, thought to himself, what is he saying? He slammed his hand on the table and questioned. Elders, do you really believe in such nonsense? He acted like he was going crazy, trying to convince everyone. A newborn baby can perform an exorcism? He can't even talk yet. If outsiders heard this, they'd surely laugh in our faces. Scratch, scratch. Isac ignored him. He ignored Goel's words and scratched his ear in disdain. Goel gritted his teeth and criticized. Look at him. The fact that he's of the Joshua bloodline isn't even believable. What if he actually comes from some nameless family? No surprise there. Jilai seriously stated his point. Respected elders, please listen to me. This child will definitely become a saint. Not stopping there, he added. The boy could even completely become the next pope. Seeing this, he crossed his arms in approval. Fucking exactly. Jilai suddenly lifted him high and declared, and above all, this child will destroy the skeleton demon king. Isac immediately gritted his teeth in annoyance. What the hell? It was perfect until that last sentence. One of the elders gasped in shock. The skeleton demon king? Another person, hearing the name, cursed angrily. That despicable creature. In the meeting, the second wife of the family head sat in a corner, smiling faintly and thinking, but digging your own grave, July. Immediately, she made a proposal. If you're that confident, why don't we test him? Henna sat against the light, looking like a witch as she spoke. I request to use the relic archives. The scene shifted to the northwest region of the Holy Kingdom. Blackwood Forest. A sharp sword slash swept across the monster's neck. In a split second, the family head of Joshua stood still, looking at the monster's body falling along with other corpses around it. He then sheathed his sword and spoke. This place is worthless. A knight approached and saluted him. Greetings, family head. Alai calmly asked, what is it? The knight immediately reported. Your representative at the clan has requested to use the relic archives. He was slightly surprised and questioned. I made it clear that the Holy See is not allowed to use it. The knight replied, it wasn't a request from the Holy See, sir. Hearing this, Alai turned his head to listen to the knight's announcement. Your grandson has successfully revived the holy tree, so the acting lady wants to see if the child has the qualities of a saint. Now Alai slightly moved his feet, turning back in doubt. What do you mean? His eyes were full of coldness. And with the authority of family head, he asked, why is there a saint in my family? Half of his face was shadowed and cold. He ordered, I won't allow it. Only a saintess can survive entering that place. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflicts. He waved his hand for the knight to fulfill the order. There are no exceptions. But suddenly, another voice cut him off. Just let them do it. Maria walked up slowly and inquired. You said it was Isac, right? Maria was the lady of the Joshua clan and also the former saintess. She smiled faintly in praise, but mixed with a bit of mockery. Reviving the holy tree, huh? Isn't that impressive? Maria continued to explain. Since the archives have been open anyway, why don't we just send all the saint and saintess candidates in there? The knight gasped in panic, what? And then asked in confusion. But if we do that, what if a child from another family manages to take something precious? Alai remained silent, but Melissa answered with a smile. I hope so. Even the best saintesses of previous generations couldn't take a single thing from that vault. A treasure chest seemed to appear in her mind. Who knows? If someone actually retrieves that item, they might be able to find the skeleton demon king and take him out. Melissa's gaze suddenly became calculating. In that case, we should probably reward that person, shouldn't we? Then she ordered the knight to tell them. Whoever brings out the best treasure from the vault will be given a reward that even the Pope couldn't buy. Hearing the lady's words, he was somewhat anxious. That person will receive the family heirloom. Melissa raised her hand slightly and declared, and they will be personally taught the secret arts of the Holy Clan by me. Her face was full of confidence as she clenched her fist and promised, whatever that child wants, I'll give it to them. The Relic Archives is a place that not only stores relics, but also houses secret techniques dating back thousands of years. Through many generations, the saintesses have taken on the duty of guarding the vault. Thus, it is often said that the Joshua clan is the master of these archives. Since only children under 10 are allowed entry, the archives are often used for a ceremony when saintess candidates turn 1 year old. These children will go inside and pick an item. Everyone will then predict what kind of power the saintess will receive based on the item the child brings back. However, the archives are an extremely dangerous place. Even saintess candidates can hardly avoid life-threatening risks upon entering. After many unfortunate incidents, the archives were sealed until now. Wizard Purr's voice piped up. Let's see, it said with excitement. If my master can survive and bring back the treasure. Isac irritably interrupted. Why are you narrating that now? Wizard speculated, but you're looking forward to it too, aren't you, master? He babbled back, implying of course. Then his face turned sinister and full of interest as he said, they say the corpse of the skeleton demon king is in there. Suddenly, a hand picked up Isac and a voice asked curiously, are you excited, young master? A knight held him and gently announced, the lady of the house has opened the vault to all candidates. Hearing this, his mind went blank. All of them. Then he happily tossed Isac into the air, encouraging him. All the descendants of the 5 prestigious families will be here. Even though that cursed Pope's family is coming too, I'm sure no matter what happens, you'll win, young master. Wizard Purr, flying nearby, remarked, looks like they're making a huge deal out of this, huh? While being cheered for, Isac felt a bit more confident. Actually, it's fine. The more people there are, the easier they'll be distracted. Then I can get my body back more easily. Just then, another hand held him. You must be careful, Isac. Geli looked at his nephew with a smile and revealed, the demons captured from the battlefield will be guarding the place. Hearing that, he was stunned and thought, wait, it's dangerous because demons are guarding it? Despite sounding scary, Isac remained incredibly confident. He smirked and thought, if they got caught like that, they're probably level 6 at most. I'll just use my overwhelm and, while he was deep in thought, Geli laid him on the bed and reminded him, level 8 demons aren't easy to deal with. Instantly, Isac switched to anger and grumbled internally. What the hell? Why are level 8 demons even there? The knight from earlier spoke up. Even so, that level 9 dragon is probably the worst part. Geli replied casually. If we're only looking at ranks, then yes. Wizard, on the side, raised his voice in annoyance. This whole Joshua family must be insane. A dragon in a place where a bunch of toddlers are going. Then he asked, but at least you know a lot about dragons, right, master? Huh. Seeing his master's expression, he shouted. Now what? Isac was currently biting his nails, trembling in fear. Oh crap. The danger level of dragons is on a whole different level. Well, I did scam them a few times. Wizard Purr asked helplessly, specifically, how many of them? Suddenly, visions of terrifying, fearsome dragons appeared before his eyes, along with angry voices ringing in his ears. That bastard scammed even the young dragons? What the hell did he sell those kids? They aren't even 300 years old yet. Even ancient dragons got played, let alone the young ones. That damn skeleton. Thinking of this, he replied softly, just about 70 of them. Then Isac got even more flustered. This is bad. And they have great memories too. They'll recognize my soul instantly. Meanwhile, Wizard happily calculated, maybe it's time for me to switch masters. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth and snapped. I can't hear you, you know. After a moment of internal struggle, Isac pressed his hands into the mattress and concluded, seems like I'm out of options. Thinking of the treasure chest, his spirit doubled as he calculated. So there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the relic archives. But the current me can barely handle level 6 demons. While calculating, Isac's face became more sinister. To fight them, I need to steal all of the Joshua family's mana cores. To the annex. The atmosphere returned to peace. But the doors were still closed. Isac and Wizard were sitting outside the door. Seeing him so serious, Wizard asked softly, Master, you okay? Looking at the haggard face and lips drier than the Sahara Desert, Wizard remarked, you look like you're about to be exorcised. Isac felt a bit of regret. Damn it, If only I knew how to control holy power, I could have easily learned all the holy arts by now. Someone give me a summary. I haven't even been weaned yet. He suddenly had an idea. Let's mind control them and force them to teach. Wizard on the side kept yapping. Master, are you planning to use dark magic in the center of the order? Do you want to be outed as a demon and make the Joshua family collapse? Hearing this, Isac was stunned by its imagination. What happened to your personality in the last 150 years? He turned back to the book in his hand. I can't understand a thing with just theory like this. Seeing his tired look, Jilai picked him up. Are you tired? Jilai smiled and said, a lot has happened today, hasn't it? Isac tilted his head in agreement. No kidding. Kids my age need 16 hours of sleep a day. Jilai carried him away while the servants cleaned up nearby. Jilai brushed his hand over his forehead, and instantly, all of Isac's strength was restored. He thought happily, is this a holy spell? His gaze gradually turned predatory. Awesome. Next, use an attack spell, Uncle. Wizard said helplessly, please just lie still. It reminded him firmly, hey, you need to get to the annex. You have to find a way to get rid of these people. Isac suddenly realized, right? The annex. No sooner said than done, Isac flopped down. I need to get rid of these people fast. Wizard gave this performance a 1 out of 10. Who would fall for such bad acting? And yet, 2 cows were actually led by the nose. Master Isac fell asleep so fast. One amazing child. He's quick at everything. This left Wizard Purr completely baffled. Are you guys for real? You actually fell for that. Well, they prepared to leave just as he wanted. We should head out, shouldn't we? Yeah, I need to train anyway. Wizard Purr was speechless. What a bunch of interesting people. While he was gloating, Isac suddenly perked up his ears to listen. The totem is dangerous anyway. You should go put away. This made him eavesdrop again. Wait, what? Jilai carefully instructed him. This is very precious. It's Isac's first totem, so keep it safe. Yes, sir. Inside, Isac was screaming, I still have to revive that totem. You can't just take it. But his protest was useless. I'll display it in the most prominent spot. Isac could only weep silently. My totem. I need to absorb mana from it. Then Isac had an idea. Since it's come to this, I'll go drain all the mana cores in the annex right now. He immediately started crawling out. Let's move. Wizard asked, Master, are you seriously planning to crawl all the way to the annex? I doubt you'll even get there by the end of the day. But Isac calmly replied, I have a plan. Just open the door for me. Wizard Purr was very obedient. Yes, of course. It went ahead to lead the way. But I'm not carrying you the whole way, it said pitilessly. It delivered the news. Your uncle locked the door. And he locked it from the outside. There's even a holy spell on it. It felt like a bolt from the blue. That damn uncle. He made a decision. Just break it. Wizard tried to stop him. They'll think you're under attack and come swarming here. This left Isac completely stuck. God damn it. He pounded on the door in frustration. This is driving me crazy. I can't just hitch a ride on Wizard Purr the whole way either. But if I use magic, things will get even more complicated. While Isac was fuming, Wizard seemed quite relaxed, not knowing what else to do. Suddenly the door slammed into his face. How could I escape? A boy was slowly approaching. What's this? He looked blankly at Isac on the floor. This boy was the son of Goel, Joshua. He was a saint candidate of the Joshua family. Azie Joshua, age 5. The boy thought in confusion, this baby can't even walk yet. Isac also looked at him blankly. This kid is my rival? Seeing the blood on Isac's face, Wizard asked in a panic, did he dare harm my master? Azie looked at him with murderous eyes. He gritted his teeth and thought, a totem that even a genius like me couldn't create. He held the item with a jealous attitude. There's no way this brat could have done it. But Isac didn't really care. He was feeling quite excited. Azie swung his arm, preparing to do something bad. I'm the one who will become the saint. He used magic to snatch the totem away. Seeing this, Isac silently gave him a thumbs up. You dare steal that from me? But his joy didn't last long. Isac controlled the totem to punch Azie in the head. That's the plan to get me out of this cursed Joshua household. At the same time, Isac suddenly realized, I found my ride. Azie clutched his face and looked at Isac in rage. Do you even know who I am? He thought. You look exactly like that thug uncle. You must be his son. Isac watched his every move. He prepared his counter stance. Besides, I see you're gathering holy mana to attack me. You prick. He repeatedly struck Azie. He couldn't fight back and could only take the beating. That's why you deserve this. Wizard also approved of his actions. Nice hit, master. Isac looked like a little demon mocking Azie. You brat, just accept that you're going to be my Uber. Azie lay there taking the hits. He looked like a total mess. Finally, he snapped. Azie shouted, you think you're so special? Isac looked at him with a judging face. He said, are you surprised? No one my age can use level 3 defensive holy arts. Azie was trying to show off. But it was too early to be surprised. Azie swung his arm. A light covered everything. Level 3, attack Holy Art, Holy Light. He yelled and launched the light orb at Isac. Isac remained calm. Impressive, using 2 holy lights? But this little trick only made him more amused. Thanks for the meal. Azie's holy light was gently absorbed by Isac. Azie looked at the scene in a daze. His eyes went wide in pure shock. How can a defensive spell be this big? Isac smiled happily while controlling the holy light. He was even grateful to this kid. Since that uncle didn't teach me, I didn't know how to use it. Azie was stunned seeing this. Isac smiled. But thanks for showing me. Looking at the powerful holy light before him, Azie could hardly believe it. No way. Before he could even process it, Isac continued to control the holy light. The powerful beam surged toward Azie, leaving him panicked and clueless. Wait. Azie let out a pathetic scream. It echoed through the air. Seeing this, Wizard asked curiously, Master, while I love watching this, is it really okay to kill someone from the Joshua family? Isac sighed. Who said I killed him? Look, Azie was physically unharmed. Isac explained softly the attack didn't even hit him. Only then did Azie realize it. He was both embarrassed and furious. You little brat. You couldn't even hit me. Why did you scare me like that? Azie gritted his teeth and yelled. No matter how many holy spells you use, you can't defeat a saint candidate like me. As he spoke, a voice suddenly rang out. How dare you? He looked back in confusion to see who the voice belonged to. Wizard had directly transformed. It asked in a cold voice, attacking my master? It continued. Each word made Azie tremble. Do you have a death wish? Azie was so terrified he forgot how to speak. He really wanted to cry for his parents. Isac was very satisfied with this scene and smiled. Isac sat on Wizard and spoke up. He narrowed his eyes and ordered Azie, what are you waiting for? Give me a piggyback ride. That bastard. The sky outside had turned pitch black. Everything is dead quiet. My name is Azie Joshua. I am destined to be the next saint. He frowned as he looked ahead. His gaze was filled with lingering resentment. Footsteps echoed, but Azie was huffing and puffing while carrying Isac on his back. He silently cursed this damn brat, while Isac, the one getting the ride, was having the time of his life. To the annex, let's go. Azie gritted his teeth and looked at him. Why are you doing this to me, huh? He was about to act tough and threaten him. Do you even know who But Wizard was right there to put him in his place. Keep moving if you don't want me to rip you into 100 pieces, you lowly insect. Once again, Azie was forced to act like a wimp, right? Just focus on surviving and getting out of here first. Azie's whole body was shaking, eyes welling up with tears as he whispered. Someone please save me. The moon was very bright tonight, lighting the way for Isac to go do some shady business. Riding high, Isac joyfully directed the guy below. To the left. Left, I said. Every time he wasn't satisfied, he'd lean down, nagging. Do you want to die? Focus. Huffing and puffing, Azie asked in confusion, where exactly are you trying to go in the middle of the night like this? Then he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking at the scene before him, Azie's face turned grim. He spoke hesitantly. They had finally arrived. The Joshua family estate, second annex. Azie's mind was filled with terror. The haunted house. He looked up at Isac, his mind racing. Why did this crazy brat drag me here? Several people have died here, and the family head has banned anyone from entering. Meanwhile, Wizard and Isac were delighted. Seems like there's plenty of it here. Looking at the house, Wizard remarked. One would have to train until they're half dead for 10 decades just to get this much mana. Isac grabbed Azie's hair, demanding he step inside. Let's go, kiddo. But Azie resisted, trembling. You want to go in there? No, we can't. The adults said no. At that moment, Wizard Purr appeared to intimidate him. Shut your trap and move your feet, you peasant. This made Azie break out in a cold sweat. Azie stepped inside. Since there was no furniture, every sound they made was amplified. Azie was exhausted, panting for air. Isac, meanwhile, was busy assessing the surroundings. Seems like the inside is even worse than the outside. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Seeing a thin mist floating around, Isac thought in surprise. Huh? Wait, is that? And Wizard immediately explained it to him. This entire place has been sealed, master. Every door also has something like a protective barrier on it. Hearing this, Isac said gloomily, what a pain. Azie was drenched in sweat. He tried to suggest, hey, how about we go back? Everything here is locked anyway. But things didn't go his way. Isac yanked his hair, making Azie yelp in pain. What the heck? He was hurting and jumped. He used both hands to try and stop Isac's yanking. Don't pull my hair. Huh? Seeing the portraits in front of him, Azie was a bit surprised. He moved closer. The former family heads. Looking at the paintings, he asked, are you trying to compete for the next family head position now, too? Speaking of which, he acted all smug. It's useless anyway, because the next position is definitely mine. He had barely finished acting high and mighty. When the ancestor's portrait he was so proud of was destroyed by Isac with a snap of his fingers. Azie was so shocked his eyeballs nearly popped out. Isac didn't stop moving. Azie screamed in panic, "Our ancestors! Hey, are you crazy? Why would you do that to the family heads?" Only then did Isac frown and explain. They shouldn't have put barriers on these portraits in the first place. Wizard Purr let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "The barrier is broken, master." This made Isac let out a big grin. "Awesome." He quickly jumped down to the floor. "Let's go." Seeing this, Azie asked curiously, "Hey, where are you going?" Isac was rolling like a little ball. He rolled forward, leaving Azie baffled. "Seriously, are you insane? You made this huge mess, and now where are you rolling off to?" The sealed door was kicked wide open by Isac. Looking at the scene inside, he felt very satisfied. "This is top tier." Isac immediately crawled inside and ordered Wizard, "Lock the door." This left Azie utterly confused. He tried to chase after Isac, the way you chase after a crush. "Hey, stop. Just stop. What the hell are you doing?" The door slowly closed. Isac looked at Azie with a smile. "A kid like you doesn't need to know." Azie's voice was still echoing outside. "You little piece of work." With everything settled, Isac sat down and let out a sigh of relief. A glow surrounded his body. "Let's begin." Outside, Azie was still banging on the door. "Get out of there. Right now. Hey, I'm telling on you to the grown-ups." While he was trying to persuade Isac to come out, a figure appeared behind him. "I'll tell them everything, and you'll be kicked out of here for sure." The family members had appeared behind him. Jilai called out softly, "Azie." He asked coldly. Azie finally turned around. "What are you doing here?" He quickly tried to explain. "Uncle, you're just in time." "Isac, that monster, the white-haired old lady barked angrily. "What do you think you're doing, Azie? You know the annex is off limits. What are you thinking, bringing Isac to this godforsaken place?" He stammered in a small voice, "Wait, what?" But he was immediately barked at by her. "Do you have any idea how many people saw you running around with Isac on your back? On top of that, there are traces of offensive holy arts in Isac's room." She questioned him coldly. "Are you going to take responsibility for all of this?" Azie was utterly bewildered, but he had no idea how to explain. "No, I didn't bring that brat here. And yeah, some of those spells were mine, but..." Jilai leaned down and lectured him softly. "Azie, you went too far this time. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that you caused trouble for a baby who hasn't even been weaned yet." He asked seriously, "Where did you lock Isac up?" This left Azie feeling so wronged he was speechless. "I didn't lock him up anywhere." He said something that no one believed. "Isac went in there all by himself." Jilai stood up and knocked on the door, asking those inside, "Isac, are you in there? Did Azie lock you in?" Everyone else just stood there helplessly. "Give me a break, uncle." Jilai was feeling very anxious given the situation. When he opened the door, the sight that met his eyes was Isac sobbing uncontrollably. "Isac." Even the white-haired old lady felt worried for him. "Are you okay, Isac?" "Oh dear, the poor thing looks terrible." Jilai hurriedly picked him up and comforted him by stroking his head. "Thank God you're okay." Although the boy looked quite frightened, it seemed like nothing bad had happened. Then he shot a glare toward Azie, his eyes far from friendly. He warned Azie coldly, "You need to go reflect on your actions, Azie." Azie was completely powerless now. He didn't know how to explain it. "No, it wasn't like that. Really. Meanwhile, Isac was feeling pretty smug. He even gave a little signal. "Thanks, kid." Isac flashed a provocative, triumphant smile. "Thanks to you, I just had a feast." This directly drove Azie into a blind rage. That little brat. Seeing this, the white-haired lady got worried for him. Why does the boy's blood pressure seem to be skyrocketing? It must be the cold air here. For a child so small. A blue light flickered in Isac's tiny hand. He smiled, thinking this far exceeded my expectations. I absorbed an amount of mana equivalent to 100 years of hard training in one go. He gripped it tighter in his hand. Yes, with this mana energy, he was feeling beyond satisfied, chuckling to himself. My whole body is shaking with excitement. I can finally move forward with that plan. However, this caused Jilai to misunderstand, thinking he was trembling from fear. Isac must have been so terrified. At the Joshua family estate, Jilai Joshua's voice rang out. "Isac, I want to introduce someone to you." Isac looked up curiously. Jilai turned to the person beside him. "This is Ashili. From now on, she will be in charge of taking care of you." Ashili gave a serious, simple introduction. "My name is Ashili Latcher, a holy knight of the Joshua family." Isac glanced at Ashili as she performed a respectful, half-kneeling salute. "I vow to serve you until my very last breath." Isac's face went flat as he thought. They're sending a babysitter to watch me because of what happened last time. Huh? He sat with his hands on his hips. Acting all high and mighty, he said gaga. Translation: "Hey you, get out. You're fired. Get out of my sight." As he spoke, he tried to make a dangerous face to scare her. Ashili and Jilai looked at the baby on the table in surprise. She stepped closer to him and whispered, "Young master." "Jilai, can I pinch his cheeks just once?" Her face right now was like a hardcore fan meeting their idol. Isac was completely done with this situation. Why are there so many weirdos in this family? Jilai pulled something from his pocket. "Oh, right. Isac, here, I have a gift for you." It turned out to be an old ring placed in a simple box. Isac froze, judging it harder than a fashion critic. Did Uncle pick this up from the trash? Wizard's face beside him also clearly screamed pass as he added, "I thought I just misheard, but for real, the Joshua family must be facing a serious financial crisis. How can this piece of junk be a first birthday gift for my master?" But Ashili looked at it and gasped, "Oh my god. Isn't this the saintesses' heirloom?" Isac picked up the ring to examine it. "The saintesses' heirloom, huh?" Jilai smiled and rubbed the boy's head. "Your uncle got it from the council, just for you." Isac's eyes widened. Wait, for real? This was the ring that the saintesses had used in the battle against him. The ancestral ring. A ring containing a fragment of divine miracle. The holy power hidden within this thing was truly incredible. Isac's expression was becoming increasingly devious. He grinned dangerously while calculating. "Even so, it looks like it can only be used once or twice before it shatters. But I've already figured out a solution." He turned to look in a certain direction. In the distance, Goel Joshua was leaning against a tree, his face full of bitter resentment, gritting his teeth. That look on his face proved this thing was the real deal. He looked like he wanted to strangle his own nephew. Then he walked over with a fake smile to say hello. "Ah, Isac, my dear little nephew." Goel put on a friendly face that was faker than a plastic plant. "Oh, look how cute you are. I hope you're feeling comfortable here." Isac was momentarily shocked and totally grossed out. EW, what the hell? This is so cringe. Has he lost his mind? Goel was all smiles on the outside, but had a knife hidden behind his back. He cursed silently. Damn it, things had gotten complicated. I already sabotaged the blessing device in the relic archives, so this brat wouldn't get a blessing. But I never expected they'd give him the saintesses' heirloom instead. He recalled the scene earlier. The white-haired old lady had negotiated with Jilai. Since Isac can no longer receive the blessing, to be fair, we will give him this. Goel was so shocked he stammered. The saintesses' heirloom. Please give it to my son instead." She turned back and asked to Azie, "But hasn't the boy already received a blessing from the Holy See? Don't be so greedy. Now go back." He clenched his jaw, refusing to accept it. He thought to himself, I was planning to sneakily take it while pretending to donate it to the Holy See. That brat surely won't understand the true value of this anyway. He pulled something out from under his robe. He spoke with a dignified air. "If you're going to give a boy a gift, at least pick something decent. That thing is completely useless." Jilai asked irritably, "Useless? Are you calling the saintesses' heirloom useless?" His brother opened a luxurious golden box. He continued, "Isac is my precious nephew too. How could I give him something worthless?" Inside the box he opened was a ring. It was extravagant and sparkling. "This ring has received many direct blessings from the Holy See. Therefore, keeping it will be much more beneficial for the boy when he enters the relic archives. This is a treasure so precious that someone like Jilai could never hope to own it. Isn't that right, kid? Now hand over that filthy old ring." Isac gave him a charitable smile and spat right his face. "Da, Fidno, get lost." He grabbed the fancy ring box and chucked it away. "Da, Dadai, get this smelly Pope stinking piece of junk out of here." "Da." Goel screamed, "Ga, what are you standing there for? Go find that ring now." Jilai, witnessing everything, thought to himself, that ring looked 1,000 times more valuable than the one I gave him. Yet he still chose mine. He reached out to Isac. "My dear nephew, from now on, I will bring you all the best things in this world." Ashili chimed in, "Master Isac is the best." The two were full of love, tossing the baby up like a ball. On the other side was a panicked mob scurrying to find a ring. "It's too deep. Master Goel, the grass is too tall. Find it at all costs. If it's lost, your lives are forfeit." Isac, while being pampered, crossed his arms smugly and smirked. "I used gravity magic on it. You're never finding it." Wizard flattered him, as expected of my master. Deciding to even touch that stinky thing with one finger was truly admirable. "You can pick it up at dawn." "Me? You mean you're not doing it? That thing is worth a fortune. I'm going to sell it." On the other side, Goel was still clutching his head and screaming in frustration. Gah! Back in his room. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice low and furious at the guard standing opposite him. "That brat. Does he have any idea how expensive that was? What the bay? Forget it. I bet he doesn't even know how to use that ring properly. It's actually a fitting item for someone who can't even use holy arts. It needs to absorb the holy power of at least 20 people to even activate. Of course, that's impossible. I wonder if even 10 people will show up." for his first birthday. The next day, at the Joshua estate, the place was bustling with families and their children, all chatting noisily. Ashili, holding Isac, was impressed. Wow, incredible. Over 148 saint candidates have arrived, including nobles and their retinues. About 4,000 people have gathered today. It seems all the ducal families and dozens of marquises have shown up. Even the emperor is here. Other nations even sent their own candidates. Pretty wild, right? Isac was fast asleep in her arms, mumbling in his dreams, do I. Then he woke up and thought, why are there so many candidates? Are those gods so lazy they just scatter them everywhere? Wizard replied, they're exactly the type to do that. Jilai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Surprising. I thought no one would come, thinking this was a trap. A voice from the door interrupted. How could they think that, my friend? Long time no see, Jilai. The newcomer was the chairman of one of the 3 major merchant guilds in the empire, Jilai's best friend, Count Simon Ager. Jilai was surprised. Simon, you came too? He chuckled and continued. Rumors have spread across the whole empire, so of course I had to show up. Everyone knows this isn't a trap, so they decided to join. Besides, aren't the weaklings of the Joshua family participating too? Ha. Not to mention the rewards the family head of Joshua has put up. How could I miss out on that? Even the Pope's family is coming. Hearing this, Isac grew curious. What kind of reward did she put up? Jilai asked in disbelief. Stop joking. How could the Pope's family participate? Simon shrugged nonchalantly. Just a guess. No way those stuck-up jerks would step onto Joshua territory. Except for our Pruitt family. Everyone else is just dirty commoners to them. Simon lowered his voice. Why? My son, Amon, is also a saint candidate. This event is hosted by the Joshua family. After all, there's no reason for the Pope's kin to be here. You should think carefully before you speak. A figure opened the door and walked in. Oh, whatever. Those people always look like they just stepped in dog shit. Someone interrupted him. As the old saying goes, nothing is more dangerous than a vulgar friend. Oh my. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients is never wrong. Simon was terrified. Jilai called the man's name nervously. Cardinal Pruitt. Hiji Pruitt. Hiji Pruitt smiled dangerously and said, I didn't expect the weaklings of the Joshua family to host an event like this. I hope this green boy brings something back from the archives to save some face for your family. I was curious to see what the child who dares to call himself a Joshua saint candidate looks like. But now, I don't see the brat anywhere. Whatever. Regardless, this is an opportunity for you. I offer my sincerest prayers to you, in hopes that this saint candidate can boost your family's reputation. Jilai thought to himself, could this be a trick orchestrated by the Holy See? The fact that the number of saint candidates jumped from 25 to 148 in just 1 week was already fishy. The only explanation is that the Holy See ignored the fact that these candidates appeared out of nowhere. Everyone will try to get their child to become a candidate. But once those kids are inside the vault, they'll inevitably try to eliminate the weaker rivals. It's very likely they'll harm the boy in the chaos. At that thought, his fists clenched involuntarily. He turned back to look at Isac. If that happens, then Isac will be in danger. Meanwhile, our protagonist, being hugged tightly by Ashili, was innocently picking his nose with a confused look. A son of the Joshua family? Besides his good looks and family name, he's completely useless. However, for those greedy for the superior genes of the Joshua family, or those trying to suck up to the Pope's family, those who despise the saintesses' bloodline, the child of the Joshua family is the perfect prey. Give this to the Joshua family brat. Just as a little prank, okay? It won't kill him, but he won't be able to do anything else. Mix this medicine into his water and use the saint. Poison. Let's teach that brat a lesson about how cruel this world is. Humiliate him in front of everyone, and announce to the entire world that the Joshua child will never be able to become a saint. At this moment, Isac was chugging several bottles given by those kids. After finishing, he happily wiped his mouth. Man, that hits the spot. The kids witnessing this were shocked and terrified. They whispered to each other, guys, I'm scared. Just how many bottles has he finished? Isac chucked a bottle at a brown-haired kid's head. He ordered, bring me more. This poison can't kill me. The kid who got hit was so scared he started crying. Ow. Isac shook another bottle around. I said, bring more. The kids began to panic and back away. Some even burst into tears. I want to go home. This is scary. They gossip, what's wrong with that kid? I thought you put laxatives in there. Did he drink the wrong bottle? Is he some kind of freak? I don't think so. Let's get out of here. Azie Joshua's face turned pale with embarrassment. Why is he drinking so much? This is so humiliating. Stop dragging the Joshua name through the mud. If you're a saint candidate, you should at least know when something's wrong. He snatched the bottle Isac was chugging and yelled, stop drinking. Are you really that thirsty? Isac looked confused by his actions. Azie held out another bottle to him. Here, If you want to drink, drink this. Before he could finish, he caught a bottle right in the face. Isac snapped back, but this one isn't poisoned. Give it here. Give me the one with the deadly poison. The kid holding the poison bottle rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Why is he so hyper? But this is saint poison." Another kid tried to stop him. "Are you crazy? If he drinks that, he'll die instantly." Isac's jaw dropped. "Saint poison? Then give it the hell here." He jumped forward, his eyes shining brighter than car headlights. His excitement made the other kid scream in terror. The kids scrambled and fought. It was a total mess. Other kids watching from the side huddle up to gossip. "It seems he has a strong poison resistance. I heard someone can reach a level where they can decompose toxins themselves by training their holy power." "What? Are you saying this baby has already reached that level? But then why is he looking for bottles of poison? Maybe he wants to make sure no one else drinks them because they're dangerous?" Azie, sitting in a corner, heard this and smirked. "Bullshit." Then a voice rang out. "Really? Are you all implying that the brat is sacrificing himself?" Azie's eyes widened in surprise. Why is he here? I never heard anything about the Pope's family participating. The white-haired boy standing there was indeed the direct descendant of the Pope's family, Kina Pruitt. Other kids also started buzzing. "Wait, isn't that Kina Pruitt? Why is the Pope's family in the saintesses' relic archives? Oh my god, looks like we already know who the winner is." Isac, after winning against that kid, nonchalantly sat on him and downed the bottle. He noticed the commotion over here. "Oh ho, so that's the kid guaranteed to be the saint? But can the Pope's Pruitt family even have such a pure hair color? Is it bleached? All the other guys in that family have hair the color of crap." Kina gave a faint smile and replied, "What's so strange about a member of the Pope's family being in the saintesses' relic archives? My family stands at the top of all clerics. Therefore, the saintesses' relic archives also belong to my family. I'm just here to take what's mine. Why do you find it so odd?" Isac smirked and judged him silently. Looking at the way he talks so arrogantly, he's definitely from the Pope's family. But that kid is a monster too. His amount of pure holy power even exceeds that of a bishop. Truly the number 0 saint candidate. Are you planning to use such vulgar methods to insult the family head? And you still call yourselves saint candidates? Kina Pruitt continued. How pathetic. What's so great about humiliating a child? There's no way a child can have poison resistance. It must be the saintess's power. Trying to protect this child. He walked over to Isac, knelt down, and smiled at him. Isac sighed and thought, so stupidity is hereditary too? See no summoned. Holy power, and said gently, poor thing. It's okay, let me detoxify you. The kid's around the bust. He can already use detoxification holy arts at this age. Look at that amount of holy power. It must be at least level 5. Isac looked at him with pure disdain. Oh, who is this kid trying to flex on? Is he trying to use me to show off his skills? Smart move. If you want it here. He smiled and let out a loud burp right in Kina Pruitt's face. The boy froze in a daze. A kid nearby shouted, did the holy power disappear? Kina Pruitt turned back, his eyes filled with shock. Was my holy power neutralized? Impossible. Especially by a brat like him. Isac acted all innocent while playing around. Kina looked at his own hands, questioning his life choices. Is he actually stronger than me? That Joshua family insect? Isac saw him glaring and glared right back. What the hell are you looking at, kid? I'll smash your skull with this bottle. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward, hugging him tightly and screaming, don't do it. The drama-hungry crowd gasped. Oh my god. Is he looking after that baby because they're from the same family? That brat just slapped the person trying to save him. How disrespectful. Do they really think they stand a chance against the Pope's family? Does he honestly think he can protect that child? Azie held onto the struggling Isac, thinking to himself, you idiots, if it weren't for me, that bottle would have been smashed against your heads already. Kina Pruitt regained his usual arrogant composure. He spoke magnanimously. It's fine. I probably just startled the little guy. After all, he's just a baby. Anyway, good luck to you all. You descendants of the Joshua family should at least try to do something to save your family's face. Azie and Isac both gritted their teeth in fury. But naturally, the best treasure here will be mine. After all, a Joshua wouldn't even dare go near the skeleton demon king's corpse. Azie muttered, what an obnoxious brat. What the hell is he trying to do? Showing off. Isac suddenly lunged forward and shouted, die. Azie jumped in fright. What did that white-haired bastard just say? Did he just mention the skeleton demon king's corpse? He grabbed Isac's arm, his voice trembling. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Stop yanking my head. The family head promised to grant a secret art to whoever brings back the skeleton demon king's body. Isac stayed still and whispered. His voice was hollow and breathless. Me, Melissa, you, how dare you play around with my corpse? Isac's face began to glow with rage. The children had started to split off into small groups. Isac sat there in a daze. I've accumulated mana. For centuries within my body. If I could get it back, reaching level 10 won't be an issue. But now these brats are all guarding it. So I have no way to sneak it out. Whatever. Whoever gets in my way gets stepped on. Thinking this, he threw the bottle in his hand to the ground. An elder's voice rang out. Everyone gather around. You're about to head out. So listen carefully to what I say from now on. This relic archive is a sacred sanctuary. It stores the relics of previous saintesses. Hearing this, he thought, another history lesson. Were we ever going to get out of here? This is boring as hell. I'm leaving. Azie chased after him. Wait. Hey, where do you think you're going? He used his legs to build momentum. He lunged forward with a bang, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Azie turned his face away to avoid it. He quickly called out to the elder. Isac has. The brat, looking happier than a lottery winner, dashed off. Time to use the holy art I just learned. The elder shouted a warning. Isac, that's a restricted area. If you go that way, all the traps in the archive will be triggered. Hearing that, everyone was terrified and started chasing after him when ordered, stop that. That brat right now. Joshua Estate Banquet Hall. Ashili spoke anxiously to Jili, standing nearby. I hope the young master is okay. The host announced. We have established a connection with the interior of the relic archive. My summon is following the third-rank candidate. I will provide updates to everyone. The door to the first archive has opened. The candidates are currently passing through. Jili was equally worried, thinking, it's starting already? The current third position is Amon Ager. Simon screamed in delight. That's my boy. In second place is Vu Joshua. Goel was a bit surprised and bragged proudly. That's my son. And the first position belongs to. Huh, it's Isac. Jili and Ashili's eyes widened in surprise. The speakers seemed ready to explode. Repeating, it's Isac Joshua. But the elder chasing after him was about to lose it. Isac, please, not that way. Then he accidentally stepped on a mechanism. If you keep running, more traps will be triggered. Boom. A bolt of lightning hit the elder directly, making him scream. Azie, terrified, screamed along with the elder. The scene was pure chaos. Kids are running everywhere. Some are crying while running. Mom, I'm sorry. Save me. Azie cried silently, blaming this lunatic. Why did you run there and cause this mess? Ugh. Challenges of the archive are dangerous enough, and now we have to dodge traps meant for intruders. Isac didn't give a damn and kept speeding forward. He arrived before a massive door. He stopped and asked, So this is the door leading to the second archive? The second trap door has been activated. Please enter through the side door of the second archive. Azie shouted a warning. Isac, not there. Wizard suddenly appeared and said, Excellent, master. Thanks to the mana you absorbed at the annex. I've leveled up. Isac smirked more deviously than a greedy capitalist. Good. Now I can make you work harder. Damn it, go bring it all back here. With that, Wizard zoomed off to follow orders. The kids outside finally regained their composure and took a break to talk. I didn't know it was this hard. So this is why the saintesses were so powerful. Huh? A boy pointed toward Azie, who was floating in midair. Isn't that the kid from the Joshua family? Yeah, I think his name is Sue something. How's that guy flying? His family must have taught him beforehand. That's totally unfair. Azie sighed. They didn't teach me anything, you morons. Like I actually want to be floating like this. Put me down already. And Wizard dropped him, making him fall flat on his face. Then it reported, Master, I have secured the safety of our informant. Azie scrambled to his feet and said, Stop this right now. I don't know how you passed the first trial of the archives, the trial of choice, but from the second archive onwards, one tiny mistake could kill you. You have to fight your fears and choose the difficult path to enhance your perception of God. Isac interrupted him with a bolt of lightning. You talk too much. Whatever, fine. Just explain what's inside the second archive. Once you enter, remember, never attack the enemy. Understand? Do not attack them. What? That sounds like BS. Why can't I attack my enemies? That's the only way to pass the second vault. No matter what appears, you must stand still for 3 minutes before they vanish. Say you understand, or we're both dead. Isac felt himself losing patience. Lame. Are they trying to test my patience? People have actually died from this. Arig. It's not that hard. Just don't attack, right? 3 minutes is nothing for me. He pushed open the heavy doors. A voice rang out. Welcome to the path of calm. Patience is a virtue, as is cold logic. Stay calm and steadfast, and that patience will lead you to the light. The scene shifted to another area. It was Kina Pruitt's group. A blue-haired minion asked anxiously, Are you sure it's okay? We're the very back. Kina turned back with a confident smile. There's no reason for us to go first on such a dangerous path. Those meat shields will take the hits for us. Have you forgotten that a level 8 demon is guarding the door to the second archive. I'm sure the ones leading the pack are stuck there right now. See that? He pointed toward the distance. That's the second door, slightly ajar. The trial has begun. Inside the second archive. Do not waver. A figure gradually appeared. It was a handsome divine spirit. Looking radiant, he continued, and that patience will lead you to the light. Barely 3 seconds had passed. Isac unleashed his holy power, vaporizing the guy instantly. Screw this. Seeing that, Azie's hope of survival vanished. He remembered Isac confidently saying earlier, 3 minutes is nothing for me. Oh my god. He couldn't help but scream. You lunatic. Isac gritted his teeth. How am I supposed to stand still while looking at a god's face? Wizard Per chimed in. I think 3 seconds was already too long. A gloomy announcement rang out. You have failed. Those who lack patience shall be punished by the divine. A monster stepped out from nowhere. Azie felt his soul leave his body and muttered, it's over. I'm dead for sure now. Isac smirked and took a stance, summoning a powerful red holy power, and then unleashed. A blast that took the monster out before it even got close. Azie's jaw hit the floor as he stammered. The monster had been blown to bits like firecrackers. Wizard watched in stunned silence, thinking, what the hell just happened? Its remains turned into a messy pile of dirt and rocks. He thought to himself, this is level 8? Are you kidding me? My subordinate's magic created this golem. The elite demons of the Skeleton Demon King, the 14 retainers. This is their unique magic. Now, they've turned into lapdogs for the Joshua family? Or is it because this place is somehow connected to my body? I have to go see for myself. Azie saw Isac starting to run off again and hurriedly asked, hey, where do you think you're going now? A triumphant laugh rang out from behind. Ah, I never expected the descendants of the Joshua family to help us out like this. They stepped out from behind the bushes. Leading them was a red-haired brat who pointed. See that? I'm telling you, those Joshua people know how to beat the trials. He's Nizer Beat Nizer, one of the 5 faithful, the 3rd son of Duke Beat Nizer. Nizer let out a smug laugh. Thanks for taking down the gatekeeper for us. Now scram. We're going to be the first ones into the second archive. You have no idea what we went through because of that damn brat. Exactly. If that kid got in first, he'd just trigger every single trap inside. But Isac didn't listen to a word, only wondering. How are there still so many of them alive? Nizer continued to taunt. I never expected a Joshua descendant to be so devious. Azie, you're in cahoots with him, aren't you? Azie looked blankly with a question mark over his head. Me and him? No way. I already told you no. Are you even listening? Nizer walked up to Isac and said, everyone saw this kid dodge all the traps, right? Do you think he could do it alone? Look at that. It's an artifact. This ring definitely has some magic infused in it. He snatched the ring from Isac's neck and held it up to show off. Look, everyone, with this, we can dodge all the traps up ahead. Azie sat nearby, looking down on them. These kids are all wrong, man. But seeing him stay so calm, it's actually terrifying. He's not the type to just let someone walk off with his stuff. Nizer and his gang took the ring and headed in first. Just stay there, Joshua. I'll be the one to bring back the Skeleton Demon King's corpse. Something no one has ever done. It'll definitely be me, the 3rd son of the Duke Beat Nizer family. Nizer Beat Nizer. The boy cheered as if he'd already won. He was having a blast, until he felt a mysterious surge of power that froze the smile right off his face. Boom! A horrific explosion happened in an instant, mingled with high-pitched screams. Azie gritted his teeth, dodging the debris. It's a trap. What the hell? Isac used them as bait. Inside the smoke-filled room, the second archive, Azie carried Isac on his shoulders past the scatter bodies. Isac glanced at them with a smirk. All the minds here have been cleared. Thanks, boys. But his eyes turned dull as he began to ponder. Why were those brats following me anyway? The remaining kids watched in admiration. That baby must have some kind of divine sense. Makes sense, since he's from the saintesses family. Nizer was acting so weird earlier. That ring just looked like an old antique. No way someone from the Joshua family would cheat like that. Wizard giggled behind its hand. Looks like they've realized your greatness, master. Truly wonderful, isn't it? Isac gritted his teeth, his face a giant wall of no thanks. I don't need their approval. Azie scoffed. These green kids don't know what's coming. They should run before it's too late. This brat is scarier than any demon. Another figure stepped forward and spoke. If there truly is a saint, I think that child is the most fitting candidate. Isac glanced over. A blond boy was smiling. He introduced himself as he approached. Pleasure to meet you, youngest of the Joshua family. I am Barrister Julius R., the 2nd prince of the kingdom of Julius R. The crowd began to whisper again. That's a kingdom east of the holy state of Helen. I heard the prince there received a god's blessing. Isac immediately drew a conclusion. Oh, this guy seems useful. Azie called out, Isac. Isac let out a sound in response. An announcement echoed. We have arrived. This is the door to the third archive. Before them stood a giant gate with intricate ancient patterns. Voices from a void began to echo. Welcome, candidates. This is the floor of memories. Show us your courage and determination. The kids following behind were excited. Great. We made it to the next archive. Good thing we followed this kid instead of Nizer. We're going to get the Demon King's corpse. The trial seems simple enough. Defeat us and claim your glory. The kids kept discussing excitedly. They told us to show courage, so we have to fight them, right? Let's go. Isac was still thinking. That gatekeeper could it be? Isac's gaze turned dangerous. I bet I'm right. This is going to be entertaining, he thought with delight. He signaled the kids to stop. Azie was sweating, trying to calculate. Isac always makes the right call. So that gatekeeper is lying. The first archive was about choice, and Isac just charged straight through. The second archive was about calmness, and Isac wasn't calm at all. This third one is about memories. That's the hint. We have to remember what happened in the first and second trials. We can't attack them. He waved his arms frantically. Judo. Everyone fall back. Huh? This way? Azie was stunned. Is Isac helping those people? No matter how mean he is, he's still a descendant of a saintess. Could her benevolent nature have awakened? Have I been misunderstanding Isac? All this time, this kid is going to sacrifice himself and lead everyone the right way. Isac let out a cackle and threw a holy orb straight into the monster's face. Azie was momentarily speechless. The monster roared in anger and gripped its weapon. You. At the same time, with lightning speed, he lunged forward and swung his blade, slashing toward the group of children. The man's voice was full of warning. You chose wrong. The children screamed frantically, help. Save us. Azie was terrified by the horrific scene before his eyes. Mommy. Azie froze. His whole body was paralyzed. His mind couldn't process what was happening. In contrast to Azie's suspicious attitude, Isac couldn't hide his delight. Is this guy for real? Isac smiled, so wide his eyes turned to slits, looking completely devious. It's been a long time since I've seen them. It's so stupid how easily they believe others' words. Listen, saint candidates. These are just puppets. Lies created by the magic of the 14 retainers. The scene was currently submerged in a sea of fire and dust, looking incredibly chaotic and dangerous. The boys were in a life-or-death situation. They were completely panicked, running around, crying for help. Where did the Joshua family people go? They were just here. Find them fast. But how could they find them? The two of them were now using level 6 invisibility holy arts to hide themselves from the world. This special ability helped Isac avoid the mess just in time, and he was constantly cheering inside. This is the blessing Uncle gave me for emergencies. Talk about perfect timing. Barrister then approached the two of them. He expressed his gratitude for being allowed to use this lifesaver with them. Thanks for casting that holy art on me too. Suddenly, the next second, Isac tossed Barrister a small, pretty object and wanted him to hold it. What's this? Once he had it in his hand and looked closely, 3 seconds later, he realized, a ring? Not only am I protected, but Isac even gave me an item. This made him deeply moved. Are you giving me this because I'm not used to fighting demons? For this precious item, he promised to take good care of it. Thanks a lot. I'll never forget this kindness. But wait for it. The words had barely left his mouth when the ring Barrister was holding drained all his life force, turning him into a shriveled corpse. But Wizard Purr, seeing this savage prank by its master, grinned broadly. As expected of my master. The two of them were happy, but right now, only Azie was likely saying a silent prayer for himself. Uncle, what kind of monster did you bring into this family? The scene shifted to later. Azie and a black-haired boy were struggling to fight a white-hooded boss. Is there anyone here who can use defensive holy arts? While the black-haired boy was creating a shield, Azie took the opportunity to create a light orb. I'll use this. Get behind me. However, the white-hooded boss had zero chill. He couldn't wait any longer and charged in with his weapon. Accept your punishment. After timing it perfectly, it was finally time for them to counterattack. Now, let's go. Take this. Without hesitation, he lunged toward him with a light orb in hand, preparing to send the white-hooded boss to meet his maker. But in the next second, something bizarre happened. Before he could even do anything, he collapsed on the ground, out cold. Seeing this magic from Canada moment, the black-haired boy turned to look at the unconscious Azie and wondered, hey, what happened? What's going on? While he was still dazed and didn't understand what was happening, that familiar ring appeared once again. And naturally, the black-haired boy's fate ended exactly like Barrister's. Both were drained of their energy, becoming shriveled corpses. Even the white-hooded boss's eyes went wide. His jaw dropped. He hadn't even made a move, yet the boy had already checked out. While he was still looking around, bewildered, the ring flew back toward Isac. Is there anyone else left for us to trick? Wizard, after sowing disaster. among those kids immediately reported to him. The ring has absorbed all the holy power from the kids on this side, Master. Then go to the other side. As you wish. It couldn't disobey him. So it hauled tail to another spot to find its next prey. And then, one by one, every child was targeted by Wizard Purr and had their holy power drained in vain. What's happening? Don't hate me. The white-hooded boss was beyond confused. He was floored when the kids he was fighting suddenly all collapsed. These lying puppets won't attack enemies that have been neutralized. So, passing out from being drained of holy power is better than getting hurt. After absorbing holy power from quite a few people, it reported to Isac, Master, almost done. But while in the middle of the task, Wizard Purr had to freeze for a few seconds when it saw a space rift in front of it with powerful lightning energy. What is that? Before it could finish its thought, the next second, that power amplified and intensified the lightning, causing the white-robed boss to kick the bucket too. That power was so out of the league that Wizard had to back away, not daring to face it head-on. After the boss hit the ground, totally out of commission, the one responsible for that shockwave finally revealed himself. Found you, Joshua. And that person was none other than Kina. He appeared with a satisfied look now that he'd found him. But while Azie was looking at him with his jaw practically on the floor, Isac was perfectly chill. I was wondering where this guy went. Finally decided to show up, huh? Azie was still in total shock at Kina's earth-shattering power. Oh my god, I knew he was a genius, but in an instant, then something even more terrifying appeared before Azie's eyes. It was a pair of massive wings from a holy beast he summoned. He can already summon a holy spirit at this age? Is he hacking the game, or what? In the next second, Kina placed his hand on the head of the eagle, who looked cool as hell, and flashed a confident smile. While Azie was still trying to process everything, Kina spoke up again. You surprised me. I didn't think anyone else here besides me could destroy demons. Isac didn't even get a chance to answer before Kina cut him off to taunt him. Or did you just lure those kids into a trap like in the first trial? If so, surprise, old man. Everything was not at all what he thought. The other boys were safe and sound and slowly approached them. No, that child tried to pass the trial for us. The boy even showed us which way to go. That boy is our savior. Isac was at a loss for words. It seemed these kids had gone crazy too. Even Wizard teased him. Is this that Stockholm Syndrome people talk about? Hearing that, Kina started looking at them with total disdain. Savior? Aren't you guys ashamed to call yourselves saint candidates? I can't believe you need help from baby. But faced with Kina's punchable face and words, they couldn't take it anymore and snapped back. Hey, you've been hiding this whole time, so why are you barking so loud? Did you help at all while we were busting our asses looking for traps? Everyone around joined in, defending him. Exactly. Isac acts more like a saint than you do. You're always dodging danger. When we get out of here, we're telling our parents everything. In an instant, Kina was totally humiliated. This is all thanks to Isac, while you haven't done squat. Everyone, let's tell our parents that following the Joshua family is the way to go. At this point, only Azie knew Isac's true colors. That's not it. This evil brat is just exploiting you guys. Meanwhile, the boys were still standing Isac hard. Without them, we would have been in big trouble. Suddenly, the next second, the ground shook violently, and a new event unfolded before their eyes. Looking ahead, a massive orb of light was ascending into the air, and a giant door appeared. Everyone quickly gathered in front of the door, speculating. That's the real door to the third archive, right? I think so. Does that mean the second trial is over? Looks like it. No need for more guessing. The next second, an official announcement was made. Congratulations, candidates, on passing the second trial. I'm a final gatekeeper of the relic archives. Then, a pivotal moment arrived. Now choose. Two options were quickly presented. While the candidates were panicking, unsure of what to do, Kina remained perfectly calm. End the trial here and choose your treasure, or continue to face the challenges to reach the third archive. Obviously the latter. After hearing a candidate's answer, the system repeated, choose carefully. End the trial here and pick a treasure, or continue facing the trials to reach the third archive. And of course, everything has its price. The system immediately warned. If you pass the trial, you can find treasures in the third archive. But if you fail, you will die. Standing on the thin line between life and death, everyone was incredibly anxious because they knew one wrong choice would end it all. After listening intently for a while, Isac and Wizard Purr had a hunch. Master, judging by the mana I sense from that voice, it's a dragon. After silently confirming that everything was real, Isac's face wrinkled seriously. Then everything he said about death is true. Although death sounded scary, their fierce determination wouldn't let them quit now. I'm still choosing the trial. We work way too hard to get here to just stop. Yeah, if we get treasures from the third archive, we'll definitely become saints. Hearing that, the other candidates quickly joined in enthusiastically. Me too. I want to go to the third archive. The system asked once more to confirm. So you're choosing to face the danger and the trial? Seeing everyone so fired up and ready for battle, it was satisfied. Very well. As you wish. The next second, they were transported to the next trial. While everyone else was panicked, Isac gave a devious smile now that he'd achieved his goal. Then accept the trial. The entire space began to change, preparing to send the candidates to their next ordeal. These people who gathered here to become saints. The next second, a powerful energy explosion erupted from the ground, shattering rocks. The ground then shook, officially starting the next thrilling stage. Accept the trial. On Isac's face, the excitement and thrill were clear. The final trial is simple enough. Immediately, a statue of God, extending one hand, appeared before them. Praise our God. The candidates approached the statue and looked up. What's this? Another statue? Is that our God? The mission they needed to complete. To pass this stage was then revealed. Show your reverence to your God. Only those who prove their faith may proceed to the third archive. The task seemed a bit vague, so the candidates started racking their brains on what to do. Is all we have to do kneel and pray before that statue? But this is a trial. That seems too simple. Hearing that he might have to kneel before this statue, Isac made a disgusted face. Not in a million years. And the reason he opposed it with every fiber of his being was simply because there's no way in hell I'm kneeling to that guy. Especially since he played me for centuries and tricked me at the very last minute. The black-haired boy then stepped forward. It's not too hard, right? We just need to pray to God, right? He didn't hesitate and immediately knelt on one knee below the statue to show his sincerity. Then the black-haired boy raised both hands high and began to pray. O Supreme One, Most High, worthy of all glory and honor. This servant bows in worship. Who would have thought that the black-haired boy's prayer would actually touch the heart of the statue? You were taught well. Yes, very good. Pass. Seeing how simple it was, the remaining candidates scrambled. We just have to pray? For real? Suddenly, Isac jumped down from Azie's head, causing him to panic slightly. Because of his deep grudge against this statue, he insisted on pushing the prayer duty onto Azie. You should pray. Why the hell should I do that? But while he was clutching his leg in agony, because Isac had just given him a painful kick, Kina stepped forward. With all his experience, he looked incredibly confident that he would ace this. We were taught how to pray at the Holy See. Watch this. The next second, he placed his hands on the ground and showcased his high-level prayer skills for everyone to witness. Check this out. Although we don't know how many points his sincerity got, his showboating was definitely in the negatives. This is the proper posture when worshiping our God. Even though Kina was being extra and a total tryhard, the others followed suit. I want to do it too. Me too. But while everyone was busy praying, only Azie stood there frozen like a statue. O Supreme One, Most High, I bow in worship. Shortly after, he was called out. What are you just standing there for? Do you want to give up and accept death? No, I'll do it. Me too. Hearing that, Azie immediately joined his hands and prayed with everyone else. But what caught the statue's attention most right now was Isac's audacity. Going against the rest of the world, he remained stubborn, refusing to kneel. That one, the baby, why won't you kneel? Only an idiot would do that. But faced with his death-defying bluntness, the other candidates were totally floored. What's up with this kid? Does he have a problem with his faith? So the rumors about the Joshua family losing their faith are true? Hearing the others gossip about his family, Azie was beyond salty. That little brat. Stop dragging our name through the mud and just pray already. Kina was also completely baffled by Isac's bold move. Everything here is being recorded. Does that brat want to blow his chance at becoming a saint? No matter how talented he is, without faith, he's nothing. I shouldn't have bothered with him in the first place. And naturally, the statue was triggered by his I don't give a damn attitude. What an act of disrespect from a child of the saintesses family. Even though the situation was looking bad for him, he refused to bow to that statue. I'd rather die than kneel to you. Kill me if you're so tough. But before Isac could even finish, he was silenced by an invisible force acting on him. Not a funny prank. The statue was done playing. In an instant, it unleashed a wave of dark energy to force him to his knees. And finally, no matter how stubborn Isac was, he had to submit. Insolent. Accept your punishment. Pinioned by the statue's dark energy, he was fuming. Piss off. I'm going to smash this statue to pieces. Wizard, seeing him boil over like a pot of water, anxiously tried to stop him. Master, that's too dangerous. But the recent incident was truly beyond his breaking point. Isac's hand caught fire as he prepared to throw a punch. However, just when it seemed the statue would wreck him, it pulled a complete 180 and praised him. Excellent. The statue's comment left Isac frozen for 5 seconds, unable to process what just happened. Life is truly full of plot twists. Somehow, his rebellious act got him through at the 11th hour. You pass. Baby candidate, proceed to the 3rd archive. What? Seeing that he had been kneeling until his knees were about to snap for nothing while Isac passed so easily, the boy was confused. You said we had to show faith to pass. That brat didn't even pray, yet he passed. That's total BS. But wait for it. A few seconds later, it all made sense. That baby is the only one qualified to pass through this door. Only he showed true faith to the gods. No, the man himself spoke up, and Kina was forced to shut his trap. You really don't get it? Then the statue dropped a truth bomb. You knelt to a statue, not a god. Don't tell me. Your faith is just kneeling before a block of stone. As expected, this 3rd trial wasn't as easy as they thought. It was a total riddle. After hearing the statue hit the nail on the head, there was no room for argument. Even though it looked like a god, a statue is still just a symbol. The other candidates were now in a state of total panic. We were tricked? That's crazy. That statue looks exactly like our god in the holy paintings. Well, the scriptures do mention not worshipping idols. Cutting the chatter, the statue pointed toward Isac. Look at that child. Even in the face of death, he refused to submit and held onto his faith. Therefore, only that child is worthy of entering the 3rd archive. When Wizard saw that his master's disrespect was taken as faith, it couldn't help but snicker. Faith, huh? But no matter how many times he heard it, Kina couldn't accept this magic from Canada logic. I don't accept this. That brat can't even talk yet. How could you possibly know he didn't kneel because of faith? Hearing his heated protest, Wizard started trolling him. I think he's got a point. You clearly didn't mean to do that. After failing to win the argument, Kina delivered a line that stunned Isac. Furthermore, if he has such faith, then why doesn't he have stigma on his body? Hearing this, Isac froze. Kina's last move was a low blow. Suddenly, he became the center of attention. The kid doesn't have one? I have mine right here. How can a saint candidate not have a stigma? On Kina's face was a satisfied smirk, having finally scored a solid hit on him. He's the only one among all the candidates without a stigma. Give it up, kid. You're not fit to be a saint without one. After hearing what he said, the statue asked again, are you saying a saint candidate has no mark? But Kina lost the round win. The statue kept defending Isac, no matter what. It's because he's still a baby. That comment from the statue left the other candidates speechless. Kina was being hit with one surprise after another. That sounds so fake. And wait, you can move. The statue picked its nose and repeated, like I said, he's just too small. The other candidates started clamoring for fairness. Then let me in too. If someone without a stigma gets in, why can't I, who has one? Yeah, I have one too. That proves I'm a candidate. You guys need to understand, having a stigma doesn't make you special. Then a tense dialogue broke out between the two sides. You guys really think so? Yeah. So you all want to enter the 3rd archive, right? Exactly. The statue stood pensive for a moment, pondering what to do. After racking its brain for a bit, the statue made a decision that made everyone happy. Fine, then go in. I'll allow it. Awesome. Now we can enter the 3rd archive. Even Azie was completely stunned. He's letting us in that easily? But of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The statue then pulled a 180. I mean, if you want to jump into the fire like moths, be my guest. I'll definitely let you in. After a savage grin, it gradually faded into the air. The door in front of them slowly creaked open, revealing a pitch-black space that looked incredibly ominous. A bone-chilling cold gusted out from that space, hitting the candidates. Everyone who came into contact with this eerie energy started shaking like a leaf, their faces turning pale. Now your 80-second ordeal truly begins. Can you feel it? That's the dark mana radiating from the skeleton demon king. Know your place. You fools. I was going to spare those who couldn't handle the dark mana. The situation looked bad. Everyone started collapsing. This is too much. Amidst the chaos, only one person wasn't heavily affected and could still smile. Isac. He was the only one grinning from ear to ear, looking forward with total excitement. Great. Finally, Isac has managed to crawl. Finally, I've made it here to reunite with my beloved body. This is it. My body. The body of the skeleton demon king is lying right in there. Isac smiled, thinking excitedly. I never thought the day would come where we'd reunite after I self-destructed in the celestial realm. Holy crap, look at all that dark mana leaking out. Thinking this, he put on a greedy face. The voice from the fireball rang out. Look, that child has proven his faith. That is the face of a brave warrior. Hearing this, the black-haired boy and the blonde boy thought to themselves. Sure, but his eyes look like a total junkie's. What kind of demon baby is he? The red fireball continued to speak. It's still not too late. Those who cannot smile. When facing death should turn back now. If you give up right now, I will allow you to choose a treasure from the second archive. Hearing that, the brown-haired boy cursed under his breath. Damn it. How am I supposed to get past this terrifying dark mana? The boy in black intended to quit. I'm not going in. Entering means dying. The black-haired boy also wanted to give up. I guess I'll just try to pick the best item in the second archive. Suddenly, Kina stepped forward and denied them. I don't need any treasures from the second archive. We are going into the third archive. So, go ahead and activate every single trap in there. The black-haired boy cursed in his mind. This lunatic. The fireball asked with interest, are you serious? Si no replied. No saint in history has ever been able to retrieve the skeleton demon king's corpse. Even the legendary saintess Melissa couldn't do it. The fireball acted surprised. It seems you know something about the third archive, huh? Kina smirked, speculating to himself. There's no way Saintess Melissa would let these kids die. This must just be a method to weed out the weak candidates. Kina spoke up. I don't want to hear stuff like we'll get the treasure without any trouble anymore. So, restore the third archive to its original state at the maximum danger level. That way, I'll be rated even higher than the saintess. Isac glanced at Kina and thought this kid has lost his damn mind too. The fireball agreed. If you say so, then fine. That makes it easier for me to determine. Who the real saint is. After speaking, it released purple mist toward the children. The brown-haired boy shoved Kina forward and screamed, go in by yourself if you want. Why are you dragging us into this? At that moment, everyone was sent floating in the air by the purple mist from the fireball. The brown-haired boy was also enveloped in the purple mist. Floating around, growls echoed from the skeleton in the lake, mingling with the screams. For the children, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Isac thought excitedly. This is total chaos. Suddenly, Wizard Purr called out Master, pointing toward the hand bone twitching in the middle of the lake. It shouted, your body is over there. Isac praised happily, good job, my body. It's absorbing the energy in the third archive. The brown-haired boy saw the hand bone and wondered, is that the skeleton demon king's corpse? The black-haired boy asked in surprise, just a hand is radiating that much dark mana? Isac answered smugly in his head. It's not even a whole hand. It's just a thumb. Is that all that's left of me? The rest are all fakes. He looked at the thumb, which was slowly absorbing the mana energy. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mana surrounded the hand bone, and from it, a demon soared up, startling everyone there. The black-haired boy screamed, a demon, while the brown-haired boy panicked. I thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial. The fireball questioned them. Didn't you guys ask to turn off all the safety features? Suddenly, Isac noticed something. Wait, that's... The demon stomped the ground and barked, you vermin. How dare you lust after the king's body? The blue-haired boy pointed at Kina and shifted the blame. This is all your fault. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Kina turned to walk away and replied, trust me. I guarantee you can leave here safely with the treasure. Kina smiled, thinking, the 14 retainers, elite subordinates trained by the Skeleton King himself, and also the idiots captured by the Pope's family. I prepared a holy art. Capable of countering that guy. The treasure will definitely be mine. At that moment, golden light beamed from Kina's eyes. The light flared up, creating a pair of angry eyes glaring at the demon and shouting kneel, making it look frightened. Seeing this, the black-haired boy was impressed, while the brown-haired boy recognized it as the light of the Pope's family. Kina thought happily, nice. It's working. Now I'll take it. While he was celebrating, the demon's voice cut off his thoughts. It's you, isn't it? It gradually approached him, making Kina panic. The demon said angrily, you vermin, how dare you lust after my king's body? The scene shifted outside, to the entrance to the relic archive. People were whispering and gossiping. What's going on in there? The feed was suddenly cut off, so... Suddenly, a young man ran up holding a stack of papers. With a panicked face, he cried, we've got a big problem. The demon seal in the third archive has been broken. Jilai and Simon were shocked by this news. Simon asked Jilai, the sealed demon is one of the 14 retainers, right? Jilai thought anxiously, how could this happen? If it's truly one of the 14 retainers, then everyone inside is in grave danger. A man in brown wondered, what about the elders sent in as supervisors? The man in black replied, they went missing while trying to disable the traps in the vault. An elder spoke up, does that mean the children inside are in extreme danger? They began to panic. How can children handle monsters like those? We have to stop the trial and get them out. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the door. Everyone was startled. A beam of light burst forth from the doorway, blinding everyone present. Simon wondered, what is that? Jilai thought, is the relic archive opening? What's with that blinding light? The man in black warned, please stay away from the entrance. The leaking dark mana could be dangerous. An elder nearby stopped him. Wait a moment. I don't feel a demonic presence at all. An elder woman asked, has it been defeated? Hiji heard this and praised happily in his mind. Good job, Kina. Others asked in surprise. You mean the demon guarding the skeleton demon king's corpse was defeated? Then one of the saint candidates must have done it. Simon looked at Jilai with worried suspicion. Jilai, could it be? Suddenly, a voice cut in. It must be Kina, as expected of the Pope's family. Jilai bit his lip in anger. An elder came over to congratulate them. Congratulations, Cardinal. Another person flattered. A truly worthy result for the strongest saint candidate. Hiji spoke up proudly. It seems Kina has completed the mission flawlessly. He glanced sideways, looking at Jilai with arrogant thoughts. Joshua family, this is the end result of your foolish resistance against the Pope's authority. Now that we have the skeleton demon king's body, you'll have to submit to us. It's time to end. Die your noble act. He smiled happily. Suddenly, a voice cried out, look, the children are coming out. Hiji and Jilai both looked toward the gate. Jilai clenched his jaw, thinking Isac Azie. Now please be safe. From the dark doorway, the children slowly emerged. The children had now exited the gate. Jilai saw a child crying while hugging their family. He thought, thank God, even though some are hurt, luckily no one is seriously injured. Two people nearby whispered, the kids who entered the third archive don't seem to be back yet. The other replied, could they have run into trouble? Jilai frowned in worry. Suddenly, a shout rang out. The final saint candidates are coming out. Amon, Azie, the children, covered in injuries, were slowly walking out. Amon's father ran up anxiously. Amon, are you okay? Azie's father also ran up, calling for Azie. Azie. Azie hugged his father tightly and burst into tears. Dad, he asked worriedly, are you hurt anywhere? Meanwhile, Jilai thought anxiously, where is Isac? Isn't he with them? Hiji walked over and called, Kina, what are you holding in your hand? Where's the skeleton demon king's body? Sina answered hesitantly. That. Seeing him stutter like that, Hiji got even angrier. When did I ever tell you to bring back this useless thing? At that moment, a golden orb appeared in the sky and immediately expanded. It caught everyone's attention. Someone pointed at the orb and shouted, look over there. They saw a wolf holding a piece of a boy's clothing in its mouth and gasped in awe. A wolf? Someone noticed something and spoke up. Wait a second. That's Isac. The wolf was holding him by his clothes, dangling him in the air. Jilai rushed over, calling Isac. Ashili also called out, young Master Isac. But Master Jilai, that wolf. That is the little guardian dragon. The one tasked with protecting the relic archive? The holy dragon? An image of the holy dragon appeared in two forms, a dragon and a dog-like creature. Jilai agreed silently. She's right. That's the little dragon, the creature that guards the relic archive, even though it's in the form of a wolf. The energy it radiates is enough to prove it's a holy dragon. The matriarch, who has a close bond with dragons, summoned it to guard the vault. Its mere existence is noble enough. What's that sound? Jilai looked up at Isac. He heard a sound coming from Isac. The boy was happily chewing on something. The elder looked absolutely horrified. The knight stammered in surprise, pointing forward. Elder, that thing Isac is chewing on. Is that actually the body of the skeleton demon king? He was even more shocked once he confirmed that the object in Isac's mouth was indeed a piece of bone. The elder scratched his head with a worried look. Why is the boy chewing on that? On the contrary, the head elder shouted with joy, Isac did it. That child brought back the body of the skeleton demon king. Meanwhile, Kina bit his lip in fear. Hiji questioned Kina in a low, threatening voice. Kina, did you give it to that brat? Kina trembled, too scared to answer. I don't think that was a very wise move. But it was an act of mercy from Saint, about helping the matriarch save face. Suddenly, the holy dragon holding Isac by his clothes spoke up to deny it while Isac smugly held up 2 fingers and smiled. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? No one but this child retrieved the skeleton demon king's body, you idiots. Hiji frowned, thinking what? Kina trembled as he recalled the events. Why? Why did my holy arts work? The demon seemed to go even more berserk, its eyes glowing blood red as it roared. You vermin. It stepped toward Kina's group, 1 step at a time, then raised its hand to attack the children. Everyone around panicked and scrambled to run away. Only Kina stood there frozen like a statue, watching the demon attack him. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off. Everything turned into a chaotic mess along with a loud shout. Kina covered his face and fanned away the thick dust. He was stunned when he looked forward. Everyone was completely shocked. They were inside a protective shield. The black-haired boy noticed and shouted, a blue defensive barrier. At that moment, Isac was holding up his hand. He kept moving his arms, creating a rock-solid shield. The black-haired boy realized in shock, the Joshua family baby? The demon roared repeatedly. You filthy priest. How dare you lust after the great skeleton demon king's body? It clenched its fist and punched toward Isac. Isac didn't back down, gritting his teeth and clenching his own fist. A blue aura emanated from his hand. You moron. You. I don't even recognize your own master. He threw a punch that sent the demon flying back 1,000 meters. Everyone started whispering in doubt. The dragon wouldn't lie, right? Does that mean the Joshua family child really brought it back? Then what did Kina do? Jilai suddenly approached the dragon and asked, but isn't this dangerous? The 14 retainers that aren't demons children can handle. Why did you release its seal? The holy dragon laughed and replied, the 14 retainers? It was that white-haired brat over there. The who asked me to release the seal. A boy in black agreed, pointing at Kina. That's right. Kina asked the dragon to activate all the traps in the third archive. Another boy added, he even dragged us along and put us in danger. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Kina to grill him. So our children almost died because of Kina? How could someone from the Pope's family do such a thing? If it wasn't for Isac, things would have been much worse. Wait a minute. Does this mean the Joshua family child defeated the royal family child? Hiji gritted his teeth in fury, speechless. The gossip continued. Isn't it amazing? A child who isn't even a saint, yet is already this powerful. So the rumors about the Joshua family's comeback are true. Jilai looked at Isac and thought, Isac, you've done a great job. The elder walked over and gently tried to stop him. Child, now spit that bone out. It's dangerous. The female elder also tried to coax him. Can you be a good boy this time? Oh my. But he quickly swatted their hands away. Everyone was stunned. How's this baby so strong? Isac lay on the little dragon's head, thinking comfortably, I've got so much mana now, it's insane. Not sure if it's a survival instinct, but I was able to absorb it almost instantly. The female elder smiled and said, Isac did a great job. The matriarch will be very happy to hear this news. Jilai agreed. Suddenly, she flashed a cunning smile. With that thing, though we can finally hunt down the skeleton demon king's soul using tracking magic. Then her face darkened. But Isac, still chewing on the bone, thought anxiously, wait, what? So this is why they wanted my body. Everyone then looked at him with greedy eyes. The elder held out his hands and said in a sweet tone, give it here, Isac. Let's find the skeleton demon king and tear him apart. Isac jumped in shock. What the actual hell? The man kept pressuring him. Finally, we can settle a 155-year-old grudge. Come on, give it here. The holy dragon lowered itself. Their eyes followed Isac, their faces full of greed. He bared his teeth. He pointed to the object inside his mouth. Suddenly, there was a loud cry. Isac, the holy dragon took to the skies, thinking, screw these crazies. I hope I never see you people again. Outside a room, voices could be heard whispering. The elder in the hat asked impatiently, has anyone found it yet? The female elder, holding a wooden stick as if searching for something, replied, I don't think it's here. But why isn't it appearing? Then she and everyone around looked disappointed. Isac, standing outside, gritted his teeth and thought, keep searching all day, see if you find it. Even so, the events at the relic archive still bother me. Isac recalled the events of that day, how he had shouted, don't you even recognize your own master? Then he kicked the demon away, making it howl in pain. Suddenly, it sensed the power of his mana. It asked this mana, is it you, master? When I heard news of your passing, I thought my world had ended. But in my heart, I always knew you would return to us. I must serve you, master. I was captured by. But before it could finish, it vanished into thin air. Isac cursed inwardly, damn it. If you're gonna die, at least make yourself clear. I have so much to ask you. He carefully speculated. The ones who caught him were from the Pope's family. Huh? I need to look into this. Suddenly, someone brought a bottle of milk to him. It was Jilai. He urged him to hurry. Isac, go take a dump, quick. Wizard Purr burst out laughing as Jilai shouted out. Hurry up and bring more laxatives. The strongest ones you've got. Wizard laughed even harder while Isac bit his lip and cursed. This damn family. One day I'm gonna flip this whole place upside down. The elder nearby nervously bit his nails. If the matriarch finds out, we're dead meat. She might even rip the boy's guts out. Jilai quickly tried to soothe him. Calm down, elder. It'll be fine. Even though she once dissected one of her own sons, he's still her grandson, right? Both of them bit their nails in fear. The elder was shocked to hear this. Wait, her own son? And Wizard Purr wondered. But hasn't Melissa gone on a pilgrimage with the head of the family? Isac glanced at it and agreed silently. Yeah, it'll be a while before they get back. So I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa returns and then bounce. Suddenly, Goel walked in from outside. Jilai, get out here right now. The matriarch is calling for you. Isac looked at him and thought, what? Jilai asked in a panic. My mother is back already? But she's never returned from a pilgrimage this early. Isac also gritted his teeth in fear. Crap, did they come back early because of me? I haven't even finished absorbing the mana yet. With Melissa's personality, she'll definitely rip my guts out for sure. He collapsed to the ground in despair, looking at the rare and expensive items. A voice exclaimed, "Oh my god, are all these things for Isac?" Everyone marveled at the expensive gifts. After July realized the one arriving wasn't Melissa, he let out a sigh of relief. I thought the matriarch herself was coming. Goel laughed and asked, "Are you scared?" "She's not back yet. She just sent a voice message saying she'd return with the head of the family. Besides, I never said she was here yet." Isac frowned at him and cursed this freaking troll. The knight suddenly let out an "oh." It looks like the Pope's family also sent gifts. The elder turned around and said, "Selim." The other elder didn't seem to care much. The knight reminded them, "The Pope's messengers will hear you, sir. They're waiting right outside." Suddenly, a messenger stepped forward. The emperor is very concerned about this incident. Therefore, these gifts were prepared by the Pope's people to express their apologies and gratitude to the Joshua family. But it seems the Joshua family doesn't like the Pope's gifts very much. However, I'm sure everyone will love this. The cardinal said, "It will be a great help to Isac." With that, the messenger opened a red box. A glow emanated from inside. The elder stammered, "That is the crown of 3 armies?" It was a bright, shining gold medal. Isac didn't know what it was and wondered, "What's that?" Wizard Per quickly answered, "It's a medal." Everyone began to discuss it. A medal from the Pope? No way. Suddenly, the messenger called out, "Lord July, please accept this. It is for Isac." Isac sat there, confused. "It's mine, so why is he giving it to my uncle?" July replied, "He really said to give this to me and not Isac?" The messenger confirmed, "Yes, I was ordered to ensure it was handed over to you, sir." July gritted his teeth in anger. The elder stepped forward to challenge him. "You're giving something that belongs to Isac to another family member? Are you out of your mind? Do you know that giving a medal to a different member like this is a way to hint that the intended recipient is dead?" Both Wizard Per and Isac were shocked. Isac thought, "What the?" The messenger smiled and explained, "Oh dear, please don't misunderstand the Pope's good intentions. I was instructed this way simply because Isac is still too small." But the elder continued to question, "Then what about the pattern on the medal's ribbon? Do the Pope's people not know that sunflowers represent a deceased recipient?" Isac thought helplessly, "Does he want me dead that badly?" The Pope has lost it. The female elder also gritted her teeth and cursed. "Damn it, that Pope and his family. How dare they openly mock us because of the Joshua curse?" Goel, seeing the situation, turned tense. "Step in to play peacemaker." "Calm down, elders. We can't be this impulsive." The elder snapped back. "How can we stay calm, Goel?" He continued to explain. "This could be misinterpreted as the Joshua family being openly hostile toward the Pope's family. If this gets blown out of proportion, it won't be good for us." Goel then thought to himself, "To put it bluntly, we should know our place. This must have been a deliberate move by the cardinal. Even though I'm married into this family, this is still a dirty move. But this also means July and that brat won't be able to do anything anymore. This works out perfectly for me." After that, Goel quickly urged them on. "What are you just standing there for, July? Get over here, accept it, and show some gratitude." But July shot back, "But brother." Meanwhile, Isac thought to himself, "What's there to be so worked up about? This just won't do." The messenger held out the box with a smirk. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from inside the box. It exploded, causing the messenger to instinctively hurl the box away, screaming in pain. Goel shouted in shock, "That's azure fire." The blue flames blazed through the air. Everyone there wondered, who cast azure fire? The messenger turned pale and started shaking like a leaf. "The metal." Isac let out a cry and raised his tiny hand. Faint blue flames were still flickering on his palm. Everyone was stunned by the culprit. It was Isac. People shouted in disbelief. "Isac?" The messenger, though terrified, still acted tough. "What's the meaning of this? This is a medal personally awarded by the Pope. Are you guys trying to rebel against him?" The female elder heard this and got heated. "Are you implying we did this on purpose?" Meanwhile, the male elder stepped in to cover for Isac. July picked up the char medal. Unbelievable that this happened before the boy could even receive it. "So, let's just act like we never got it, okay?" The messenger asked in shock, "What? Are you out of your mind?" July said in a cold tone, "Or do you want us to accept the medal? Got sent by the Pope himself, despite the fact that it melted from a mere child's flame?" He held up the mangled medal. The elders immediately switched to acting mode. Did that medal really melt? "Oh my lord." One messenger tried to do damage control. "Please give it back to me. I must have brought the wrong item." Suddenly, a cluster of blue fire appeared. It then engulfed the man's entire body. The messenger froze in place. The male elder walked over and playfully covered Isac's mouth. "Oh my, Our little Isac sure is a troublemaker. Isac fumed and gave a silent warning. You better watch it and let me go, or I'll roast you right now. The messenger stood up, clutching his back and groaning in pain. He ran outside, cursing. You damn Joshua people. The male elder picked Isac up and cheered. Nice one, Isac. Thanks to you, I feel way better. Meanwhile, the other male elder ordered Goel to throw that disgusting metal away immediately. The matriarch should have seen that Pope Bootlicker's face just now. Another elder praised. Well played, Jilai. You were the one behind this, right? The female elder added. Using Azure Fire was a brilliant move, Jilai. Jilai froze when he heard them praising him. Excuse me? The male elder whispered. Stop playing dumb. You were the one who cast the Azure Fire, weren't you? Question marks started popping up in his head. Jilai scratched his face, confused. Wait, I thought you guys did it. The elders also froze and stared at him. The male elder asked, didn't you also cast holy arts on the boy when he entered the relic archive? Jilai replied, I only cast invisibility. The female elder wondered. Then what about the speed Isac used? He looked surprised. The boy did that. Both elders were stunned to hear this. They looked at Isac and said in unison, could it be that this child cast all those holy arts himself? An ancient secret text appeared, a legendary treasure. It allows the user to instantly learn and cast the magic contained within. Isac recalled looking at that book with greedy eyes. It was definitely the right move to take this from the archive. Even though it's weaker than the artifacts I used back as the Skeleton Demon King, it's still pretty handy. The elder continued to speculate. Maybe his mother used holy arts? The female elder denied it. Isac's mother isn't a fire mage. She's actually the complete opposite. The male elder marveled. Then, this is beyond mere talent. It's like someone being able to write a letter without ever being taught how to write. The female elder felt that even the genius saintess Melissa had to study before casting her first holy art. Isac sat in the distance, wondering, what are they making such a fuss about? This is getting out of hand. Suddenly, Ashili arrived in a panic. Excuse me, elders, isn't the fact that he neutralized the Pope's blessing even more shocking? The elders' eyes lit up like stars as they replied in unison. You're right. You're sharp. The male elder shouted. Hurry, give me that medal. I need to inspect it personally. Jilai obeyed. Yes, elder. It's not here. He looked at the red box where the medal was placed, but it was gone. The elder's face went dark. What? It was clearly right there. Goel scratched his head and explained, I threw it away. The elder just told me to. He recalled the elder ordering him to throw that disgusting medal away immediately. The other elder criticized. You shouldn't have said it like that. Then the other elder ordered, quick, gather everyone and find it. Goel thought anxiously. I can't believe that brat could melt the Pope's medal. Something made from an infusible metal. But I can't let the matriarch find out about this. He had the medal in his pocket and thought excitedly, let's see. Without evidence, how are they going to prove anything? A few days later, in the western part of the Joshua Duchy, someone's cloak was fluttering. It turned out to be Jilai. He gave orders to the knights. He gave the order to the knights. Even though our destination is close, we must not let our guard down. Is that clear? The knights replied in unison, understood. Suddenly, Jilai noticed something. He wondered, that's the Joshua mansion? The elder asked in surprise why. That won't the Skeleton Demon King's body come out yet? Meanwhile, Isac, after eating his fill, thought to himself, thanks. That was like a tonic for me. The elder sat slumped over, lamenting. Those 300 bottles of laxatives, and 500 fruits from the Philua family. He burped and wondered those were delicious. I heard they boost the strength of divine beasts. 6 divine beasts. Support characters in battle. There's no reason not to befriend them. I'll need their support to defeat the Pope's family and the 6 gods in the future. The Joshua family must have one, right? Suddenly, Isac looked forward in alarm. Whales were swimming on the surface of the water. They were the divine beasts of the Joshua family. Tarzan Bloom. Suddenly, he heard a voice ring out. Please wait a moment. How about you have a meal first? Isac was startled and glanced back. A knight was trying hard to stop him. Sir. All the elders, upon seeing Jilai, bowed respectfully. Greetings, head of the family. Isac looked at Jilai and thought. So that person is the head of the Joshua family. My grandfather? Holy cow. Look at that survival aura radiating from him. I got a good feeling about this. Jilai suddenly stepped in front of him to block the way. Father, please wait. Cutting Isac open won't solve anything. Isac sat nearby, thinking happily, relax, my dear uncle. There's no way he's going to gut me. Jilai looked sternly at Isac. He pointed at the boy and ordered. Throw him into the fire. This terrified both the boy and Jilai. He pleaded. No, father. Isac doubted his own life choices. Was my read on his survival aura wrong? Why the hell are you trying to cremate me? Are you crazy? So only his uncle was on his side? Jilai continued to explain. The boy is still too small to go in. Hearing that, Isac frowned in fear. So when I'm a bit bigger, it's okay to toss me in? Sounds like I'm getting roasted regardless. He pleaded earnestly. Father, please reconsider. Goel also stepped up to agree. That's right. Such a reward is far too generous for that brat. Isac cursed inwardly. How the hell is that a reward? Gili analyzed. It's true that if we throw Isac into the fire, we could retrieve the skeleton demon king's body, and the boy might become stronger thanks to the fire's blessing. Isac was confused. Blessing? Gili continued. But please, give us a little more time. Goel offered an idea. Fine, getting him works too. Gili suggested, how about that we dip the boy in the water? Isac cursed them. You lunatics, go to hell all of you. Goel frowned and spoke up. That can't happen. The fire and water of the shrine are secret treasures of the Joshua family, meant for nurturing a saintess. And you're suggesting we use them on a useless, snotty brat? Gili shot back, useless? How can you say that? Isac watched his reaction and speculated. Seeing how much he opposes it, it must be something good for me. Goel argued. Azie is the one who deserves it. Let me remind you, Azie was the one who defeated the demon in the relic archive. Gili questioned, what are you talking about? Isac was the one who defeated it. Even the holy dragon spoke up for the boy. He sneered. That dragon must have been mistaken. How could a toddler who can't even walk do all that? Gili warned angrily, don't push it, brother. This has gone too far. Isac even used azure fire to burn. But the metal sent by the Pope. We saw it with our own eyes. Are you going to deny that too? Goel answered stubbornly. Who knows if you and the elders colluded beforehand? Besides, there's no evidence. Suddenly, Gili spoke up. A medal? He held up the charred medal and asked. Is this the one? The only person who connects with the gods. That is the Pope. And the object blessed by that person. Thus called the blessed gold. Isac thought to himself. Even as the skeleton demon king, I couldn't meld it that easily. How did this happen? Was I born stronger in this life? Gili asked in surprise. Father, how did you find it? Gili answered calmly. I picked it up on my way here. It seemed to be at the bottom of Lake Eva. Gili tried to persuade him. Look, father. The boy carries a flame powerful enough to melt the Pope's symbol. Isac thought smugly. That's right. Now you can prove the Joshua family is superior to the Pope. But Gili added more. The boy can even withstand the flames of the skeleton demon king. The elder chimed in with praise. That's right, head of the family. This child will surely become an elite skeleton demon king hunter. Hearing this, Isac glanced happily at the two of them. Gili added, haven't many commoners been injured by the skeleton demon king, who's been hiding until recently? The elder agreed, exactly. If this is ignored, the era of the skeleton demon king will rise again. Isac sat there eavesdropping, but Wizard Purr commented, whether it's now or in the past, it seems impostors are still running wild everywhere, master. Isac replied, I'm wondering who they could be, but it doesn't matter. The more attention they draw, the better for us. Wizard Purr agreed, makes sense. Gili's plea continued, it's not just about now. Father, please think about what happened 7 years ago. The skeleton demon king came to the Joshua family and cursed us. Isac was shocked to hear this. What? Gili recounted. He sought us out and declared that he would destroy the saintesses' bloodline. Just thinking about that curse makes my blood boil. But Wizard Purr happily denied it. If that happened 7 years ago, then it couldn't have been you, master. You died 155 years ago. Meanwhile, Isac rubbed his chin and thought, a curse on this bloodline? So that's why they keep yapping about me, not living long. Whatever. A curse from a mediocre demon. That is just child's play to me. I just need to suppress it with mana. On a higher level, it won't even affect. Suddenly, the female elder spoke up. Enough. That curse can't kill us, but it'll suppress your life force, cause erectile dysfunction, or at least stun your growth. The elder deduced, that's why so many people live their whole lives without growing a single strand of hair. Isac cracked his knuckles and thought coldly. I'm definitely going to kill that poser. Wizard du Purchakod. Baldness can be hereditary, sir. Isac shot back in his mind. Can't you see the head of the family and Gili have full heads of hair? You moron. Suddenly, Eli approached Isac and asked, a curse? He observed the boy and commented, with those red eyes, the boy is definitely cursed. Fire and water alone won't be enough. Isac thought anxiously, what are you guys talking about? You're starting to freak me out. Eli made a decision. I shall grant the boy a holy spirit. The elder exclaimed in surprise, what? Isac's eyes widened. A holy spirit? You mean those creatures you only possess when they're granted to you? I really need this to reach the transcendent level, a stage where even the gods can't touch me. This is an amazing gift. With a holy spirit, I'll become transcendent and punch those arrogant gods right in the face. Goel was stunned by this decision. A holy spirit? That's way too much favoritism. Father, isn't that a reward? but reserved for those who bring great glory to our family name? What has this child done for us? Even if he did melt that metal. It was just a blatant provocation against the Pope. Do you think they'll just let this slide? Hearing Goel trying so hard to block him from getting the Holy Spirit, Isac glared at him. This guy again. Suddenly, Eli questioned him, then Goel, when they sent that so-called gift. What did you do? Those heretics that dared to insult us in our own mansion. Yet not only did you escort them back safely, now you're standing up for them? What have you actually accomplished besides bullying your tiny nephew? And now you're trying to hold him back? Even wild beasts protect their own. Have you forgotten that the Joshua family was built on the principle of protecting the weak? This little child should have been cared for, yet he was the one who helped us restore our honor. Isn't that the perfect example of bringing glory to the Joshua name? Hearing this, Isac smirked triumphantly. Eli ordered, summon everyone to the main mansion. I will bless Isac. A few days later, Eli wondered, Father, you aren't just blessing the boy, are you? What do you mean? Eli replied, don't you get it? If we throw him into the fire or water to purge the skeleton demon king from his body, the boy will get hurt. The fire and water of the shrine that have very strong anti-demon properties. If we do that, the boy won't be able to learn any exorcism rites. He asked anxiously, so the boy will never be able to rank higher than a level 5 priest? He replied, yes, he'd be stuck at level 4 forever. We'll let Isac choose between fire, water, or a Holy Spirit. That'll be enough for a test. Eli then held up his hand, revealing 3 small orbs of different colors. Goel thought happily, I knew it. He wasn't going to just hand over a Holy Spirit that easily. Eli dropped the 3 orbs on the ground and said, choose Isac. Watching Isac pick through the orbs, Eli thought, the energies of fire, water, and the Holy Spirit. Isac, please pick the white orb. Please choose that one, Isac. But in the end, Isac chose the orb carrying fire energy. He held the orb high in his hand. Goel smirked and feigned sympathy. Don't be so disappointed. Even a level 4 Joshua will eventually bring. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, startling July. It was coming from the orb in Isac's hand. The orb seemed to shatter into pieces, unleashing bursts of fire. Flames roared through the air, leaving the elders in awe. What? Isn't that the fire of the shrine? Suddenly, from within those flames, a Holy Spirit appeared. Isac gasped in surprise. That's a Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit slowly emerged from the embers. She raised her hand and unleashed fire everywhere, making the female elder scream in terror. Goel asked in a panic, what's going on, Father? Why is there a Holy Spirit inside that marble? Eli answered calmly, don't be so rattled, Goel. I never said there was only one Holy Spirit. The roots of the Joshua family are in water, but for a child who could create a flame hot enough to melt the Pope's gold, I set a trap right in this test. It seems the boy chose correctly, though even this surpassed my expectations. He realized this after seeing the furious face of the fire spirit. Her eyes screamed, Eli Joshua, have you lost your mind? How dare you summon a royal tier being to the human realm? Her eyes glowed blood red, her entire body covered in brilliant golden sparks, which she then blasted in all directions. The elders began to scramble for cover. Under the wrath of the fire spirit, the elders shouted, hurry, use level 3 defensive holy arts. Goel asked frantically, Father, you summoned a royal tier? Do you plan on burning down our entire estate? Eli pointed forward and replied calmly, it wasn't me. This child did it. This little brat that actually plans to turn this place into his own grave. Isac looked at the flames burning around him with a dazed expression, having no idea what just happened. The fire spirit fumed in anger. She blasted fire into the ground to incinerate everything, making everyone scream in pain. At this moment, Isac thought in fear. I only intended to add a bit of holy power to summon a mid-tier, so why the hell did a royal tier show up? Wizard Purr asked tremblingly, what on earth are you made of, master? He stared ahead with wide eyes, continuing his train of thought. I was just wondering what would happen if I tried a little harder. Around them, the fire spirit released even more flames containing a massive source of power. Suddenly, Wizard Purr recognized it. Anti-demon flame. That's it. The flame that can convert mana into holy power. This will be a huge help to you, master. After staring blankly at the fire spirit for a moment, Isac replied, exactly. But how do I make her submit to me? The fire spirit continued to attack everyone in the mansion with fire, causing screams of agony. Wizard Purr asked fearfully, the traditional way? Isac frowned, searching for a method. Furthermore, all royal tier spirits are linked to the celestial realm, but I can't get too close to those damn gods yet. Wizard Purr agreed, true. After all, every spirit has a close relationship with the gods. Suddenly, a lament rang out. Good Lord, head of the family, hurry and kick her out. This spirit bitch is so crazy. Thought even the gods would give up on her. The elder pointed at the fire spirit while Eli rubbed his chin and replied, well, if I were hated just because of my hair color, I'd probably cut ties with the gods too. Then he thought to himself, apparently, the rule is to never trust anything with black hair. So that's why the spirit was cast aside. She pointed at the elder and blasted a flame at them, screaming, shut up, you weak humans. What the hell are you thinking? How dare you summon me with a subjugation right? Eli answered calmly, I wasn't the one who called you. But she didn't believe him and continued to insist. Subjugation? Bullshit. You definitely used your authority as the head of the family to summon me. But he immediately cut her off and pointed at Isac. It was that brat over there. She went silent for a moment, looking at Isac. Then she got even angrier and yelled, are you insane? You sacrificed a baby to summon me. Eli denied it. I would never do such a thing. She questioned, even if your family was collapsing, you shouldn't have gone this far. What exactly did you do to this infant? And what the hell is wrong with this kid anyway? She suddenly wondered as she saw Isac reaching out with both hands, looking excited. Looking at the fire spirit, he thought enthusiastically, not only is she powerful, but she's also hostile toward the gods. I must have her. I'll use you as my mana filter. The fire spirit raised both hands and shouted, fine, then I'll test it myself. If this child really summoned me through a subjugation rite, he'll survive this attack. As soon as she finished speaking, she fired a blast of flames directly at Isac. The flames surged toward him and erupted instantly. Seeing this from the outside, Eli shouted, Isac, while she wore a satisfied smirk. Better I end him quickly then. She stammered as she saw Isac still alive. He was crawling out of the flames she had just created. Eli finally spoke up, do you believe it now? This milk-drinking baby is the one who summoned you here. Now choose, sign a contract with this child, or refuse and face the punishment. The fire spirit gritted her teeth, refusing to back down. She questioned, do you think a spirit of my rank cares about something called punishment? This is even better. Since I'm already here, I'll burn the Joshua family to the ground and enjoy my freedom. Watch your spirit bodies turn to ash. You stupid whales. Before she could finish her sentence, Isac had already stepped up and eaten half of the spirit's body, leaving only her 2 legs wiggling. Everyone present stared in wide-eyed shock. They all rushed over to stop Isac. The spirit also barked in anger. Hey, you crazy brat. Eli ran over to intervene. Isac, you can't eat that. Don't you dare swallow this time. Lying inside his mouth, the fire spirit gritted her teeth and wondered, have all of you lost your minds this time? How exactly are you raising this child? Just you wait, you bastards. I'll retreat for now, but I'll definitely settle this debt. Isac thought to himself. Planning to teleport? The fire spirit spoke up gleefully. See you later, you sons of bitches. After a moment passed, everyone saw that Isac still had the fire spirit in his mouth. They all held their breath, watching him. Wizard Purr, standing nearby, marveled, oh my god. The spirit inside his mouth was also confused. Why can't I? Suddenly, her body was enveloped by an overwhelming amount of mana. She screamed, damn it, is this dark mana? What the hell are you guys feeding this kid? Eli spoke up to explain. The boy swallowed the skeleton demon king's thumb. Isac thought happily. Spirits are the purest creatures in the entire holy realm, so they're almost the embodiment of holy power and extremely weak against dark mana. She was showing signs of exhaustion now, covering her mouth. Damn it, am I losing my strength? I feel so sick, so sluggish. The fire spirit pleaded, make it stop. At this, Isac smiled gleefully. Eli pretended to scratch his ear. What a shame. The skeleton demon king's power is too great, so we can't get close. She asked angrily. You people usually go berserk and attack the moment the skeleton demon king is mentioned. How can you talk such nonsense now? Eli sat down and tried to coax her. If you stay by my grandson's side and purify all the dark mana from the skeleton demon king, I'll send you back. She barked back. What kind of premium drugs are you on to think that's a good deal? Do you even know who I am? Eli replied, well, feel free to sit there and get eaten then, which shut her up instantly. The fire spirit continued to curse. You lunatics. This is why I hate all of you. If you weren't the saintesses' descendants, I would have cut you off long ago. Damn it, since it's come to this, I'll use this brat to destroy those bastards. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily, who are you calling bastards? At that moment, Isac prepared to swallow her whole. The fire spirit caved in fear. For days. Just let me stay with this brat for 4 days. 4 days is more than enough to handle one thumb. Eli thought to himself, only 4 days? Lame. He turned around and ordered, hurry, open the East Mansion gates. Put this child and the spirit inside. No one is allowed in until the purification is complete. Got it. Eli called out after the head of the family. Meanwhile, Goel tried to interject. Wait, the East Mansion is But Eli didn't care and cut him off. Enough. I don't want to hear another word about it. Only then did Isac slowly spit the fire spirit out. He gripped her tight in his hand, secretly rejoicing. The East Mansion is right next to the annex where they keep all the mana cores, isn't it? Scene changes to the Joshua family East Mansion. A massive explosion suddenly rocked the mansion. People standing outside couldn't help but exclaim, "Another explosion? Is that Lord Isac?" More like the skeleton demon king and his mana. Looks like the head of the family has given up. A male servant wondered. Then the next successor will definitely be Lord Goel, who's from the Pope bloodline, or his older brother. A maid replied, "It seems Lord Isac has been cursed and is no longer in the line of succession." Suddenly, another male servant cut in. But is Lord Isac really cursed? They continued to gossip. Just yesterday, a servant went in to check and ran out terrified. A brown-haired servant added. He even said the Lord looks like a bald, old man. The maid asked in surprise, "Not a monster or a skeleton? Come to think of it, he's been in there with a spear for a year now, right?" As they spoke, they thought back to the mansion fire a year ago at the Joshua estate, East Mansion. A painful scream echoed. People were busy running around the mansion. Ashili stood trembling in front of a room. She placed her hand on the doorknob. She pushed the door open and called out, "Young Master Isac?" Azie asked worriedly, "I'm here. Young Master, are you okay?" At that moment, Isac had something in his mouth. It turned out he was sucking on a lollipop. He took the lollipop out and glanced at Azie. The atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. Ashili wondered just how strong is the skeleton demon king's curse that you still haven't grown at all. Isac smiled and thought, "What are you talking about? I'm trying not to grow up. After all, power is absorbed most efficiently during infancy. There are innate abilities you can only acquire right after birth." The fire spirit was stretching in a chair. "Man, my whole body is sore." Seeing this, Azie asked caringly, "Did you sleep well?" She cursed, "Damn it. No matter what, I'm purifying all that mana today. I got almost all of it yesterday. Hey, you brat. Why has your mana increased again? You total monster. How many parts of the skeleton demon king did you swallow for your mana not to drop even after a year of purification? It even increases every time I wake up." She ranted while grabbing Isac's shirt. Isac thought happily, "Well, that's because for the past year, I've been sneaking into the annex every night to absorb the mana pillars." Wizard Purr next to him couldn't stop marveling. Unbelievable. "I didn't know the annex had so many mana cores. Oh my god, this is amazing, Master. I thought it would take 4 years, but you finished it in just 1. The fire spirit floated in the air, sighing. Isac thought joyfully, "Finally, the exhausting mana absorption is over. Since I'm self-taught, my knowledge is a bit limited, but I've already trained up to level 6 holy arts." Isac looked very excited. Suddenly, Ashili came over to comfort him. "It's okay, young master. The Holy Church is about to take action." Then she picked him up. Isac thought, "The Holy Church?" Ashili continued, "The skeleton demon king's subordinates. The 14 retainers, they're all going to be executed. Now we can completely purify the mana of the skeleton demon king, so don't worry too much." Isac panicked. "No, are you crazy? I have so many things to ask them. You're going to execute them." Ashili took out a piece of candy to bribe him. "Now, have some candy and get some rest." Sitting in bed, Isac plotted, "That damn impostor. I have to do something." Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, catching Isac's attention. "Great job, Azie." Goel and Azie's father walked toward the mansion together. Goel turned and said proudly, "Not only did you skip grades, but you're also the youngest ordained priest. I heard the princess will attend the ceremony soon. It's a huge honor that you, the valedictorian, were appointed as her guardian." Azie smiled and replied, "Of course. After all, I'm your son, Dad. This is nothing." Goel grinned from ear to ear at the praise. "And you're humble too. My son is becoming so reliable. You're just like me. You're so SMA." Before he could finish, a swoosh sound echoed, and Azie suddenly vanished, leaving Goel standing there dazed. "Huh? Azie? Azie?" By then, Azie had been dragged into a room. He fell from a height and screamed in panic. He hit the floor with a thud. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Azie." Isac stood on the bedpost, radiating a murderous aura, and asked, "You got a death wish? Every time you open your mouth, you're making up stories. You think your life ends after graduating from the academy?" Azie looked at him, panicking and thinking, "Not this psycho again." Isac continued to grill him. "Don't forget it's thanks to my training that you skipped grades and aced your exams. And now you're acting like a big shot?" Azie stammered back, "I worked my butt off too. You think being valedictorian is easy?" Isac gave him a look of pure disdain. "With your level, it's impossible without me, you idiot." Azie immediately conceded, "Well, true." Isac rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "Maybe I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony. After all, most holy arts require you to be ordained before you can even use them." He He jumped down and suggested, "Hey, Azie, I need your help." Hearing this, Azie couldn't believe his ears and stammered, "Me? What now? What would you possibly need help with?" He did a total 180 after seeing the killer look in Isac's eyes. Isac coldly threatened, "Hand over everything you've got. The prize money from the quiz bowl and the allowance you get from Goel." Azie cried bitter tears, cursing inwardly. He's a literal demon, but he still obediently sat there massaging Isac's shoulders. Isac spoke up, "I thought so. Now, what's this about the skeleton demon king's subordinates being executed?" Azie replied, "Oh, that? 2 years after the incident at the relic archive, they stopped following orders. Since they look like they're just waiting to die, the higher-ups decided to get rid of them." Isac asked suspiciously, "For real? No choice then? I have to get my hands on it this year." Azie wondered on what. Isac answered, "The priest ordination ceremony." Azie burst out laughing and mocked him. "You but haven't even joined the academy yet, and you want to be ordained?" A punch was thrown. Isac turned around and challenged him with a smirk. "Laugh one more time, I dare you." After taking a hit, Azie was much more submissive. He sat up straight and replied, "I wouldn't dream of it, sir. But actually, there's a recommendation system. And as luck would have it, the academy professors are currently here. If you get a recommendation letter and pass the test, you could be ordained as a priest." However, Isac marveled, a perfect system for backdoor deals. Azie continued softly, "You have to perform a great deed to prove your virtue, but your personality is trash." Isac was livid, while Wizard Purr nearby secretly praised him. "This brat Azie really knows how to read people." Azie explained, "You have to save a life to get recommended. The higher the person's status, the better your chances. But it's not like an important person just happens to be in danger for you to swoop in and save them." Isac crossed his arms, thinking, "So there's only 1 month left? And the princess is attending this ceremony too, right?" Azie stammered, "Yeah." Isac put on a dangerous expression. "Isn't a princess a pretty damn important person?" Scene changes to the Joshua Estate training ground. Eli stood outside the gate, urging them, "Just go." Isac is not going to the capital. The brown-haired man spoke up, "Duke, this year is different." The woman beside him added, "He absolutely must attend the Foundation Festival this time. This is the year candidates for sainthood get ordained." Eli frowned, thinking. The woman continued to explain, "Over the past year, while other candidates achieved great deeds, young Master Isac hasn't even shown his face." The man beside her agreed, "Exactly. He showed extraordinary skills at the relic archive a year ago. I heard Isac is living in the East Mansion. Just like the saintesses, right? I'm dying to see how much he's grown." Eli just sighed. The woman continued to persuade him. "As an academy instructor, teaching young Master Isac is my lifelong dream. Plus, this ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so the Pope will personally preside over it." These words seemed to sway Eli. He thought, "The Pope, huh?" The woman added, "He will grant the title of hero to those being ordained." Eli considered it. Getting the hero title significantly boosts one's power field. That's a huge benefit. But in the end, he made a decision. Isac is still too young to be ordained. The woman spoke up indignantly. "If he's that talented, what does age matter?" Both of them looked at him with puppy dog eyes, pleading. He covered his face and sighed, unable to resist. "Fine, all right." The two of them cheered in joy. But Eli said, "A condition for Isac to participate in the ceremony. But you two have to take full responsibility." Meanwhile, Azie was still massaging Isac's shoulders. Isac was happily sucking on his lollipop, planning his next moves. A large explosion occurred at the mansion. Outside, a priest was standing there, observing the situation inside the mansion. He looked inside and thought, so it's there? Even the Pope could only summon a spirit king once. How could that kid summon one through subjugation right? And an exorcist spirit at that? A fire spirit with black hair. High probability that's a guardian of the celestial realm. A spirit that couldn't become a spirit king due to its wicked nature. He smirked cunningly. The Pope and his family love collecting spirits. When they see this, they're going to lose their minds. If I successfully steal this spirit and offer it to them, I'll surely be handsomely rewarded. I've already prepared something that can neutralize. Holy mana. If I can suppress that kid's holy mana, the skeleton demon king's dark mana will definitely go wild. They'll just sneak away with the spirit in the chaos. Scene changes to a room. A voice rang out, "In this room, Professor." The woman spoke. "Finally, we get to meet the young master." The man agreed, indeed, as soon as she saw Isac. She called out in an affectionate tone, "Oh, young Master Isac." The man, seeing Isac, exclaimed, just as they said, "He looks exactly the same as he did a year ago." Isac turned to look at the two of them, opening his sparkling eyes wide and babbling. "Welcome, my recommendation letters." Seeing his adorable face, the two of them couldn't contain themselves and blurted out, "My heart. We need to get him to the academy right now." The priest, seeing him like that, cursed inwardly, this little fox. How dare he charm others? I'll use all my power to drive the skeleton demon king's mana into a frenzy. Thinking this, he reached out to hug Isac. The boy looked at him with a dazed expression as the priest pulled him into his arms, thinking, now go berserk. The room fell deathly silent. Isac, far from going crazy, started rubbing against him playfully. He touched the priest's chest, where the man had released holy mana to suppress the skeleton demon king's dark mana. The priest grew suspicious. Why is nothing happening? I released enough holy mana to make the dark mana spin out of control. Suddenly, the fire spirit appeared and urged. Hey, you brat. What are you waiting for? Just kill this damn priest already. Why the hell are you letting him release so much holy mana? The priest saw her and rejoiced. There she is, a royal tear spirit. This is my chance. He then took out a handkerchief soaked in dark mana, pretending to wipe Isac's face while saying, it's getting pretty hot out, isn't it? Catching the scent from the handkerchief, Isac glanced up and thought, huh, this smell is. He cursed inwardly, look at this piece of work. The dark mana quickly took effect on the spirit, making her scream in pain. The man feigned alarm and shouted, Spirit, what's wrong? Suddenly, the power of the fire spirit unleashed throughout the entire room. She seemed to have gone mad, shrieking. The priest continued his act, saying, is the skeleton demon king's dark mana going wild? The woman behind him added, it's too dangerous, Professor. The man suddenly took out a gem and plotted, good. Now I just need to smuggle this crazed spirit out. At that moment, he crushed the gem in his hand and thrust his hand forward, unleashing a red surge of power. He shouted, soul-severing axe. The energy hit the fire spirit directly, sent her flying, but she suddenly raised her hand and redirected the flames. The fire immediately reflected back at the priest, engulfing his entire body. As he screamed in pain, Isac sat on the bed and thought smugly. You really thought so, didn't you? Suddenly, Gili ran in calling Isac. Azie ran in behind him. Young master. Isac felt the mana radiating from his chest and thought happily, this should be enough. Good, now there are plenty of witnesses. He closed his eyes and reached out his hands. He began to absorb the mana. Isac didn't stop absorbing the energy. In the room, the man realized it first. Is the young master absorbing the mana? The woman agreed. Yes, he's calming the frenzy. Suddenly, Isac opened his eyes and smiled. He raised his hand and thought, mana's all taken care of. Then he spoke out loud, commanding, you there? Stop right now. Everyone in the room looked at the spirit, who was now surrounded by blue auras. Isac marveled. Cyan holy power. Azie gasped in shock. Oh my God. The fire spirit slowly descended to the floor. She was also stunned by what had happened. The man clasped his hands and said with admiration, incredible. He controlled the skeleton demon king's dark mana, and he even calmed a rampaging spirit with the Joshua family's cyan holy power. The spirit was still in shock, asking, what is this? Someone said joyfully, it's a miracle. Gili approached, calling Isac, and Azie called young master. He praised him. You finally spoke. I'm so proud of you. Hearing that, Isac thought in disappointment. Seriously? That's the only thing you're paying attention to? They suddenly toss him into the air, cheering, long live Isac. The priest finally woke up. He still hadn't grasped what happened while he was unconscious. What the hell just went down? At that moment, the spirit stood before him in a rage, questioning him. I should be the one asking you that. Which servant of the yellow faith is behind this? He answered tremblingly. Behind this? You got it wrong. I just came to see young master Isac. She sneered. Wrong? You're wearing fire-resistant gear from head to toe. And you say it's a misunderstanding? From now on, all fire spirits will cut ties with the priests of the Pope's family. I'm only doing this because I'm pissed off, so don't get it twisted. After declaring this, she turned away, leaving him sitting there bewildered. What? Please, wait a moment. How can a spirit sever ties with priests who are linked to the gods, especially those from the Pope's own family? A spirit doesn't have that kind of power, but the spirit didn't bother answering, only shouting to drive him away. Beat it. I cut ties with the gods long ago. I'm no longer bound by your rules. Isac wore a smug, satisfied smile. Seeing him still lingering there, the spirit threatened, still haven't gotten lost? Then she turned to Isac and said, as for you, Isac, you saved me with your holy mana. On top of that, you controlled the skeleton demon king's dark mana. Now that his dark mana has been purified, our contract is officially over. However, I'll stay by your side to repay this debt. Hearing this, he smirked inwardly. That's more like it. Typical divine entities, too proud to owe anyone a favor. The woman spoke up joyfully. We're heading back to the holy city now to report everything. A child of his caliber must be ordained. Having achieved his goal, Isac couldn't stop laughing with delight. Eli was showing a stack of documents to Eli so they could review them together. He was thrilled to receive the news. The Holy Church has approved Isac's ordination, but they want the boy to attend the ceremony in person. Eli didn't expect things to move so fast. That quick? Was he recommended because he saved the Joshua family members and the academy? But Eli denied it. The boy was recommended because he saved a royal tier spirit. Eli recalled the event, right? After something like that, who could possibly object? He pointed at the text on the papers. More importantly, being ordained is like graduating from the academy, so I tested Isac to see if he had the necessary knowledge. But I never expected that he'd get a perfect score on all 1,600 questions. Eli was truly stunned. A perfect score? It doesn't get any better than that. Plus, the boy can walk and talk now. However, Eli Joshua still had a lingering worry. It's just a shame his attitude is kind of trash. Now we just need to check Isac's personality. Most people pass unless they're total psychos or criminals. Eli cheered as he remembered something. Oh, I know. That's a test using holy arts to force the test taker to tell the truth, right? Eli still needed to observe how the boy would handle it. Both of them started reading his test results. What do you think of the family that birthed and raised you? I will conquer it. Everything is mine. Eli found it fascinating. What a strong will. Eli also praised him. I was a bit shocked at first, but such ambition is worthy of our family. The next question appeared. What will you do after being ordained? Chew up and spit out those damn gods, obviously. What are your goals? And aspirations as a priest of the holy kingdom of Helen? I will destroy this nation. Both men were speechless. Eli turned away in disappointment. Kids will be kids, but if I let these results stand, if Isac takes another test like this, he'll definitely be executed for heresy. Eli couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand on the table. You will go get ordained in his place. Do not let Isac out of the house until then. Is that clear? This brat needs some serious discipline first. Meanwhile, in the room where Isac was staying, Wizard Purr entered through the window. Master, have you decided? Of course. He gripped his bundle of belongings tightly. Then he quickly made a break for it. Morning at the Roman Capital Academy. At the Department of Holy Arts, a debate was underway. I heard a 10-year-old kid is getting ordained this time. For real? What did he do to get ordained so early? Looks like this year's graduation ceremony is going to be lit. Neezer's face was full of smirks. He acted completely dismissive. A kid who can't even walk getting ordained? What a joke. This left his classmate confused. Neezer, what do you mean he can't walk? He didn't even bother to explain properly. That's just how it is. That brat hasn't grown an inch in a year. He's stuck with the Skeleton Demon King's curse. There's no way he's growing up. Neezer then turned his attention to someone else. Right, Azie? A kid like that getting ordained? It's probably just an honorary title. Azie had been watching them from a distance, making it impossible for him to focus. What a pain. He was quiet for a bit, and now he's starting up again. Neezer was intentionally being sarcastic. But being part of the saintesses family must be nice. Even a useless brat gets ordained. It's totally pathetic. Azie couldn't stand him anymore. This bastard. How dare he? Kina then stepped out from inside. You think a holy church is a joke, Neezer? Furthermore, the one who accepted Isac's recommendation letter was your father, Duke Lion. I don't think that you're stupid enough to insult your own father. Are you? Neezer was fuming after being humiliated like that. You aren't even a student anymore. What are you doing here? Kina shot back. I didn't want to come either. I was invited. After all, I was asked to guide you all as a mentor and holy arts instructor. Then she mentioned Azie's name. Azie, I'm worried about you too. That cursed Isac kid. That can never be a priest. If the Joshua family even lasts until you become the head, you'll be lucky. But if it collapses, come find me. I'll give you a job doing chores for the Pope's family. Azie told himself he shouldn't. I need to calm down. Now is not the time. He turned away coldly. I don't need your help. He walked away as if nothing had happened. Worry about yourself. Scene shifts to the dormitory. Azie slammed his book straight onto the floor. He clutched his head in anger. Those sons of bitches. Why is this crap happening to me? My family didn't even bother showing up to the ceremony. But just because that brat ran away. Why now? You useless bastard. I hope all your hair falls out. That just like the Skeleton Demon King. Isac happened to appear right then. What did you just say? Isac's voice sent Azie into a panic. He was beyond pissed at those words. My hair falls out? You want to die? Before Azie could process it, he yelped, why the hell did you crawl out from there? And how did you even get here? Isac put on a grumpy face. To get ordained, obviously. The head of the family and my uncle kept trying to stop me, so I bailed. Anyway, Azie. He pulled out a massive club, making Azie panic even more. What is this now? You spineless wimp. You dare to go begging for a chore boy job. Not from those Pope's family bastards. Azie tried to explain, but he was cut off. Isac started pummeling him repeatedly. How dare those lowlives tarnish the Joshua name? Joshua belongs to me. Only I have the right to insult it. Azie hadn't even had time to react. What the hell are you talking about? Isac continued his lecture. Listen up, Azie. I am the only one who's going to burn the Joshua family to the ground. While Azie was praying inwardly, Dear Lord, please take this psycho away, Isac finally stopped. Stop being a wuss. Get up and lead the way. Where are you going? Isac already had a plan. To beat the crap out of the bastards who messed with you. Where else? People were still gossiping nearby. All the students, they were feeling confused. What the? Who brought this kid here? Look at his hair. Isac immediately gripped his club to handle the crowd. Which one of you trash dared to mess with a member of the Joshua family? He stood still for a moment to scan the situation. Isac evaluated them. Through his sharp eyes. That red-haired girl. I remember seeing her at the Relic Archive a year ago. That's gotta be her. Meanwhile, Azie was barely keeping up. Wait, I have to stop him. If he starts trouble here, we're toast. And besides that girl, that is Neezer's younger sister, Naki. Isac quickly took off running. Azie found it impossible to catch up. Isac climbed straight onto the girl's table. Hey, redhead. You're the one who messed with Azie, right? The girl answered honestly. I never touched Azie. It was Neezer. Isac was very satisfied with this answer. Good, so you admit it. I just said it wasn't me. It was Neezer. Are you even listening? But Wizard Purr appeared from behind. Master, I sense a familiar energy from this girl. Yes, it's definitely familiar. It's the energy of one of the 5 great archgods. Naki had already guessed Isac's true identity. You must be the Isac from the rumors. One is a cursed child, and the other is a descendant of the Pope's family. Looks like the Cyan faith won't amount to anything this year. The Joshua family. That will be erased from the 5 faiths sooner or later. He just looked at her with that how rude expression. Typical servants of the 5 great archgods. Azie felt things had gone far enough. Isac, don't start drama with a rival family. Let's just go home. But Isac wasn't leaving that easily. Why should I go back? I came to get my ordination. Naki wasn't going to let that happen. You'll never be ordained. Neezer said he's sending a protest to the Pope to cancel it. How can an unverified child get ordained? Azie felt like his life was over. Neezer, that bastard. But the girl wouldn't let up. With your attitude, just now, you won't even need to wait for Neezer's protest. You'll ruin it yourself soon enough. Someone spoke up to remind her, Lady, should I call the inspectors? Hearing this made Azie even more frantic. No, 70 of the inspectors are from rival families. Isac, let's go now, or we won't make it. But suddenly, there was a noise from outside. The heavy footsteps of a beast entered. It was absolutely massive. It's a monster. Isac and Azie couldn't even react in time. There it is, my insurance policy. Naki was scrambling to find a way out. A monster. Did it break out of the training room? It's dangerous, lady. Please step back. An unnecessary chaos erupted. Naki had no clue where this monster had come from. She was terrified as it closed in on her. It's getting closer. Since when did he? Isac already had his weapon firmly in hand. He bravely stood alone to face the beast. It's not that easy. I've been calling you forever. You finally dragged your ass over here? The monster's claws were incredibly sharp. It was out for blood, ready to take down everyone present. Naki prepared her magic. You damn monster. Her anger was reaching a boiling point. But the giant beast didn't look scared at all. It clearly sensed the fire burning within its body. Then, it suddenly turned tail and ran away. Even Wizard Purr had to admit his master's plan was solid. That's my master for you. Dragging a sleeping monster out, beating it to a pulp, and then kicking it away just to show off in front of everyone. Isac was gloating inside. I just do what needs to be done. A soldier from the building arrived. Where's the monster? Get away from it now. I think it ran that way. Contact the monster disposal squad immediately. But they were still worried about Naki. Are you alright, my lady? They were the inspectors. Azie just hoped they could get out safely. Well then, we'll take our leave. But unfortunately, they were stopped. Hold it right there. No one leaves until the investigation is over. Azie felt like it was game over. We really don't know anything. Naki suddenly flipped the script. Stop wasting your time. Naki pointed at him. That child saved me. Isac was actually surprised by her change in attitude. Naki stepped even closer. It's Isac, right? I'm sorry for what I said earlier. But don't think I'm particularly grateful to you or anything. Got it? Everyone else was scratching their heads. What's gotten into her? So the boy actually, but no one could have guessed. Someone like him got a recommendation letter for saving a life. Charlotte was dazed. Is that the child my brother mentioned? Scene shifts to the Joshua mansion. In Eli's office, a man's voice rose in frustration. Why do you keep refusing, Cardinal of the Cyan faith? Isn't it a good thing your grandson is being ordained? Let the boy attend the ceremony. But Eli wouldn't budge. But the Pope will be furious. He didn't care who he pissed off. That's none of my business. My grandson will be educated at the Joshua mansion until he's an adult. The other man continued to argue. Locking a child up like that will ruin his personality. Eli got even angrier. His personality is already trash. The man kept trying to persuade him. I don't know if you've heard the news yet, but apparently there's a blonde kid walking around the academy. Eli suspected it was Isac. He immediately called Eli to prepare for the capital. We have to get there by tomorrow. Eli felt this was a disaster. Even taking the fastest route. It'll take at least a week, sir. He had to move now. 23:48 remaining. Eli had to figure out fast. Time to run. The next day, back where Isac was staying, Azie was outside knocking on the door. Hey, Isac, what are you doing? Are you really planning to squeeze that tiny body of yours? Not in a priest's robes? Come out already. Everyone's here. They're gonna laugh in your face anyway. So let's just go. He's done for. Just give up and go home. I'm begging you. Azie didn't know what else to do. Please. But then his expression turned to panic. It seemed Isac had entered. Let's go, Azie. On the final night of the Foundation Festival Hall, the ordination ceremony banquet, everyone was seated at the tables when a voice suddenly boomed. All rise. Someone's footstep echoed as they approached. The power players appeared one by one. Eli was already present at the banquet. Everyone clapped to welcome him. Goel had been harboring wicked thoughts for a long time. These are the heads of the 5 great families. The future leadership of the Joshua family and the title of Cyan Cardinal will definitely be mine. Eli suddenly appeared behind him. I'm not late, am I? Have you seen Isac anywhere? Goel didn't give a damn. Why look for him here? He's probably at home. Besides, don't tell me. That you ran all the way here? Eli nodded in agreement. I did. So do you know where Azie is? I think Isac is with the boy. Goel answered honestly. I haven't seen them yet. His Holiness the Pope has arrived. Pay your respects. Julio entered the hall. His face looked as gentle as ever. May the gods' blessings always be with Hela. Julio gently placed his hand on the chair. He took his seat. Then he ordered everyone to dispense with the formalities. Please be seated, my distinguished guests. Eli looked around, but couldn't find Isac. The ordination ceremony will now begin. When your name is called, please step forward. Eli held his wine glass, swirling it. Actually, this is for the best. Eli stopped when he heard his son's name called. Isac. The speaker called the name repeatedly, but received no response. Is Isac here? Eli thought to himself. If he's not coming, stop calling. His name should have been struck from the list long ago. He was about to move on, but before he could finish the thought, a response came. Isac answered. Goel suddenly lost his temper. That shameless brat. How dare he show his face here? Isac walked out with a confident stride. He actually showed up. Everyone in the room looked shocked. What? The speaker quickly invited him up. Isac, please step forward. Eli could barely stay on his feet. He was moved to the point of tears. Isac, is that really Isac? Since when did you get so big? And you're even wearing the formal attire I prepared for you. Whispers broke out as he walked by. I heard he was just a kid. Did he break the Skeleton Demon King's curse? Since when did the Joshua family have such a powerful child? He's so handsome. Neezer couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? How did he get so tall all of a sudden? Isac ignored the gossip. Eli realized the truth behind this appearance. That damn Skeleton Demon King. You monster from hell, what did you do to Isac? My nephew isn't supposed to smile like that. Has he possessed the boy? Or has the Joshua family curse finally ended? Kina continued to listen to the chatter. If this isn't a saint, then what is? He looks more blessed than cursed. He stood before Julio. Isac looked at that face with suspicion. This guy is the Pope? He's clearly over 70. But his aura is like a total monster. Plus, his face reminds me of those popes I've clashed with before. Should I take him out right now? Eli and Eli remembered what he wrote on his test paper. As a new priest, do you have anything to say to the Pope? Kneel so I can chop your head off more easily. Eli had to do whatever it took to stop the boy. Why are my hands so sweaty? Eli played along perfectly. There's a cockroach. Goel couldn't understand what these people were doing. Are you guys nuts? I swear there's a roach here the size of your head. The speaker called for order. Silence, please. Next, Azie, please step forward. Azie felt incredibly awkward. These bastards are trying to block me. But he had to follow the instructions. Julio remained silent. And next, the ordained will offer their tributes to the gods. Everyone waited for the final result. The time has come for the gods to choose. I wonder which god will bless my son. Eli watched from afar. He could already guess the outcome. Most likely the guardian saint of the Cyan faith. Eli stood beside him, equally nervous. I hope so. I mean, it's not like an evil god would pick the boy, right? Eli had already planned ahead for that scenario. I'll handle it myself. Eli turned pale at those words. Wait, Isac. He was stunned by the question. I meant the Holy Grail. Did you think I was talking about Isac? Azie drew blood from his hand. He let a drop fall into the basin that had been prepared. A drop of red blood dissolved into the water. It transformed into a radiant blue light. Goel was genuinely thrilled by this achievement. That's my boy. The guardian saint of the Cyan faith has descended. Isac turned his head away in annoyance. He didn't want to look anymore. So the God the Joshua family worships is the God of light, a God who is humble but righteous. He also had his blood taken according to procedure. As for me, that no matter which God it is, it's just irritating. Julio felt something was off when he saw the boy's drop of blood. He seemed to have discovered something. Wait, this drop of blood. It's turning a deep crimson. Isac was also startled to see this miracle. Both Eli and July were equally stunned. He feared that his suspicions were coming true. Could it really be exactly what he was thinking? Isac didn't expect to have this inside him. The Skeleton Demon King. The Skeleton Demon King has actually manifested. Eli couldn't let it ruin everything. He immediately used a binding spell to restrain Isac first. He swung a fist packed with immense power. Eli delivered a massive punch straight to that demon. The Skeleton Demon King was forced out of the boy's body. I've been waiting for this saint to appear for a long time. Isac still hadn't processed what was happening. Now, I will destroy the Holy Kingdom bit by bit. Starting with this brat. Isac wondered to himself, what the hell is this? He had to admit, that guy looked exactly like he did in his past life. This is so cringe. Wizard Purr was worried about his master. What's up with this poser? My master is supposed to look way more brain-dead and like a total loser. Hey, you bastard. Julio was focusing his power. Everything was surging toward the Demon King. Eli quickly dodged, staying clear of the blast. Eli immediately shouted for everyone to stop. Eli was still concentrating his strength. He could control everything, even the violent power of that spirit. A vortex of reincarnation was unfolding right here. The Skeleton Demon King writhed in pain. Head of the Cyan family. Thought because of my curse, that you probably can't use your full strength, can you? Wouldn't it be better to just stand still and behave? Eli stood there calmly. He replied to everything. I wasn't planning on making a move, just in case I accidentally leveled this place. His eyes were glowing. Eli was annoyed by the spectacle. But you're acting up way too much. The Skeleton Demon King plotted something. He shifted to take control of the boy. You want to see the Saint Kid die? Eli immediately shot back. I was thinking the same thing. My nephew is taken hostage. And yet you summon such a dangerous thing? Why is its mouth hanging open like that? He kept talking, whether anyone heard him or not. A saint won't die just from a hit like this. This psycho. Isac was barely hanging on. Suddenly, another explosion rocked the area. Everything shattered, but a blinding light flashed. It made it impossible to see clearly. The Skeleton Demon King couldn't do anything either. The palace had been turned into a wasteland. Everyone was scrambling for cover. Goel didn't forget to ask, did you get him? Everyone there was terrified. The Skeleton Demon King is back. Didn't he disappear after cursing the Joshua family 7 years ago? Could it be he's gathered enough power? And has returned. Isac slammed his hand on the table. No way. He was beyond frustrated. That bastard is a total fake. Eli rushed over immediately to check on him. Isac, are you okay? I know you're Joshua, but taking a hit like that and staying unscathed. How? I think the Skeleton Demon King just called Isac a saint, didn't he? Is that monster really dead this time? Probably. The head of the Cyan family finished him off with the whale holy beast. Isac just ignored those pointless questions. There's no way he's dead. That was just an illusion. Everyone looked at him with skeptical eyes. But Wizard Purr had been suspicious of this for a long time. It looks like he created a clone and sent it here. But something's a bit off. You felt it too? Isac was certain about one thing. He used my mana. Could my mana core have fallen somewhere? If the saintesses archive has a piece of my bone, then it's not impossible. But if that poser has it, all the better. I'll just kill him and take it back. Eli breathed a sigh of relief, seeing his nephew safe. He thought to himself, just now for sure. If I hadn't attacked, he would have taken Isac out too. But then Eli noticed Julio's concerned expression. He couldn't wrap his head around it. But why? Julio looked at the boy with pitying eyes. It was unbelievable. The supreme god that the Yellow family had craved for 1,000 years. The god who stands even above the 5 great archgods. Julio was clearly fuming inside. Why would that god choose a Joshua brat? Julio walked away without even glancing back. Eli came back to check on Isac's condition. Come here, let's go home. My nephew defeated the Skeleton Demon King's curse and grew up to be this handsome. Isac was creeped out by the gesture. Why is his smile so terrifying? He was even making all sorts of promises. Your uncle will buy you all the candy you want. Isac was beyond scared. No way I'm going with you. You look like you're about to haul me to a slaughterhouse. Kina spoke up to remind him, Duke, it's not time for Isac to go back yet. Another massive explosion erupted outside. Monsters were swarming in from out of nowhere. There's still unfinished business here. Isac let out a long, silent sigh. No choice, uncle. I don't think we should be heading back just yet. Kina continued walking up from behind Isac. She thought to herself, This arrogant brat grew up fast, and now he's a saint too? Isac had already guessed what she was thinking. I don't know what you're plotting, but I'm going to use you to the fullest. I'll show you who the real saint is. Isac began gathering power in his hands. He focused on performing the purification he intended. Purify. Immediately, the monsters were struck with fear. The onlookers couldn't stop marveling. What a magnificent purification art. It's been 100 years since I've seen light that pure. But why isn't the boy using offensive arts? Why only purification? Someone questioned. Since it purifies mana, maybe he's trying to stop them from being summoned again. He already had a plan in mind. Aside from the Shaker, I have nowhere else to learn holy arts. But if purification reaches G rank, it can deal massive AoE damage over time. Those beasts couldn't lay a finger on him. The reason Isac was doing this was simple. Kina didn't care and pushed past him. Move it. You can't handle them with just that. You only just reached level 5 holy arts, and you're already flexing? You're supposed to be a once-in-a-century talent, but with that level, you're no match for me. Watch closely. You have to use a powerful holy art and attack from multiple sides to bring them down. She noticed there was no sound behind her. Isac seemed to be stifling a laugh. Kina was completely baffled by his attitude. Didn't you learn about those monsters? They have insane health rating. You have to one-shot them. Now, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Isac looked at her with pure disdain. Looks like you're a total dipshit who doesn't know a thing. Kina was exhausted just looking at him. I should have let the Cyan family head take him home. This bastard's face makes me sick. He then told her a crucial piece of information. Those things are just bait. Kina didn't get it all. Bait. Isac started looking for something to back up his claim. Their true form must be around here somewhere. He immediately unleashed power from his palm. Right after that, its shape was revealed. Found you. Hey, see, no? Kina didn't understand the point of Isac's actions. What the hell are you doing with that bug? He didn't bother answering and stabbed his weapon straight into it. A terrifying explosion rocked the area once again. But Isac had proven his theory correct. It's designed to silently poison everyone nearby. That's why it's so dangerous. If you're poisoned slowly, you won't even realize you're dying. The Skeleton Demon King said it himself. He's going to wipe us all out. If the Holy Kingdom is his target, then first, he'll have to take us out, the apprentice priests. Everyone was scrambling to escape. Hurry and find the hidden bugs. Anyone poisoned, use holy arts to detoxify immediately. But Isac noticed something weird. The bugs were being destroyed one after another. They were searching for all of them, but he panicked. Wait, if they were all taken out at once like that, Isac feared the resulting explosion would be massive. But Wizard Purr quickly appeared and reminded him, Master, this is your chance. If you purify the poisoned people, won't you get all the credit? Isac finally realized it. You're a genius. My time has come. He was over the moon. Julio appeared right where the chaos was happening. Everything began to shift according to his actions. Isac never expected him to show up. Julio handled everything perfectly. Now, no one else will be poisoned. This totally ruined Isac's chance. That damn Pope. The heavy foot of a beast landed nearby. You bastard. How dare you defy our great king? I won't forgive you. I'm dragging you to hell with me. Isac sensed something strange behind him. His gaze immediately sharpened. No. Isac saw the beast appear right in front of him. But before it could do anything, it felt his overwhelming power. Isac shook his head, bored. Give it up. A total nobody like you thinks they can hurt me? We've handled the rest of them. Hurry. Take the wounded to the infirmary. Kina couldn't believe her eyes. He drove that monster away, just with a look. Her hands clenched and trembled. Kina still couldn't accept this was real. No way. How could he? That's something only someone on the Pope's level could do. The appearance of the Skeleton Demon King at the ceremony had thrown the entire Holy Kingdom into a panic. The Skeleton Demon King is back. He fled after being defeated. Who is the saint he was talking about? Julio was discussing the situation with the others. It seems there's an issue with the Holy Grail. An illusion summoning magic was engraved on it. We are currently investigating the origin of that grail, so please wait for the results. But some are still confused. Does that mean the issue is outsiders getting in? Eyes agreed. That's part of it. But the main issue is the Holy Kingdom's barrier, which is protected by the Holy Dragon. In a flash, it was the next day. Isac was sitting alone on a chair, doing research. The weakened barrier is why the Demon Clan could infiltrate. And since the Holy Dragon is linked to the royal family, isn't the Pope responsible? These bastards are always full of crap. Goel happened to appear from behind. My nephew is actually reading the newspaper now. Congrats. You've been ordained. Isac couldn't stand his attitude. How am I going to deal with this clown? It felt like the family head was making him do this. Gili continued to praise Isac. Since you can speak fluently now, why don't you read the Demon King's Requiem poem? Use less. Eli suddenly showed up. He was looking for the two of them. Good, you're both here. Isac, go outside for a bit so we can talk privately. Isac obeyed and headed out. Eli walked in with a dead serious expression. He immediately used an absolute soundproofing spell. Eli was curious and asked right away, "Father, what is so important that you're using as soundproofing art?" "Just to be safe. This is about Isac." "I think." Isac was chosen by an evil god during the ceremony. The god that chose Isac is definitely not normal. It looks like this mark has never appeared in the history of the appointment ceremonies for the Pope and the Cardinal. They're the only two people who saw that mark, and the Pope tried to eliminate Isac. Eli couldn't believe this reality. What? The Pope did that? He couldn't believe it. But this is indeed the truth. Right. Unless an evil god chose him, he definitely wouldn't act like that. Goel is suspicious of a certain issue. Could it be that it's not an evil god, but the deity their clan worships? The two of them immediately turned their heads when they heard him mention it. The yellow sect's faith? Goel quickly explained this thought. They hate anything impure. When others are involved with what belongs to them. So if someone like Joshua was chosen by a god the yellow clan worships, they definitely wouldn't let it slide. If the Pope reacted like that, then the god Isac received must be a deity related to the yellow clan, or perhaps even. It could be a god they haven't even been able to summon yet. He might consider this possibility. If it's Isac, the boy is fully capable, but Eli doesn't really believe in this. You think that kid could summon a decent god? Goel sighed with disdain. Definitely not. He immediately gave him an order. Goel, contact the Pope's clan and investigate which god chose Isac. He didn't want to carry out this mission. Huh? Me? But why? If you succeed, I'll give Azie an achievement, and from now until Isac starts his internship, the boy will be under special surveillance. If Isac continues to have faith test results like last time, in the future, he might become a dark priest that makes everyone shudder. All three of them don't want this to happen. Goel thought about the words he had said. If he really becomes a dark priest, the whole clan will be labeled as traitors. National criminals will get everyone arrested, and even Azie will be in deep trouble. Eli couldn't let his nephew be in danger. Eli was serious about this. We must stop that at all costs. Eli began to explain the rules to his two nephews. Pretty soon, you guys will start your internship. Those damn seniors used to beat me to a pulp. But that's all in the past now. Isac felt annoyed by this. Stop talking. It feels like I'm being drafted into the army all over again. He has to complete this mission. During the internship, you'll work with seniors. You'll find your abilities and learn the real work of a priest that the academy doesn't teach. Based on the evaluation results, you can change your status and benefits. So do your best. When finished, you'll sign a contract with a god. He had a question that needed answering. All right, uncle. Do you know when we can participate in the sacrifice ceremony? Eli was happy because he thought of this issue. Are you interested in the sacrifice ceremony? No. Isac needed to know this more than ever. I'm very interested, especially the execution of the skeleton demon king's subordinates. He nodded, understanding everything. I'm glad to see your faith is growing. Then let me explain the sacrifice ceremony to you. He immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Eli thoroughly explained the origin of this ceremony. The sacrifice ceremony is when we offer gifts to the gods, and many people gather to celebrate like a festival. Actually, everyone attends, but the most important thing is their heart and faith for the deities. So essentially, this is a very personal ritual. This brings us back to the basic question. Do we really have to gather in large numbers to perform this ritual? But think about it carefully. The sacrifice ceremony is inherently a ritual we hold to offer to the gods, and throughout history, rituals have always been a core community action. The essence of this ritual is that we all serve the gods together, and the clearest proof of that is each person's individual faith in the deities. Isac didn't expect it to be so long-winded. This uncle is a bit too serious. And where did those glasses come from? Eli continued to explain an interesting fact. Is bowing alone a type of prayer, while bowing in a group is a ritual? But you can't really say that. The most important thing is the purpose for which people gather and the attitude they participate with. Anyway, I might have gone a bit too far, but I think you get the point, right? This sacrifice ceremony is a lot like a festival. And what's the first thing you think of when mentioning a festival? Right, it's having fun and enjoying things together. And isn't joy a part of faith? So the gods will bless this sacrifice ceremony with great joy, and that is the right of the gods during the ceremony, isn't it? This explanation made him understand. So that means low-level gods or angels will participate in the ceremony, right? If I catch you, I'll rip you to shreds. He was comfortable with what he explained. Our Isac probably wants to personally execute the skeleton demon king subordinates, right? That sense of justice is truly necessary. Yes. Goel immediately announced the rules to the two of them. The group that gets the highest score will have the honor of executing the skeleton demon king subordinates. So remember to do well, Azie. Yes, father. He didn't like this at all. This teamwork game again? He looked at him kindly with affectionate eyes. I hope you guys get good results so you can achieve what you want. Yes. He had to accept these things. Yes, uncle. There's no other way. I'll just have to take out a few groups and then pretend. Just save the remaining groups. I'll do my best. Eli believed what he thought. Right, this lovely child certainly couldn't become a dark priest. What a relief. Goel asked him about the issue he was curious about. But Isac, in the last appointment ceremony, which God chose you, he knew right away that he would ask about this. Isac also had to answer that question. I don't remember very clearly, but it was a rather weird and uncomfortable mark. Look, this is the mark of doom. Both of them were extremely panicked. That's definitely an evil god. Eli stood up and was shaking all over. It's okay. Sometimes there are gods with creepy-looking marks. Goel immediately avoided the topic. Right, in the end, faith is what's important. Don't worry too much. All right, the cardinal is coming to see you. He didn't want to meet him at all. That bastard. That person. But why? Then there was the sound of someone calling Isac's name. This surprised both of them as well. Kina suddenly rushed in here. I have business with you. Both Eli and Goel couldn't understand the situation. Why'd he come to see Isac? Who knows? How could I understand his thoughts? Or maybe he came to harm Isac. Didn't the Pope send him? If it's because of an evil god, it's very likely. Kina gently took his hand. He said strange words. I thought you were a worthless piece of trash. You're for real? Isac was startled. This bastard is crazy. You trying to pick a fight? Kina moved on to a more important issue. But now I've realized that the reason you haven't appeared before the world for the past 15 years is because of your training. You didn't want your skills to be defiled by the fools in the academy. He's known since you were appointed. You are outstanding and incomparable to those fools. It's a waste of time for someone like you to be stuck doing internships. Isac felt he was truly terrifying. Azie agreed with this. I think this guy is a bit out of his mind. Kina came here to make an invitation. Train with me under his tutelage, and then we'll hit the big leagues together. Take my hand, Isac. Together, we will execute the skeleton demon king and lead the holy state. Azie was stunned and had to chime in. Is this some new type of bullying from the Pope's clan? But he seems dead serious. That's a scary good deal. If it were me, I'd definitely. Isac quickly shut down the offer. Get lost. Beat it. I'll go through the internship just like everyone else. Azie was thinking to himself. Yeah, he's totally lost it. But Kina continued to flex his power. As for your credentials as a priest, don't worry. I'm not just talking about training. I'll give you the status of a priest with 15 years of experience. But Isac still didn't care. If you want someone to go, take that guy over there. Azie panicked as Isac pointed at him. That guy and you aren't even on the same level, which is true. But he felt totally humiliated. Those bastards. Kina was dead set on connecting with Isac's talent. You have enough talent to ward off monsters with just a glare. Wizard had already guessed what he was getting at. He must have seen a master scare off monsters with intimidation. Isac realized what was up. This jerk probably wants to learn that move from me. The more he wants it, the less I like it. Let me say it again, get lost. Just the thought of learning from the Pope makes me want to puke. Kina got heated when he heard that. Did you just say my grandfather makes you sick? Isac's mouth was covered, but he still managed to speak. Obviously. I even want to slit his throat. No one understood what the hell was going on. Eli showed up just in time during the crisis. Our nephew is busy. Don't come near this kid again. Kina still couldn't forget what just happened. Even if you're the head of the Blue Clan, if your nephew keeps hanging out with this kid, he's going to turn into total trash. He was surprised by the advice he was given. He wanted to break free, but couldn't. Those Joshua bastards. I'll definitely take you guys down. The 5-color test. A test every apprentice priest must pass. White, yellow, blue, and red. This is the order they will be tested in, presided over by the cardinals of each faith. So if you want to become an official priest, you absolutely have to pass this test. Isac reached the place he was looking for. The guys in my group are going to be here? Goals. 30 kids with the same background or faith in one group. Do they want us to start a turf war or something? Azie had told him once. Our group is all my friends, so it'll be fine. Seems like sending people to school early was worth it. Azie, I'll use these guys to pass the 5-color test and save my subordinates. So first, I need to make a good impression. As soon as Isac walked in, someone shouted, he's here. Quick, tie that bastard up. Before he knew what was happening, he was greeted. You're the one who bullied Azie all these years, right? Let's teach you some manners. Just think of it as having some fun with your big brothers. If you dare tell Azie, you're dead meat. Isac saw that attitude and knew it wasn't going to fly. These guys are no good. They were still openly looking down on him. Right? Let's just treat this like a friendly get-together. Is that a handbell? Man, the rumors that he was a baby just a moment ago are true. Just hang him up somewhere. But Isac kicked him right in the face. That guy didn't survive Isac's assault. What the hell is this? Is that bastard crazy? Isac wasn't going to let anyone hear off easy. We need to be close to get a high score, right? Then let's do some group exercises. Let's get to know each other, friends. He proceeded to teach them a lesson. The place was filled with their screams. Azie walked in and was completely stunned. Isac, I don't really get what's going on here. Is this what you call group exercise? Their backs were hurting, but they didn't dare fight back. Help, Uji. Isn't this guy your relative? But he didn't give a damn. He intentionally dodged the issue. Thanks for playing with my cousin. Hey, save us. Uji remembered something and asked Isac's opinion. By the way, the first test is graded on group harmony. What's your plan? Isaac found that hilarious. Harmony? Are you blind? Don't you see this human pyramid? This is peak harmony right here. Uji looked at him with a helpless gaze. That's because you forced them with violence, you psycho. Isaac handed Uji a piece of paper. Just take a look at this. He was shocked when he saw it. What's this? A list of the guys who want to leech off you. These bastards have been using every excuse to drain Uji for the past 7 years. Even if the Joshua clan doesn't expect anything in return, there's a limit. One guy even tried to make an excuse. The Joshua clan doesn't need anything from you guys. Even if you offered something, it probably wouldn't help them anyway. So, he immediately shut him up. Nothing? Your limbs are still intact. Your organs are still fresh, too. But I don't need much, my dear friends. I just want a healthy relationship where it's a matter of give and take. So in this group activity, work hard, be devoted, and keep your hearts pure. If not, Isaac will do whatever it takes, got it? You're not going to answer? So they immediately replied, yes, sir. Yes. He immediately stepped down upon hearing the answer. Good. Then the group exercise ends here. Uji was worried, so he asked about the situation. What if we fail the test? Isaac didn't reply, but just told him, follow me, I have something to show you. Uji was still very anxious about the current state of things. Just one failing grade and we're out. The first criterion is harmony. Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. First, just look at this. The scene before them was a person tied up. Uji was absolutely freaking out when he saw this. He angrily grabbed Isaac's shirt. You psycho, what are you doing? That's someone in our group. Besides, he's the son of Uncle's friend. Don't you remember him from the relic archives? Isaac calmly replied without a care. I know. It's precisely because he's in our group that we have a problem. He's holding a letter saying he'll stop being a spy. He couldn't stay calm. Upon hearing this, Uji looked straight at that guy and realized the truth. He still couldn't believe this was real at all. Nizer told you to do this, didn't he? The person was terrified upon hearing the question. I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything else. I have my reasons. Isaac continued to interrogate him on the matter. So what did Nizer tell you to do? He told me to completely sabotage Joshua's group. He said Uji would cave in for the sake of the test. So he told me to make outrageous demands to make the group fall apart. Even the hostile attitude toward Isaac at the welcoming party was his doing. He wanted to personally execute the skeleton demon king's subordinates. But Isaac didn't expect this guy to be so low. Nizer, not only do you dare touch me, but now you want to execute my subordinates? I have to teach him a lesson. A few days later, Nizer was showing a panicked attitude. Failed again? How hard can it be to be a spy? How many of you have quit already? Sorry, we have group study sessions, so let me off the hook. Nizer didn't want to drag this out any longer. Fine. All right, get out of my sight. Whatever. There's still 3 people in Joshua's group loyal to me. As long as they're in there, those guys are definitely going to fail. He was harboring deep resentment in his heart. That bastard is such an eyesore. I have to deal with him soon. Even my father is paying attention to him. Does he really want to invite him to the clan? No, whatever. After today, it'll all be over. Anyway, those Joshua losers will be disqualified. Today, it's time for today's lesson to begin. Welcome to the 5-color harmony. The white faith performs magic through words but the most important thing between teammates is harmony and faith. Therefore, the first subject of the 5-color harmony will be evaluated through voting. Nizer stood outside observing the situation. As long as one person opposes keeping the current lineup, the whole team is disqualified, and the dissenter will be moved to another group. Meaning, even if they betray the blue clan, they can still continue the test. I've already planted my spies. So, you're definitely going to fail. Nizer had set a trap for Isaac long ago. If he wasn't careful, failing was a given. The host said it's time to announce the results. The blue clan group is. The whole group has unanimously agreed to keep the members. Therefore, the entire group has passed the 5-color harmony. Isaac turned his head toward him and smirked. Right after the announcement ended that day, Uji chased after Isaac. Wait for me. How did you do that? How did you get them to agree? He had to tell the whole story. Do you remember a few days ago how the yellow cardinal kept looking for me? Uji remembered clearly. Of course I do. You even dared to ignore the cardinal's summons. Are you trying to get killed? Sorry. Isaac continued his story. I told him if he wanted to meet, he had to bring the imperial medicine. He was shocked to hear those 2 words. Isn't that the secret drug that only those of the yellow faith lineage possess? No way he'd give it to him. But Isaac said something that surprised him. And then he actually gave it to me. So I took that pill to make a deal with those guys. Uji just made a guess and was hit with shock. What? You really gave it to him? So you're going to give them the imperial medicine? You gave it to them after the vote? Isaac denied the issue. I made them chug the whole thing before the vote. He was even more stunned. What? What if they betrayed us? Isaac had already calculated everything. It's fine. I believe in my teammates. Even though Uji felt Isaac's behavior was very strange. Has he turned over a new leaf? If so, that's actually great. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw a scene of them trembling. Please, we did exactly what you said. Please give us the antidote. Uji didn't understand what was happening. What antidote? My stomach hurts so bad. But Isaac had come up with this invention. I believe they won't dare to betray us. What the hell did you do, you psycho? He was starting to figure it all out. Don't tell me you gave them poison instead of the imperial medicine. Isaac intentionally dodged the issue. I gave them real imperial medicine. 93 flour. 5 skeleton demon king's mana essence. 1 laxative, 0.5 hair extract, and a tiny bit of imperial medicine. You'd get more than that just by washing a real pill with water. But Isaac didn't feel a bit of pity for the scene before him. It's time they paid their debts after sucking people's blood for years. They were pleading pathetically. Help me. I can't take it anymore. We passed the 5-color harmony, didn't we? Please give us the antidote. He opened the cabinet door as if he had forgiven them. Fine. I'm a man of my word, after all. Let's see. Where did I put the antidote? He actually pulled out a diaper. Found it. Uji looked over and was horrified. You're insane. That's a diaper you used to wear. Who puts an antidote in a diaper? Isaac was just trolling them. Now then, who should I give it to first? Nizer couldn't take it anymore and immediately rushed inside. Give me back my people, you bastard. I don't know what kind of bribe you used. To snatch my people away, but he won't let it slide. He was giving a warning. Don't touch Isaac. He couldn't understand what they were thinking. Why are you guys suddenly jumping out to protect him? What did you do to them? Nizer was interrogated by Isaac. Word for word. I heard you told him this. In desperate moments, what humans seek is an overwhelming power. But you were wrong. The most important thing to them right now is saving their own skins. No one can resist death. Nizer was terrified when he heard those words. He couldn't believe this was real. No way. Are those even the eyes of a human? At this time, in the office of the Holy See, Hui Jie was busy with his work. Kumin, 7 days just to meet an apprentice priest? How disrespectful. I'm sorry, sir, but regarding what he requested, Isaac said he's not coming. Hui Jie didn't expect him to be so stubborn. He already received the imperial medicine, and he's still not coming? That's what he said, sir. Also, he asked me to deliver a message. He can no longer be patient. What message? Next time, if you want me to come, send a fat gold bar. Hui Jie went into a frenzy, smashing everything. One way or another. Bring that brat before me. Nizer left angrily after the argument. That bastard. Still, it wasn't like there was no harvest. My guy said he has something that prevents him from facing the Inquisitors. If I investigate, I'll find a lead. I'll expose his identity with my own hands. Suddenly, he saw a lot of people here. What's wrong with you people? Why is the dorm so noisy? They immediately explained the reason. It's because we have business with the young master here. Nizer thought to himself, why did I run into someone from the Red Clan, the sworn enemies of the Yellow Clan? Please just disappear, you red freak. If rumors spread about the Yellow Cardinal summoning someone from the Blue Clan, it'll be a mess. Nizer looked at that person with unfriendly eyes. Isaac stepped out from inside. When he heard the noise, why are you guys so late? I'm sure I told you to come early. Because I need something for the tea party. They were secretly rejoicing. This kid is definitely trying to help us. With what we're getting, it's the least he can do. Typical Joshua, always so predictable. Yes, I came here because there's something I want to give the young master. It's being prepared. Exactly. A social gathering needs hospitality, so bring it before the day is over. He got even angrier inside. A social gathering? It was that very meeting where you charm my subordinates, right? Then, we'll take our leave. Nizer immediately used 5th tier holy magic. Gray penance hell. I just helped your subordinates rest for a bit. Now, I have private business with you. Why don't we do a fun faith test together? But Uji was already imagining the absolute worst-case scenario. No way. He'll definitely be burned at the stake if he takes that test. Worst case, the whole clan could be wiped out just because of him. He's trying to lure Isaac into doing something bad. I have a handy gadget here. Just place your hand on it, and it'll react. Let's just use this for now. Hui Jie was so pissed that he came all the way here. Isaac, I didn't expect you to dare refuse my summons. Just because you're busy playing around? You think I'm some kind of joke? Nizer turned around and saw something terrifying. You think I'm a joke, don't you? He didn't expect you to dare refuse my summons just because you're busy playing around. He didn't expect to run into him here. The Cardinal? Hui Jie looked down at where Nizer was standing. So you're getting cozy with the Red Clan now? A brat from that clan dared to lay a hand on my subordinates? He was stunned to hear those words. Nizer didn't expect things to turn out this way. This guy is on the same side as the Burke clan? Isaac had to offer a formal apology. I'm sorry, Your Eminence, as you can see. Young Master Nizer here told me not to associate with people from the Yellow Clan, so I couldn't respond to your summons in time. He immediately looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Nizer had to justify himself and get the hell out of here. What did I ever say that, you bastard? Besides, what do you mean the cardinal summoned you? I thought no bishop was allowed to contact students during their internship phase. Could the cardinal really? Huijie was shocked to hear this information. Is that so? Isac was laughing his head off inside. This is getting good. Huijie felt really disappointed in him. The third son of the Red Clan. I gave you guys time to bond with your teammates, but it seems you've wasted that time, haven't you? But I'll let it slide this once. Because I'm acquainted with your father. Nizer was trying to explain that he was being framed. It's not like that. He started to find him obnoxious. But I will assign extra tasks from the Holy See specifically to your group. Nizer really struggled to explain. Please don't. Huijie spoke seriously to Isac. Now follow me to my room. He was about to decline the invitation again. My apologies, Lord Yellow Cardinal, but the Red Cardinal called for me first. Before Nizer could escape, he heard the bad news. Isac simply didn't want to talk to him. What can I say? I just made an appointment. I'll see you when the terms are better. Huijie had to double check. The Red Cardinal just called you? Yes. He affirmed it completely without flinching. Yes, the Red Cardinal just called me. Nizer hadn't made any offer to him at all. I clearly never said that. So how did he know? If this keeps up, I'll be ignored by Cardinal Bert. If I lose evaluation points, I'm toast. Gotta bail. Yes, that's right. I came mainly to call Isac. So if you'll excuse me, I'll take this. No, him with me. Huijie still didn't quite believe this. Huh? Nizer tried his best. It wasn't working? He tried to choose his words carefully to explain again. Cardinal. But he only replied with a short sentence. Fine, I guess I can't do anything if you have a prior engagement. Go ahead. Nizer was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Even Cardinal Bert wouldn't want to pick a fight with my clan. But he didn't forget the previous conversation. However, it's still true that you caused trouble for the Yellow Clan. But he still couldn't escape the misery. So starting tomorrow, I'll be assigning you extra work. Nizer tried to reassure himself. It's okay. If I hand this guy over to Father, the cleanup will be. He turned around and the guy was gone. Where did that brat go? Uji answered for him. Isac went to sleep. He said if he wants to grow taller, he has to go to bed early. Nizer gnashed his teeth, nearly reaching his limit. It's only 2 p.m., you bastard. Wake up. Get up right now. Drag that Nizer out of here. Meanwhile, he was still deep in sleep. 3 days later was when he had to do the cleaning. Nizer still hadn't stopped hating Isac for what happened before. I'm gonna kill you. Who can handle cleaning for 18 hours a day? A talentless hack. You're so incompetent you couldn't even bring one kid to me, and you dare ask for my help? My teammates are whining all day because of the low scores, and even my father won't help me. I want Father to acknowledge me, so I have to bring that kid back. If that's the case, I have to meet him first. Anyway, he has to come pray eventually. I'll just wait for him in the prayer room until 6 hours later. Nizer was still sitting there waiting in hopelessness. Isac's group thought he was such a nuisance. What the hell are you doing? We have work to do. If our score drops any further, I'll kill you right now. He stubbornly stayed there no matter what. No, I have to meet Isac. Nizer finally saw his shadow appearing. Isac waved hello with a very friendly face. Nizer was constantly terrified by this. Let me go. Even though he was being dragged away, he still wanted to stay. Uji stood behind. He felt it was so boring. You're a real devil. You came at just the right time to piss him off? But wouldn't it be beneficial for us to meet the Red Cardinal? You still don't quite get this, do you? Why is that? He explained based on his own thoughts. Because Cardinal Bert will never help us become king. Isac continued to ask about this. King? What do you mean? Uji was annoyed to see him acting like that. Would you like me to translate more of this story or help you with something else? I'm begging you, at least learn the grading criteria. Isac felt like he should have mentioned that sooner. He started imagining the worst-case scenarios. If the Cardinal loses his cool and ranks us as skeletons, we'll be demoted back to the Academy. On top of that, Cardinal Bert might even want to kill you. But Isac still didn't buy it. Say something that makes sense. He would hold a grudge so deep they'd kill a 10-year-old kid. He even gave me imperial medicine. Uji was stunned that Isac still didn't get it. Don't you know? Your mother was once engaged to Cardinal Bert, but your father snatched her away from him. The previous engagement was ruined because your father turned that incident into a conflict between both clans. His face went pale as he realized the truth. He definitely wants to kill me. 100. He turned around and saw a wizard. You scared the life out of me. Uji was forced to lead the way for Isac. If you can win over the Red Cardinal to your side, you can use him to keep the Yellow Cardinal in check. Not to mention the descendants of the Yellow Clan. They also have to pass the Red Clan's test, so it's enough to promise them they won't get a skeleton rank in the Yellow Sex test. He felt these points were very reasonable. True. Let me go meet him once and see how it goes. But Isac was suddenly muzzled by someone's hand. Uji hadn't even finished the story yet. What did you just say? But Isac was nowhere to be found. Huijie was still reading documents in his room. He was the one responsible for Isac's disappearance. Isaac was furious about this. Mr. Kidnapper, what the hell do you think you're doing? You always act so noble. And yet you tell your subordinates to kidnap me? Yes, Hui Jie was fuming inside. You brat, I have something to say to you. Isaac understood his thoughts perfectly. Yeah, I'm sure there's something. Didn't you call me here just because I've been ghosting you this whole time? Isaac's mood couldn't be described. Hui Jie reached out his hand. I want to adopt you. He was trying to make a deal. Isaac wondered why he would do that. Questions kept popping up in his head. What did he just say? Adoption? As in joining the Yellow Clan? You want me to join the Yellow Clan? What the hell? Is he mocking me? Or is this a new trick to control the Joshua clan? Hui Jie understood exactly what Isaac was worried about. There's no sentimentality here. I'm just proposing you leave Joshua and become an adopted son of the Burt clan. But Isaac still didn't accept this reason. It only made him more suspicious. Why are you doing this? Is it because that fake skeleton demon king? Call me a saint? Whatever. Whatever their goal is, it doesn't matter. But if I become your adopted son, what's in it for me? If you want to negotiate, at the very least, you should state your terms clearly. He didn't expect the kid to be so sharp. He's planning to negotiate with me at that age. We will give you everything the Joshua clan can't. The Pope's clan can make up for any shortcomings, but Isaac found this ridiculous. But the Joshua clan isn't lacking anything. Hui Jie thought of a more effective way. I heard Joshua is trying to lock you up in the mansion. The Blue Faith requires patience and the suppression of one's true nature. So you'll face endless limitations. With the Yellow Clan, we won't interfere in anything you do. Furthermore, we will support whatever you want to do. He still felt it wasn't quite enough. That still sounds like peanuts. Unless you plan to back me as the next successor of the Burt clan, otherwise, it's not enough. He didn't expect Isaac to be so greedy. I heard you were aiming for the position of saint, but now you're eyeing the papacy too? If you really want to become the Pope, then wouldn't switching to the Yellow Clan be more beneficial? Isaac replied coldly with a single sentence. But I'm still a member of the Joshua clan. If you think I'll switch sides for stuff like that. Hui Jie continued to offer premium terms. A piece of land in your name, a private territory, a treasury full of gold, your own army under your command, tax-exempt privileges, and a mansion even bigger than Joshua's. I'll even give you the rights of a direct descendant. Isaac nodded in approval. I'll consider it. Hui Jie felt he was close to winning him over. Good. Then I'll start the induction process right now. But wait, don't tell the Joshua clan. Is Isaac agreeing to these terms? Yes, definitely. I promised I'd keep it secret. Hui Jie suddenly rushed outside. Uji, standing outside the door, couldn't help but panic. He was terrified at the sight of him. Uji immediately ran as fast as he could. I didn't hear anything. Hui Jie sighed, finally getting rid of the guy. He went back inside and spoke softly. What matters is what you think. Even if that kid tells Joshua, it won't change anything. Isaac still stood there defiantly with his arms crossed. I only said I'd consider it. I never said I would join. Even if I die, I'm never joining the Pope's clan. He had to double-check. Even if you die, Isaac confirmed this firmly. Hui Jie angrily gripped the cloth on the table. You really are just like your mother. From your looks to the way you talk. You know, with just one word from me, you'll be excommunicated and never be a priest again. Don't even dream of becoming Pope. You won't even be recognized as a saint. With the Pope's authority, I can ban you from ever setting foot in the holy state. You know that well, yet you still dare to say such things? But Isaac maintained that stubborn attitude. I'll just start my own country where priests and popes aren't even necessary in the first place. Why does a nation need two leaders anyway? Besides, it's going to be my country soon enough. Hui Jie was still reeling from this. You are. He rubbed his head as if it were no big deal. I need at least that many weapons to take down the skeleton demon king, wouldn't I? Let's just pretend I never heard that adoption offer. It'll be better for you that way. Anyway, thanks to you, I've become even more curious. I wonder, what really happened during that appointment ceremony? What made the Yellow Clan want to adopt a direct descendant of a rival family? I'm sure the people of the Holy State are dying to know as well. At the mansion, Eli was shocked by the crucial news. Isaac breezed through the 5-color harmony test. How did he pull that off? He was supposed to fail. My faith must not be strong enough. He immediately dropped to his knees on the floor. Please, my God, whose divine power rules over heaven and earth, make my nephew fail. Benjamin noticed the situation was looking pretty bad. So he asked Eli what had happened to the clan while he was away. Since when did the Blue Faith start cursing people? Is Isaac really that much of a troublemaker? Eli completely denied this. A troublemaker? The boy is kind, pure, polite, and very smart brother. Benjamin looked over at his father's actions. Then why is father acting like that? He immediately explained. I think he's just overly worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming tests for the Yellow and Red clans are very dangerous. He didn't quite understand this behavior. I can't inherit the clan because I'm the second son, So the appearance of a child with the potential to be the successor should be a good thing. But why do I feel so uneasy? Eli scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Anyone hit with this blessing should have been so fired up they collapse and stay unconscious for 3 days. Why didn't it work on that kid? Doesn't that sound more like a curse? I think it's better that it didn't work. A voice spoke from behind. Even so, I think that child means a lot to you right now. Greetings, patriarch and uncle. Leah returned, making everyone happy. It's been a long time since they last saw her. I'm back. She was asking about everyone's health. Is everyone doing well? Eli didn't care and continued the conversation. But how did that kid pass the harmony test? He shouldn't have been able to. The Pope's clan is showing way too much interest in Isac. If they're really gunning for his life, it would be best if he just accepted it and came home early. But if he gets appointed in a year or two, it will be fine. The problem is the boy is too outstanding to delay his appointment. That's why everyone was turning their attention to something else. Benjamin had been curious for a while. Geez, who sent that letter? That envelope looks too fancy, nothing like ours. He let out a long sigh. I have to tell you, it's from your fourth brother. Hearing the contents. It's from your fourth brother. Both were shocked. Eli could easily guess who it was. Noah? He sent a letter? Eli picked up the paper and read it aloud to the two of them. When are you going to stop being the patriarch? You're about to kick the bucket anyway, so why not hurry up and pass down the title? That's what he wrote. For this reason, we have to properly train Isac into a real man. No matter what, we can't let your brother take over. Eli immediately agreed with this. He only wanted what was best for the clan. If Isac still isn't qualified, then Eli, you will be the next patriarch. But he passed the harmony test, so maybe there's still hope. Salak flew in angrily. But Eli remained calm and asked her, "What's up, Salak?" She immediately announced the emergency. That brat is out there beating up the others with his rattle. What kind of psycho uses recovery magic? Just to beat people up even harder? He wasn't even that surprised. Classic Isac. But Benjamin didn't look too happy. Man, but it doesn't even stop there. He even poisoned and threatened his teammates to pass the test. Eli tried his best to stay calm. It's fine as long as the Pope's clan doesn't find out. Uji suddenly rushed inside. Grandpa, this is bad. He gasped for air as he spoke. Cardinal Bert. He offered to adopt Isac. His whole body began to shake. What did Isac say? Eli would never believe it. Father, Isac is a member of the Joshua clan. There's no way he'd betray us. Uji conveyed it clearly. He said, hell yeah. He was so pissed, he completely lost his cool. What do you mean, Uji? What did he use to bribe Isac? Uji was afraid of getting slapped with a huge bill. A crazy amount of money that nobody could refuse, sir. Eli felt that clan was absolute trash. This issue got everyone talking. I guess money really does talk. You're right. Eli can't let this happen. Those sons of bitches. This old man is still alive and kicking. How dare they try to snatch my family member away? A heap of gold was spread out before their eyes. Everyone was gasping in awe. Is all this gold from the Burt clan? I heard it's all for Isac. So, the rumors about Isac being tight with the Pope's clan. Are they true? He stood behind them, eavesdropping on the whole conversation. It's more like hush money. Anyway, gold is just gold. Uji brought a white flag. Inside, there was a message saying Isac is a member of the Blue Faith. He glanced at it and felt it was weird. What the hell? Why? Did the patriarch send him? That stingy old man. But Isac had to read the contents of the note. Eli had sent him a sweet message. You're family to me. Isac felt goosebumps all over. What kind of game is he playing? Uji looked around, totally confused. Why are they here? He was shocked to discover someone. Leah, did the female head of the family come here too? Isac turned around in a panic. What? People were still gossiping. They're the saints of the Joshua clan. Look, it's Melissa. Isac couldn't believe it. Melissa? Why is she here? Does she have any idea how hard I've been trying to avoid her? He was desperately trying to dodge her. Gotta find a place to hide. Looks so real. That's video from a communication orb, right? Hey, Isac took his anger out on Uji. You scared the crap out of me. Stop overreacting. I thought she was actually here. Uji clutched his body in pain. What did I even do wrong? Melissa approached him. You must be Isac. It seems the rumors about you growing up fast are true. So, did you really break the Skeleton Demon King's curse? I'm quite impressed. Isac breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we're just talking through a communication orb. Since we're not face to face, she probably won't realize I'm the Skeleton Demon King, right? But she kept talking. I heard you were kidnapped by his subordinates, right? You must have suffered a lot. But he panicked when he realized something. No way. Can she feel it even through a communication orb? Melissa was investigating Isac's identity. Why do I feel the Skeleton Demon King's power coming from you? It made him take a step back. If I get caught, I'm toast. It's probably because I swallowed the Skeleton Demon King's finger. 15 years ago, the space became eerily silent. But she nodded in agreement. Right? I heard about that from Eli. I mean, there's no way he could be here. Isac escaped that uncomfortable moment. Good thing I swallowed that finger. But Melissa was full of hatred. If he were actually here, I would have skinned him and hung him upside down. Isac thought to himself, but how are you going to skin a skeleton? But did those people really come all this way just to meet? An apprentice priest? Nizer had the same question. I heard the saint doesn't get involved in family matters. Why are they here? Maria turned to answer that question. Because I'm interested in you, the third son of the Red Clan. I heard you were chosen to inherit the patriarch position, but you lost everyone in the harmony test and were stupid enough to get the whole team punished. He fainted from that remark. Nizer, wake up. Damn, is this guy having a mental breakdown? Her voice softened when speaking to Isaac. Anyway, Isaac, I've prepared a special gift to reward you for your recent efforts. He didn't know what it was. A gift? Is it money? Melissa announced it right after. That gift is my ultimate technique. The strongest holy attack magic. One that even defeated the skeleton demon king. Isaac gritted his teeth and endured it. I don't need that. Uji blurted out. The saint's ultimate move? You mean the divine power skill? You can't even buy that with money. It's basically an upgraded version of holy power. The group from that clan was in a hurry. Nizer, if this keeps up, those blue clan guys are going to outshine us. Damn it. This will only make that brat more arrogant. Immediately after, someone spoke up. You can't. You think the saint will overlook the fact that you poisoned? That your teammates? I'm going to tell her everything and have you disqualified. Lady Saint, I have something to report regarding Isaac. Isaac made us drink poison. Thought to pass the harmony test. Melissa froze when she heard this information. Isaac made us drink poison. Thought to pass the test. A saint candidate using poison? Can you believe it, Lady Saint? She still hasn't snapped out of it. What? Poison? Nizer was secretly gloating. Good job. You're finally useful for once. Finish off this brat, and I'll let you back on my team. Maria turned to question him. Isaac, do you really think poison is enough? Poison. That is one of the least effective ways to forge one's will. You're really slacking, kid. But that guy didn't realize what was happening. Hold on, Lady Saint. Isaac actually beat us until we were black and blue. She panicked again. What? Listen closely, Isaac. Hitting flesh does nothing for training. From now on, remember to break their bones. That's how you make them stronger. Don't let them repent. I'll personally break their bones for you. Leah tried to stop her. You can't do that, they'll die if you do. How about I do it instead? Don't worry, Big Sis will make it quick and clean. Isaac frantically waved his hands in refusal. No, it's fine. I'll handle it myself. See? If only you'd listened to me. If you hadn't threatened me, you wouldn't be in this mess. From now on, you're my meat shield and my lackey. He couldn't believe Isaac. The Joshua clan has completely lost their minds. They headed back to the building to cool off. Melissa immediately got straight to the point. Isaac, do you want to become the head of the clan? If you become the patriarch, what will you do? Isaac responded immediately without a second thought. I'd definitely wipe out the saints. Uji, standing behind him, quickly spoke up. Are you insane? Leah asked why he would do such a thing. So he explained, because saints are unnecessary. He kept nudging him. Please, I'm begging you. Isaac had to find a diplomatic way to say it. I will personally take down the skeleton demon king. Why don't you just quit being a saint already? Leah silently observed Melissa's reaction. She responded without any hesitation. I can't do that. I committed a sin that should never have been committed. Leah wanted a moment. I had the chance to destroy the skeleton demon king. A perfect opportunity to erase him forever. But I couldn't do it. I'm not even sure why. But perhaps the gods will never forgive that. I'm the reason the clan, that the Joshua clan, is cursed. To break the curse. That we must defeat the skeleton demon king. That is the burden I must carry. Isaac had to investigate this thoroughly. A sin you shouldn't have committed? Melissa seemed deeply remorseful about the incident. Leah was thinking to herself. There must be reasons why she couldn't kill the skeleton demon king. Melissa had wanted to clear this up with him for a long time. Isaac, that's why I wanted to meet you today. Uji was startled by the sight before him. Is that the saint's emblem? A pendant appeared. Isaac fell into a state of deep thought. There is only one saint's emblem in the world. Its value is immeasurable. He couldn't wrap his head around this woman. Why would she give this to me? Melissa gave a logical explanation. I heard your offensive holy magic is still quite weak, so I've infused my power into it. With this, you can use divine power at any time. The remaining 5 color tests. That cannot be passed with just purification magic. So just use this. I'll be visiting the holy state soon. When that time comes, I'll teach you how to deal with the skeleton demon king. See you later. Isaac had been annoyed this whole time. Just leave and never come back. Right after that, Leah didn't stay either. Well, I should head out too. She looked at him with an unusual gaze. She was suspicious. Isaac, tell me the truth. You have a mana core, don't you? He didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. This girl found out I created a mana core? Even Melissa didn't notice. So how does she know? Should I take her out right here? Leah seemed very innocent. Or, am I mistaken? That thing inside is the mana core from the annex, right? Isac was scared half to death. Oh yeah, the mana core. All right. He reached up and touched his chest. I forgot I haven't absorbed it yet. I thought I could break the seal with holy magic, but I haven't been able to. What the hell even is this thing? Nothing's working. Leah once again enthusiastically offered a solution. You can break that seal with this necklace. Isac was surprised over and over. This girl not only knows about the mana core, but even gave me a way to fix it. I hit the jackpot. She spoke with gentle words. Still, I'm not sure if you can actually use it, but it looks like you're trying to restore the clan's secrets. What are you going to do after you get rid of the saints? Isac answered the question bluntly. Become a wealthy freeloaders. Leah shouldn't stay here any longer either. Well, I'm off. We definitely have to meet up after you finish your internship, okay? He felt this attitude was totally insane. This girl isn't normal at all. Someone was already waiting for her outside. Let's head back, milady. You've been here for quite a while. That necklace. It could reveal the secret arts of the clan, sir. Leah quietly got into the carriage. I know it's a family heirloom. Since it's passed down directly by the head of the family, the other direct descendants must be eyeing it. If it gets snatched away, it just proves that's all he's worth. But if he can protect the necklace, he'll become the successor. It's still better than him wiping out the Holy See. She recalled the words he said. I will wipe out all the saints. I'll handle the skeleton demon king myself. Make sure you keep that promise, Isac. You just need to deliver on what you promised. By now, it had turned to night with pouring rain. A close associate there met with Goel. Lord Goel. It's been a long time, sir. He walked in and checked on his health as he passed. Are you doing well? Yes, sir. And how are things with the Joshua clan, sir? Goel was dissatisfied with that side. What do you think? There's still a bunch of trash as usual. Typical Joshuas, all hypocrites. To be honest, I'm afraid I might go soft on them. Something definitely happened during the appointment ceremony. The cleric in charge of Isaac's appointment ceremony was found dead in the monster forest. Is it so serious that they had to take him out to keep him quiet? And now the Yellow Clan even wants to adopt Isac. There's no way they do that unless they've all gone crazy. Too many weird things are happening here. Even though my mother belongs to this clan, if I dig too deep, I might lose my life. I want to rest for a bit. Don't come in until I call you. Yes, sir. Go soft. Me, the one who handed Joshua over to Cardinal Bert? Sometimes I've thought, maybe I was too close to the Joshua clan, but I didn't feel any of that. Not in this damn family. Goel walked inside the Bert office. At the classified information archive. He was looking for Isaac's appointment record. This is it. This is the mark of the god who chose Isaac. He was shocked when he saw something. Everything. Everything belongs to me. Is it the greatest god? Yes, so that's it. That's why the Pope's clan did all this. This isn't about the Holy City. It's about the survival of the Bert clan. No, this is about the survival of the entire empire. In a different scene, clothes were scattered in a mess, and Wizard was happily searching with his master. This much should be enough to buy weapons to break the binding orb, right? Isac was glad he found it. I think it's barely enough. But the problem is the anti-demon stone. Wizard started giving his input. It doesn't just erase mana. It's immune to magic and holy power too. What a headache. He was in a state of anger. They dared to turn my subordinate's binding orb into an anti-demon stone? Those bastards. He could guess the whole story. It's probably the only way to take down a level 9 demon king. Isac had to let it go. Whatever. I'll try to unseal the mana core first. Wizard cheered up instantly. Are you finally absorbing it, my lord? He followed Lee's instructions. This thing should help me break the seal, right? But I've never seen anything like this before. Look, it's opening up. He focused his gaze on that miraculous thing. Isac immediately ordered Wizard. Hurry up and eat it. It followed the order, executing as instructed. He felt even more intrigued. There's more mana than I thought. This week is more than enough for me to rank up my magic. Now I can cast high-level spells to my heart's content. He channeled his power even more intensely. But Wizard was still focused on devouring everything. Isac wanted to wrap this up quickly for himself, but he sensed something fell off. His hand had suddenly turned into nothing but bone. Isac was so shell-shocked he couldn't even speak. What the hell is this? Only the two of them remained in the room. Isac was desperately trying to fix the situation, but his hand wouldn't go back to the way it was. These damn bones again. Damn it, it's definitely a curse. The 4 curses that helped the skeleton demon king become the strongest demon king, the inversion of life and death. Wizard was worried sick for his master. That curse will take over your body. He immediately denied this. My body is filled with blessings. I won't be swallowed that easily. The curse just spiked because the mana I just absorbed increased too fast. It understood the logic. So the balance has been broken? He had to explain so Wizard would understand. I could boost my holy power to suppress the curse, but then I'd have to live like a devout sheep again. That's a total drag. Who knows how long that would take? It spoke its mind. Your body can automatically convert mana into divine mana. Maybe you should just wait a bit longer? Or try sucking some mana from the Saint's emblem. At worst, you'll get caught and burned at the stake. But he felt that would be a waste. No choice. I'll have to use the 5-color test then. If I play the heresy test of the Red Clan just right, I can massively boost my holy power. For now, I'll just seal my right hand. He suddenly heard someone calling his name. Azie unexpectedly appeared from behind. What are you doing here? Isac immediately turned around to hide it. Oh, you're here too? He was suspicious of the behavior. Why are you laughing to yourself? You're creeping me out. Why are you hiding your hand? Are you hurt? He immediately shook his head in denial. Hurt? No way. I am totally fine. Azie was worried and grabbed his hand. Fine, my ass. Let me see. What the hell happened to you? Is that bone? A moment later, Wizard reminded Isac. Master, hurry and use memory wiping magic. But he didn't want to do that. No, if I use it on others, I'll get caught. Azie was trembling all over. I didn't realize not only your morals, but your body was rotting too. Is your character so trash because your body is literally decaying? You should have said something when this started. Everyone thinks you're a villain for no reason. So the Joshua clan curse is real. You're either born useless or talented, but with a major physical defect. An ancestor once had this too. But how are you both disabled and morally bankrupt? Isac was fuming inside, but didn't act. Should I just off this guy right now? He was worried about Isaac's condition. First, tell Grandpa and get you treated. Even if you don't have long, there must be a way to extend your life. Isac couldn't agree to that. Then I'd be exposed as the skeleton demon king. Don't tell Grandpa or my uncles. I don't want the family to worry. But more importantly, the 5-color tests are way more critical right now. I want to personally take down the skeleton demon king's subordinates. Before I die. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I have a plan. Azie didn't expect him to be so smart. You have a way? Tell me, I'll help you. He felt lucky to have this chance. In that case, I need you to deliver something to the Red Cardinal. 20 days later. Complaints filled the entire building. Isac, that bastard. Who the hell plants a bomb in a toilet? He pumped toxic gas into my pillow too. That's not all. Yesterday he spiked the food with something weird. Isac was happily munching on some bread. You guys don't like my personal training regimen? They weren't amused at all. Training my foot. That was an assassination attempt. What else do you want? He quickly explained the paper. What else? Here are your targets. If you're done eating, put these on. They were bewildered, not knowing what he was planning. What's this? Sandbags? You're making us do physical training? We're clerics, not knights. Isac didn't give a damn about their protests. The next 5-color test is coming up. We need to build stamina. What are you talking about? The next test is from the Yellow Clan, not them. Don't they want us to use our brains? Did he forget to tell them? I swapped the test order. Next up is the Red Clan's physical test. They had no idea about this. You swapped the order? What the hell did you do? He was happy with his decision. Also, I changed the test content too. Enough chit-chat. Put on the sandbags and run 50 laps around the training ground. They felt totally bullied. What you're saying is total BS. You can't just swap test orders whenever you feel like it. And 50 laps? Are you out of your mind? Isac waved them off and changed his mind. My bad, I misspoke. Make that 100 laps. You're just straight up bullying the weak now. If we don't take first place this time, then you guys better get ready to meet your maker. Now get moving, you useless punks. Everyone was completely exhausted from the training. I'm done, I quit. Why do we have to work this hard anyway? Don't you just need to hit the king rank twice to pass? We already got it once. We just need to wait for the blue test to get again. Isac suddenly appeared behind them. Are you messing with me? We're going for all 5 ranks. They have been training nonstop. The Red and Yellow clans definitely won't let us hit king rank. Besides, the next one was supposed to be the yellow test. Why are we being dragged into physical training? The 5-color order is a centuries-old imperial tradition. Who do you think you were change it? Someone rushed in to break the news. Guys, things just got real. The next test is the Red clans. The Red Cardinal talked to the Yellow Cardinal and swapped the order. They didn't expect this to happen so fast. But the Red test is a one-on-one duel, right? Worse, if you lose, you're out. Isac didn't need to say much more. Now that you know what the next test is, why aren't you back at training? A few days later, at the Imperial Training Center, everyone was gathered there in full force. Nizer was fuming inside. I can't believe Father actually agreed to Isac's proposal. His father had made it clear. Isac said he'd show me something interesting. Attack him and make him go all out. Furthermore, this isn't a duel anymore. It's been changed to a team battle. Nizer had already calculated his moves. Whatever. The blue team, led by Azie, is nothing to worry about. Aside from Isac, the rest are easy pickings. There's no way the Red Clan, a family of warriors, could lose. He was ready for battle. Let's go, boys. Let's do this. Take them down in a heartbeat. But his arrogance vanished instantly. When he saw his father sitting up there, he caught sight of his son. Isac walked out with Kina, a powerhouse. Oh, about that. My servant, who usually throws snacks for me, got a stomach ache this morning. Luckily, I found a replacement. She's an apprentice too, so it should be fine. Nizer was even more shell-shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? Kina's on the blue team? She's as strong as a high priest. Lion immediately nudged the yellow cardinal. This is going a bit too far. Why did you let Kina join the blue team? You didn't know either? Kina had made a small deal with Isac earlier. If I take care of those pests, you'll happily study with me and teach me some powerful moves, right? Of course. Then I'm in. But he couldn't face this reality. Nizer really wanted to scream at the top of his lungs. This is total cheating. She's not even an apprentice anymore. Why is someone of her level showing up in an apprentice match? Kina immediately explained. You're wrong. I turned down the promotion to high priest. And I gave up all the privileges that came with it. That way, I can stay an apprentice longer. Just like Isac. Everyone inside was stunned. Both teams were locked in and focused this time. He turned to ask the referee, wondering if the referee had made a decision yet. The ref had to follow the rules. Kina is still officially recognized as a low priest, and she hasn't participated in any 5-color tests yet. So there's no rule forbidding her from joining. Nizer went even more ballistic. That's BS, even if we all jump her at once. Though we might not even take Kina down. Add Isac to the mix, and we're totally cooked. But if it's a duel between captains, though we still have a chance. Isac was observing the situation between the teams. What's up? You need a pee? See? I told you to go beforehand. He was worried about his condition. Once this is over, your hand will be healed, right? Isac confirmed it completely. Yeah. Once I get more holy power, it'll be fine. But Uji felt Isac was more suited for leadership. You should have been the captain. To be honest. We've made it this far all because of you. For me becoming the class rep ahead of schedule. To topping the exams, and even passing the harmony test. It's all thanks to you. Isac completely affirmed this. Well, that's true. It's because I'm a goat, but few can actually keep up. Yet you managed to do it. But he immediately gave him a warning. Still, Nizer isn't someone you could sleep on. Isac wouldn't let them lose. If you do exactly as I say, even going up against that annoying redhead won't be a problem. He even considered other scenarios. If you lose, I'm personally going to skewer you. Uji couldn't let himself lose. The referee has now announced the situation. The match starts in 5 minutes. Both teams get ready to rumble. Someone looks really nervous, Lord Isac, even though Kina is on their team. Eli had been watching the scene for a long time. This situation is disadvantageous for both Isac and Uji. Those Red Clan bastards. They dare use destructive holy arts on the kids. That's what's making them go berserk. Isac was the one taking the initiative. Whoa, not yet. Don't rush it. But she could easily figure out. That looks more like the Blue Clan's holy art, doesn't it? Lord Isac asked me to teach him. The soul-stimulating holy art. Eli couldn't believe his eyes. That's supposed to be the soul-stimulating holy art? But based on what he'd seen so far, it's only supposed to boost morale so they aren't afraid of the enemy. He looked at their expressions again. Why do they look like wild beasts? Isac was secretly plotting in his head. This is a secret I've never revealed. When combined with stimulant herbs, it triggers a beastification effect that makes people uncontrollable. I've already prepped their bodies to go full beast mode. Now it's time to milk it for all it's worth. He saw the momentum of the match shifting. I didn't expect things to move this fast. Is it starting? The secret arts are about to be revealed. The trees are starting to shake. A special someone is about to show up. Everyone is looking forward to this match. Is that the guardian deity of the Red Clan, the god of justice? Uji gave the signal to everyone. Hurry up and pray. Whoever has stronger faith will be blessed by the Red Clan's god. We'll have the advantage. We absolutely have to win. But Isac intentionally threw a stone at the deity. He was intentionally venting his anger. It wasn't an accident. Isac was trying to dodge responsibility for what he did. I didn't mean to. The deity collapsed by his own hand. Uji immediately grabbed Isac by the collar. You still haven't kicked that habit? He just gave a half-hearted smile. Don't make a scene. Everyone there was shell-shocked. Did Isac just destroy the Red Clan's idol? Isac literally decapitated the statue. Someone was so sad they cried, but there was nothing they could do. Kina couldn't believe it either. Did you just destroy the statue of a god? How the hell did you do that? It was some kind of holy art, wasn't it? Can you teach me? But he didn't really get it. Why would you want to learn that? Besides, what's the big deal about breaking a statue's head? Kina turned to him with a death stare. Except for the Yellow Clan's god, no other gods matter to me. He was completely speechless with these two. Please, God, save this guy too. This Isac is such a bastard. You're just testing the durability of the arena, right? This is insane. You should apologize, Isac. He was being forced. I'm sorry. Okay. Lion and Hui Jie were still sitting at the top. He had to marvel at it. To the point of admitting, this kid is definitely a wild card. Breaking him down will be fun. Uji easily noticed this. Are they planning to interrogate Isac? Huijie was playing mind games with him. If we're talking about problems, isn't it the Red Clan's fault for letting their idol get destroyed? Besides, the patriarch here let an apprentice priest destroy the idol with magic. Maybe you should check the Red Clan's faith first. I won't let you touch Isac. Two people sitting together, yet they're enemies. Lion had seen through his true colors long ago. This venomous snake. Organizing a heresy test just for a few apprentice priests is a bit much, don't you think? Let's continue with the 5-color test. Uji was thrilled to hear the announcement. Nizer felt like the odds were stacked completely against him. This is an order. He looked toward his beloved father. Lion was giving a command with just his eyes. Turn Isac into a cripple. It was time to announce the rules of the match. The rules for the Red Clan's test are simple. First, find a real necklace among the fakes. The first team to find a real necklace wins. The one holding the real necklace will be chosen by each team's captain, and once chosen, you cannot switch holders. He understood the situation. Choosing who held the necklace was crucial. There are 3 ways to find the real one. First, capture the opposing captain and force them to talk. Second, use deduction to guess who has it. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and collect all their necklaces. Captains, proceed with the distribution. Nizer acted busy. Everyone, gather up. Don't worry, it's just the weak blue clan. Uji went to talk to the moderator about a major issue. I want to resign as captain. Isac angrily approached and grabbed him by the collar. What the hell are you doing? Just distribute the necklaces. But he felt very anxious. Wait, Isac. Nizer probably thought he had the win in the bag. That Uji guy is such a wimp. Isac is a total moron. He should have volunteered as captain himself. There's nothing to worry about when fighting those blue sect losers. Just keep an eye on Kina, and everything will be fine. Sure, she knows how to hunt monsters, but she probably has no clue how to handle humans. They're all airheads. The match was about to begin. He was in a very nonchalant state. There's no reason to fear those puny blue sect kids. But Nizer's teammates were looking absolutely terrified. Isac was charging toward them looking like a total freak. What is this? He had calculated everything beforehand. A legal test where I can beat the crap out of those annoying clerics? I've got to milk this for all it's worth. Uji was panicking, let alone everyone else. Is that even a human face anymore? So, the blue team plans to psych us out with those expressions? Don't be scared. They won't dare lay a hand on us. Because of our code of honor, they can only play defense. He was ready for every upcoming fight. Now, then, you apprentice priests. Isac was carrying a gold rattle. The chain guy upgraded version. Bring out your captain now. Isac charged straight in without a moment's hesitation. The opposing team couldn't believe it. Is that really the blue team? What the hell? I thought they were supposed to be honorable. He was approaching like an assassin. If you want to live, hand over your captain. Isac was like a madman, destroying everything in his path. Nizer was still trying to control the situation. Someone get over here and help. Hold the line. Do not retreat. Kina leaped high into the air. These people felt even more panicked. Stop them. Kina was aiming directly for Nizer. A feint? Nizer, watch out. He didn't expect her to be this fast. Just as I thought, you're pretty skilled, Kina. But this won't be enough. I've already seen through everything you're planning to do. Is this the holy doppelganger art? Nizer had to take her down quickly. Grab her. Everyone there was pinned down. Kina was using the binding holy art. Level 5 repentance. He had to think of another way fast. But the noise in this place was getting more and more chaotic. Nizer slammed straight down into the ground. His eyes were full of intensity. Catch them. Nizer wasn't going to let anyone escape. Gotcha. This isn't any different from standard beastification spells. That won't work on me. At most, it only makes you a bit stronger. Found you, Uji. Let me take an arm or 2 of yours as a souvenir. Everyone up in the stands was constantly on edge. Lord Eli, that's not holy art. Nizer is about to attack him. Watch out. Uji was terrified that he wouldn't be able to hold his own. He remembered the words Isac had strictly told him. It'll be fine, Uji. Just do exactly as I say, and we'll take the win. Nizer, Dot is definitely going to find every way to force a duel with you. After all, he's always looked down on you. He was ready for any incoming strike. Nizer was about to land a punch right in his face. It's game over, you moron. But Uji's eyes seemed to possess some kind of magical power. A heated battle broke out between the two. Eli was extremely worried about his nephew. He, Isac, Dot stood calmly on the sidelines, watching everything. You were the one who directed him, weren't you? Show us that you're not a weakling. Uji rose up with all his strength. You're the moron here. Nizer was shocked to see his opponent so strong. Nizer was actually getting tagged by someone like Uji. He managed to suppress his powerful opponent, leaving Nizer completely unable to do anything. He was facing the full consequences of his own actions. Uji wanted to teach this guy a lesson he'd never forget. Do you know that why we aren't allowed to use clan techniques on humans? Is it because they only work on demons? Both were gasping for air after the fight. Uji didn't expect himself to be this powerful. No, it's because humans can't handle it. Uji still didn't realize he had won. He had never countered a blow like this before. Eli was overjoyed to see his nephew's growth. Don't ever. He had proven his strength to everyone. Don't look down on us blue sect members. Uji had utilized his own inner power. Everyone was marveling and praising him. Kina noticed something unusual about the situation. Uji doesn't have that kind of power. Someone must be secretly using holy arts to buff him. A strange aura was radiating from his body. Kina could guess the one behind this was Isac. He was smirking to himself. Finish the job. Uji followed every command he was given. Got it. All right then, let me take that necklace. Nizer was so pissed, he barked at a reminder. Do it right. Finish him off. Uji nodded in agreement. I know already. Nizer still couldn't even stand up. Uji didn't want to kill anyone. Hurry up and tell me where the real necklace is. But Nizer didn't understand what was going on. What? You think I, the future heir, that would talk under this kind of interrogation? Uji was helpless, unable to do a thing. Spill it, you bastard. I'm begging you. That's the only way you'll get out of here in one piece. But Nizer didn't get what was happening. Is this guy out of his mind? Shut up, you crazy prick. I've been trained in every type of torture to inherit the clan. How could you, Uji? Turn into a different person? But Nizer couldn't even see him as human anymore. Wait, his eyes weren't normal anymore. Everyone witnessing the scene was jaw-dropped. What is that horrifying sound? How could someone from the Blue Clan do something so gruesome? This is terrifying. Isac was the one who orchestrated the whole thing. The entire hall was in a total panic. Nizer was pinned down, unable to escape. I told you to spill it quickly. His teammates were rushing to the scene. Uji, you bastard. Kina ordered everyone to stay back. Stay right there. He utilized his power through his feet, using a wide-range paralysis holy art to repel the enemies, letting all that power radiate everywhere. Nizer was being bound by a goddamn electric current. Did they seriously fake being captured? They not even knew where the necklace was hidden. But why did they? He recalled what Hui Jie said. All right then, let me take that necklace. He planned all of this. Isac knew this success would come soon enough. Their entire bodies were trembling. The plan was all to force Nizer to spill it. But no matter what, Nizer won't tell you. He immediately turned to them. What are you talking about? Don't all of you know where the hiding spot is too? Now, on his hand, he was wearing the Patriarch's ring. It had a unique effect of absorbing holy power. Those people started to feel terrified. Wait, I'll talk. I'll tell you where it's hidden. But Isac was still going to teach them a lesson. Let's get started. After all this time, he finally found it. The moderator announced. The blue team has won. Everyone was overjoyed. Hooray for the blue faith. Turns out the rumors about the blue faith making a comeback were true. They even brought the Pope's grandson over to their side. Eli felt somewhat relieved. Good job, Isac. Uji, Patriarch Blizzard, that had appeared behind him out of nowhere. Truly worthy of the title of the Empire's youngest priest. Let's give the winners. Those who blessed this arena with an amazing performance. A worthy reward. He is the crown prince of this holy state. Eli Dolvid Politelu. I greet the second son of the holy state. Patriarch Blizzard had to give him a compliment. You have some truly outstanding nephews. What do you think? That if I want to gift them priest uniforms? Eli was more than willing. Of course, your highness. That would make the kids shine even brighter in the upcoming tests. Garments gifted by the royal family that are nothing short of family heirlooms. He made a small request. Then can I drop by when the tailor arrives? Yes. He felt a bit awkward about this. Your highness, aren't you very busy? You don't have to, Patriarch Blizzard explained. I want to meet them in person. Eli found this a bit hard to understand. They're just two apprentice priests. Why does he want to meet them? He then remembered something. All right, as a small extra gift, you'd better advise your youngest nephew to skip the yellow test. The Pope is looking to kill Isac. But Eli was shocked to hear this information. He was deeply worried about his nephew's situation. Eli didn't even forget to say his thanks to Patriarch Blizzard. Thank you, your highness. Yes, based on the observations so far. But Isac saw that expression and knew everything was okay. Everyone went into the lounge to rest. Did you hear? The Crown Prince is going to gift us uniforms. For real? Plus, we hit the king rank again this time. Looks like we've made quite a splash. Hey, Isac was still staring at the person in front of him. He wanted to say to Kina, aren't you going home? The test is over. I don't need you anymore. Even those close to him said the same. He's right. You should head back. The Patriarch is looking for you. But Kina seemed to want to stay. No. You told me to join the Blue Clan. The three of them were stunned by that reason. Isac didn't recall mentioning that at all. When did I say that? Kina reminded him of last night. You didn't mean to suggest that. Stop making stuff up. That was just for the red test. Who gave you permission to officially become a Blue Clan priest? Kina just sat there and wouldn't leave. He didn't even care. Whatever. I've agreed to become a blue priest, so I'm staying here. Tell my father I'm not coming home yet. Milady, please just go. Kina was suspicious of Isac. He definitely used a holy art on Azie yesterday. But what kind of power was that? And the crown prince is gifting them uniforms? Gifting uniforms is basically like staking a claim. All 5 faiths are under the Pope's thumb. Could the crown prince be going against the Pope? Regardless, I want to get my reward too. Since I helped you with the Red Clan test, it looks like you're super busy, so I'm just going to crash here with you. This made his aide break into a cold sweat. But if the cardinal finds out, the whole clan will be turned upside down, milady. Kina kept making demands. If you want, I can help you crush all the remaining tests. I'll even handle the Yellow Clan priests for you and help the Blue sect execute the Skeleton Demon King subordinates. What do you think? Isac didn't want any part of this. No thanks. I just need you to get lost. He still wouldn't accept it. What? You said you'd teach me. I'm not going anywhere until you do. Drag me out if you think you're tough enough. This made him absolutely furious. Hey, are you stupid? I was just using you. Now, beat it. Kina ignored his words. Say whatever you want. I kept my end of the bargain. Now I'm taking what you promised. He just wanted it to be over. Fine. I said later. I'm busy right now, so vanish before I change my mind. She couldn't believe how fast he flipped the script. You're gonna ghost me? Fine, I'll wait. Once the internship is over, Isac didn't want to deal with this any longer. I've lost my patience. The deal's off. Anyway, that I already have a disciple who's way more obedient than you. Kina was stunned when he mentioned that. A disciple more obedient than me? Who? Who else could it be? The person Isac was talking about could only be Azie. Kina felt a surge of hatred for that man. That guy? You mean that loser is better than me? If I prove I'm better than him right now, well then you'll teach me, right? Azie, just standing there, got caught in the crossfire. Why am I being dragged into this? Isac accepted the challenge. Depends on how well you perform. Azie and her stood face to face. Everyone gathered in the Holy Seas banquet hall. What is that? The blue team seats are legit fancy. Looks like their food is different from ours too. I heard their rooms got an upgrade as well. I guess if you take first place in the test, you get the VIP treatment. Eli was sipping a glass of wine. He had some unanswered questions on his mind. I didn't expect them to rank Isac's team first. What kind of standards is the Holy See even using for grading? But Lion's voice appeared right from behind him. You must be thrilled that the blue team won. Huh? Eli turned around and ran into the cardinal. He had come over to say hello. Long time no see, Eli. I heard you're almost at rank 9, right? At your age, that's actually impressive. But I bet the patriarch of the Joshua clan, Dot, is having a major headache right now. Because the only person capable of succeeding you, Eli, doesn't have much time left. Oh, excuse me. Even if lifespan wasn't the issue, the role of patriarch might be too much for you, right? After all, you can't have kids. But regardless, your nephew is truly outstanding. The patriarch must be proud. Eli really wanted to punch this guy. What was that? Lion chuckled happily as if nothing was wrong. Please forgive my little tease. Even if he's only the 3rd son, the clan heir was pathetically defeated in front of the royals and other nobles. Eli had already guessed his intentions. As expected of the clan that sees through hearts, they probably already know about the Joshua curse. Whatever, he's not wrong. Besides, that I have no intention of becoming patriarch, as long as he doesn't hurt Isac. Lion continued over to where Isac was sitting. Azie immediately nudged him. Hey, Isac, he's calling you. Isac looked visibly annoyed. Why does he have to kill the vibe while I'm eating? But Isac still had to turn and respond. Yes, sir. The man just stared at him with a sinister smile. Lion wanted to see it for himself. What was that interesting thing you said you'd show me, Isac? I haven't seen anything yet. He feigned shock. You haven't seen it yet? It was the scene of me crushing your son. Well, sir, did you find it entertaining? Azie was helpless as he heard him say those words. Why would you talk to the Red Clan like that? They're always hunting down. Spies of the Skeleton Demon King. Stop provoking them. Isac still wouldn't listen. So what? But Lion remained perfectly calm. Regardless, I have high expectations for the Blue Sect. By the way, it seems you've learned an interesting skill. I'm not sure why, but I sense dark mana inside you. He obviously had to play it off. That eye is a detection holy art. Did you forget? I ate a piece of the Skeleton Demon King's body when I was a kid. If me crushing your son wasn't entertaining enough, but then would you like me to keep the fun going during the yellow test? Everyone at the table was horrified by this. Is this guy planning to beat up the Yellow Cardinal's kid too? The man happily replied. So, what do you want from me this time? Isac replied obediently as always. It's nothing too difficult. I want to meet the demons who serve the Skeleton Demon King. So, give me the key to their prison. That'll do. But he laid down one more condition. I can give you the key if you return safely. But whether that's even possible, I don't know. You guys aren't exactly guaranteed to make it back. From the yellow test. Everyone, including Isac, couldn't wrap their heads around this guy. What kind of BS is this bastard spouting now? Then, another announcement reached everyone. We just received the mission for the yellow test. Wait, what is it? An expedition. Lion laid out the rules for this round. In this test, you must recover artifacts that the Holy State lost in various regions. Aren't you curious where your blue team is being sent? The Arcane Empire. Gilji realized the gravity of it the moment he mentioned the name. Those two countries are mortal enemies. They want to send us to a place where they literally live to kill priests. It was even right next to the demon territory. They're gone? They really want us to go there? Recently, many holy knights and their guards have been kidnapped near that area. Word is, the culprit is a high demon who preyed on priests during the yellow test 14 years ago. Clearly, that zone was still locked down for investigation. But he didn't stop there. How tragic. But you don't need to be that scared. I can change the location using my authority. Everyone started consoling Isac. Exactly, Isac. Please just beg him. Just this once. Isac's eyes suddenly started sparkling. For real? You'll change the location for us? Cut to the Blue Clan mansion in the old capital. We got a huge problem. This is insane. They're pushing the kids toward the land of mages. On top of that they have to rescue kidnapped holy knights? This is clearly an S-rank mission. This is basically sending the kids to their deaths. If they don't cancel this now, then I'm going to level that holy city. Goel was already having a massive headache over this. Calm down. Father is already fuming, just like you. He already went there to raise hell. Those bastards clearly want Isac dead. Since Father has already stepped in, they'll probably adjust the test. Given the current situation, they can't give apprentice priests a mission that affects international diplomacy. They probably just want to warn us. Then not to get too cocky. Regardless, I don't want Uji dying out there. But don't worry too much. Even if it's Isac. Not if he's still in his right mind. Suddenly, someone rushed in, looking panicked. Sir, we have a major problem. Young Master Isac. Lion was forcing him into a corner. That's right, Isac. All you have to do is tell me you want to live. But Isac would never say those words. I think that place sounds pretty dope. Why would I want to change the location? Their people reported back. He has accepted the mission, sir. What? Cut to a dark scene in the Blacklands. The demon territory. Demon was absolutely livid with the current situation. So you're telling me you failed to kill the saint? The person bowed, looking extremely apologetic. I'm deeply sorry, sir. Demon didn't seem to care much about that. Whatever, it's fine. The main goal was just to stir up chaos anyway. Being able to witness our venerable king's power firsthand is a great achievement. We even successfully smuggled magic devices across the Holy State's borders, a place once thought to be impenetrable. The subordinate didn't dare talk back. Your Majesty, that is truly powerful. She seemed delighted to be there. Even a fraction of his power was terrifying. From outside, a voice called out, Sir, I sensed his power during the appointment ceremony. She was stunned by this. The person confirmed it again. Yes, it was definitely the great skeleton demon king. Demon heard this, but it sounded a bit far-fetched. You sense the power of the great skeleton demon king from the brat who ate a piece of his body? Yes, I heard he was officially ordained and is currently in training. The heavens are smiling upon us. Demon was determined to confront him. We can't touch him while he's in clan territory, but sooner or later. He'll have to take the yellow and blue tests. What a perfect opportunity. While the young priests and demons hunt each other down. Just a tiny fragment of his power. That made us this strong. I can't imagine how powerful we'd become if we ate a piece of his body directly. I'm dying to know what that brat's flesh tastes like. I'm losing my mind. I can't hold back anymore. Back at the building, everyone was still gossiping. Did you hear about the mission the blue team got? The one going to the Arcane Empire? Not just that. I heard they have to rescue a holy knight being held hostage. The Yellow Clan really wants them dead. They're definitely going to get slaughtered by those mages. Uji felt terrible about this. Everyone thinks we're going to die. Does nobody believe we can pull this off? But the worst part was that the Holy Knights are completely ignoring our team, which means we'll be in danger the second we cross the border. Both the demons and the bandits. They'll definitely jump us the second we step outside the Empire. We're totally. Isac was fuming over this too. Those bastards are crossing the line. Why won't anyone join our team? He was incredibly frustrated. It's because of you. This mission isn't just hard. They're literally sending us to our deaths. Don't you see everyone else writing their wills? Do you even know what happened 14 years ago? In a yellow test, Uncle Eli's entire blue team was wiped out. He was thinking to himself and blaming Hui Jie. That low-life cardinal. How dare he play so dirty? If we reject the mission, he'll squeeze our team dry. But if we take it, we're dead meat. Whatever, if I pull this off, no one will dare look down on us again. Besides, this mission involves both the Arcane Empire and High Demons. It's like a literal manicore factory. Uji just hoped for a worthy chance. Still, we can pick our holy knights. maybe we still have a shot. We have to snag the first division from the Royal Knights, okay? For real. Isac then spotted someone. Well, look at that. It's Count Monlek. The first division Holy Knights have already been picked by the yellow team. But wait, there's more. My son and his friends have also jumped ship to that side. I really shouldn't have trusted the blue team with the kids. Just because of past glory. Isac immediately clapped back without hesitation. You're being short-sighted, Count. You'll be eating your words the moment we succeed. Uji placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. Isac, if we can't get the first division, the second or third will do. Just don't pick the fourth. Isac considered the options. Holy Knights? Where did these hotties come from? He was cheering him on. Nice. Isac signed a contract with the second division. The moderator, holding the paper, was stunned. What? Isac simply turned his back. He had a smug look on his face after successfully pulling it off. Uji felt like Isac was truly a lucky charm. The blue team has chosen the 4th Division Holy Knights. This made Uji's face turn pale, but Isac looked incredibly proud. Hey, good news. I just signed with the strongest squad. Uji couldn't believe it. Are you insane? The 4 Holy Knights of the 4th Division are basically called errand boys. They've never been accepted in the Holy State. They're even forced to work as couriers. It's humiliating, even though their skills exceed the Royal Knights. But they absolutely loathe the church. Eli was beyond furious. Explain yourself. What the hell were you thinking? When Isac saw that reaction, he knew he was in deep. He looks legitimately pissed, doesn't he? Wizard had to agree. He wasn't even this mad when the house got trashed. Isac already had an answer ready. Maybe I should give him an answer he wants to hear. If I asked to change the mission, it would be like spitting on the Joshua family honor. And obviously, I don't want that. He heard that and felt uneasy. You, that actually care about honor? It made Isac awkward. He didn't buy it. Eli wanted him to understand. Someone using dark mana, like you talking about honor? What's with that face? You think I don't know? I tolerated it because I saw you as someone special. But now, I can't trust you anymore. But Isac found another excuse. I really hate the Skeleton Demon King so much I want to kill him. Wizard hadn't even processed it yet. Wait, how can you lie like that? But Isac didn't stop there. I lost my parents and got cursed, all because of that damn Skeleton Demon King. Not to mention our clan is being disrespected for not being able to beat him. I'm so humiliated I can't even sleep. He could see the kid wasn't lying. Isac had total determination in his eyes. I will definitely destroy that fake Skeleton Demon King. The reason I use the real Demon King's power is only to investigate that fraud. I'll kill him myself, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. Wizard felt he'd gone crazy. He swore every single word. I must protect the Joshua clan so that later I can take it all for myself. If I give up my honor and live a pathetic life, then the Joshua clan will live in shame and eventually become a thing of the past. He thought about it for a long time. I've always said you don't need to sacrifice yourself for this clan, but it seems that you really are a part of us. You might fail this mission, but as long as everyone comes back alive, that's enough. If you return safely, yes, I will officially declare you my successor. Isac was happy with this answer. I got it. Thanks a lot, Uncle. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, Isac was the one leading the way for this trip. Almost there. We're meeting the knights in this village. The others were still crying their eyes out. Damn it, since it's come to this, we have to survive at all costs. Wizard had dug up some interesting intel. Sir, I've investigated that demon from 14 years ago. He wanted to be certain. Have you figured out who it is? It had researched the info thoroughly. It's a demon from the Western Legion. Although not one of the 14 subordinates, he might be someone you know. Seems he's an absolute psycho. He specializes in ripping young priests apart and eating them raw. Isac didn't expect this to happen. That bastard dares break the rules I set. I'll show him how ruthless I can be. It was still very worried about his condition. But please be careful, sir. You haven't fully recovered your health yet. Everyone was moving very cautiously. Demon had been hiding in the shadows of the trees for a long time. Found ya, you little Joshua brat. She was looking to take him out. At the royal palace, in the crown prince's chambers. Patriarch Blizzard's voice rang out. Is that so? Isac chose the errand boy Holy Knight squad? This was the intel gathered beforehand. It seems he didn't care at all for the knights he sent down. Looks like he doesn't have much of an eye for talent. But Blizzard didn't share that opinion. On the contrary, I think he has a sharp eye. The knight commander I sent is a half-elf, which means that person would be quite weak against demons. This made the other person panic. Sir Silent is a half-elf? Wait, did you send him just to test Isac? He shook his head. Though Silent is weak against the demon race, his abilities are still very reliable. But Isac choosing the errand boys, that is truly interesting, because that entire Holy Knight squad are half-demons. Blizzard had already heard the details about the team members. There is one more concerning thing. The thing is, they're extremely hard to control. Didn't they once throw a priest straight to the demons? By now, Isac That should be at the blue team's assembly point. Decker was so pissed he slammed his hand on the table. Why aren't they here yet? It's been over 5 hours. Are they trying to pick a fight with us? He was fuming over this. Or are they intentionally making us wait? Because of our bad reputation? For the blue clan to be this late, there must be a reason. Decker was about to lose. It's cool. Those filthy priests. I won't let them look down on us. Isaac suddenly appeared. Pleased to meet you, Commander Decker. Looks like we're a bit late, huh? He immediately started chewing them out. I heard the blue sect was strict about punctuality. Do you even know what time it is? Isaac tried to play it off. It's not like we wanted this. We got jumped by bandits on the way, and I even broke my arm. It's almost like someone hired them to attack us. But I tried to get here as fast as I could. Making people wait is so rude. Decker admitted that was true. Even so, you should have been on time. But Isaac gave a gentle smile. Oh, or maybe you guys don't think you're good enough to roll with us. Uji thought to himself. Are you crazy? You plan on not having to protect us? Decker was very confident in his own power. We have nothing to lose, so going back is fine by us. Isaac immediately went for a psychological jab. People with nothing to lose wouldn't have waited for 5 hours. If that's the case, why are you guys still standing here? Besides, this is just a simple escort mission. Why the heavy gear? You're planning to use us as bait. Not to rescue your missing comrades, aren't you? If you don't need us, then let's part ways right here. Decker was so mad, he barked at Isaac to shut his mouth. Did that knight tell you? That bastard. He sent you here to ruin my mission, didn't he? Uji recognized the name instantly. That's my fourth uncle's alias. Is he involved in this too? But Decker could confirm one thing. It's true that without you guys, we can't get in. So I'll drag you along, even if I have to chop your legs off. Isaac was giving Decker a look. His gaze shifted for a split second. Sheathe your sword. Now, he began to feel a chill of fear. This. Decker could see the skeleton demon king within him, and it stripped away all his aggression. His entire body was trembling. I can't resist his command, but he's just a kid. Wizard was delighted for its master. With that demon blood, he can't defy you, sir. Isaac understood this better than anyone. Submitting to the strong is a demon's instinct. That's part of the reason he chose them. Decker was powerless against him. Isaac had finished his business here and turned around. All right, let's move. Uji was constantly worried. After all this, how can we trust each other? But Isaac felt it was simple. Both sides need each other anyway. Let's just go. He got even angrier. What the hell? Isaac didn't hide it and spoke frankly. Hunting the demon from 14 years ago and rescuing all the kidnapped victims. That's the goal for both sides. Whether your comrades are among them or not doesn't matter. Decker noticed something strange. Wait, you chose us because you knew our comrades were captured? Isaac acted like he had no clue. What are you talking about? No, I didn't know anything. They finally listened. Fine, we'll follow you. Of course you will. So what's the game plan? I assume you have one, right? Isaac hadn't even thought that far ahead. How can we trust the demon race? They're going to stab us in the back. Do you know why they only get assigned? Delivery missions? Decker's hands suddenly turned in a hairy pause. His body was transforming into a beast-like form. Naturally, this scared the absolute crap out of your team. I knew something was going to go south. We can't trust them. Pin them down now. Isaac frantically called out to him. Wake up. Get a grip. You're losing it already? Decker found the whole thing incredibly strange. Sorry, I don't usually transform this fast. It felt like something was crushing my head. Probably because we're near the border. So we're being affected. My body feels weird too. But I've never turned back into a human this fast. Just one hit, and I'm back to normal. You're actually amazing. Isaac was pleased with the compliment. Of course, 'cause I'm the one who did it. If everyone's ready, let's move out. Isaac was surprised to see what was inside the cloth. What the? Is it playing dead again? But Wizard had to give it props. This thing's a pretty good actor. Huh? Isaac had a devious thought. Should we get what it wants? It suddenly let out a chirp. The Blood Lord is so cruel. Why send me to find this bastard priest? Isaac froze the moment he heard that. Blood Lord? You mean one of the high demons sent you? Wizard, and Isaac walked into a desolate forest. The barrier is set, master. Isaac took a broad look at his surroundings. The Blood Lord is one of my subordinates. I think he's currently imprisoned under the Holy See. Seems he heard about me and sent this thing to get in touch. Looks like he's hiding the fact that I'm the skeleton demon king. From the Sparrow. Got some intel for me? The Sparrow simply replied, I don't have intel for some priest. I'm talking about the demon you're about to face. I'm the one who messed with your ordination ceremony. Isaac understood. You mean the one who sent the skeleton demon king's doppelganger? It fully confirmed it. Exactly. She's the one who smuggled in the magic devices and ordered the hits on the priests. That's right, it's demon. After absorbing the skeleton demon king's power, she became strong enough to bypass the Holy State's barrier. The Bloodlord said he's accepted his execution, but he absolutely refuses to face the demon race. That demon, Isaac thought to himself. That damn Bloodlord. It wondered in its heart. Why would he give such valuable info to this crappy priest? The Bloodlord believes the current skeleton demon king is a fake. He was captured after telling everyone that the current king is an impostor. Just how stupid is he? Anyway, I heard you absorbed a piece of the great skeleton demon king's body, right? Demon is probably waiting for you to step into her territory. If you value your life, turn back. No, Isac wasn't going to find that person just yet. Tell him I got the message. The sparrow warned him, be careful not to die, or my master will be sad. Azie had been looking for him. Hey, where have you been? We've been looking everywhere for you. Man, I'm actually proud of you. You ordered food from a local inn for us, right? Isac was surprised. What food? A girl stepped out from inside. We prepared this to serve all of you. Isac felt like this person was very familiar. Please help yourselves. He understood the hidden meaning. I thought she'd wait, but who would have guessed she'd track me down here? Everyone was gathered in one spot to rest. Azie, what's up with Isac? He's totally overdoing it. Azie didn't want to care anymore. Just leave him be. Isac was acting very irritable. Hey you, there's dust in my water. Give me another glass now. I don't like square plates. Swap it. The food's cold and too salty. I hate the sound of your breathing. Stop breathing. Decker was temporarily enjoying the perks. Our master Isac told you to get another one. How dare you make him repeat himself? But she couldn't understand these people at all. Are these errand boys crazy? Why are they taking his side? I am truly sorry. Fine, I'll deal with these nuisances first. Please eat, holy knights. You must be exhausted. But Decker didn't stop bossing her around. We're hired by him. We're not eating with him. Demon really wanted to punch every single one of them. The town is only safe when you're healthy. I made this for you. Please eat. Just eat the damn food. Isac sat there, enjoying his private space. Why don't you eat first? How do we know you didn't poison it? Demon was determined to take him down. What's with this brat? Isac's team couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Hey, that's enough. I'm totally fine. So why are you bullying her? You have no right to treat her like that. We'll prove her innocence ourselves. Right after saying that, the whole group collapsed and passed out. Isac is about to start the battle right now. Well, that makes it easier for me. I was planning to knock them out first anyway. Wizard will lend him a hand. Should I summon a holy spirit to purify them? Sir? He felt it wasn't necessary. Forget it. They need a lesson. It had to follow his every command. Master about this poison. It's a toxin that converts holy mana into dark mana. But he looked even more delighted. Are you for real? It turns this disgusting holy mana into dark mana? Wizard fully confirmed it. Absolutely. It's a parasitic type of poison, sir. Isac imagined the possibilities. This means I can build a dark mana farm right inside the holy state. Demon had transformed into a more sinister form. She was extremely confident in her own skills. Now you're cooked, kid. He wasn't going to let that happen. Me lose? Anyone with power just ends up being a meal for me. Demon used her words to threaten him. If you want him to live, follow me. I'll give you the antidote. Decker wanted to rush in and beat the hell out of her. This bitch, she wasn't going to let him off easily. Don't even try to resist. But Demon suddenly lost sight of him. Isac lunged at her from high above. Fortunately for her, she managed to dodge just in time. Demon had to retreat quickly back to her turf. That's right, follow me, brat. Decker wanted to ensure his safety. We're coming with you. But he refused. No, I'm going alone. He couldn't leave the others unprotected. They'll only survive if you guys keep funneling mana into them. He felt even more moved. Lord Isac, rest assured, we'll take care of these priests. Finally, he headed off. Thanks. Thanks to you guys, I'll be able to harvest a ton of mana later. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Demon had to acknowledge his guts. What a brave idiot. You actually came here alone without any guards? She was impressed by such reckless courage. But Isac wasn't about to lose. Truly stupid. You dare talk about eating these humans without realizing who I am? His eyes turned a deep crimson. Kneel. Demon seemed to realize something. She immediately obeyed without saying a single word. His true identity had been revealed. She looked on in pure terror. This mana is. Demon sensed something extraordinary. How can this brat possess the Demon King's mana? You little piece of work. It's definitely because he ate a part of our king's body. Our king's physical form. Your Majesty, please wait for me. I'll rip this kid's stomach open and liberate you at any cost. Two types of power blended together. Demon didn't even know what she was doing anymore. But bizarre things kept appearing before her eyes. Demon still tried her best to fight back. Loud impacts echoed against the ground. You. Isac felt she was being utterly foolish. Let me show you who your Real King is. The full moon tonight is beautiful. Wizard seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the show. Master, you are absolutely magnificent. It was only a level 5 spell, but its power rivaled level 7. As expected, merging dark mana with holy mana is a total genius move. He didn't realize he was this talented. I've reached a whole new level. Maybe this is why those gods don't want to become human. Isac turned his head when he noticed something. Demon was injured so badly, she couldn't even stand. Wizard didn't know what to do. How should we handle her, sir? Suddenly, Isac clapped his hands. Yes. She immediately bowed her head in apology. Your Majesty, I have committed a crime worthy of death. Please, let me give you the antidote. He didn't really need it. Save that for later. For now, go bring back all the holy knights that you kidnapped. I'm giving you 1 minute. And most importantly, I want to get a perfect score on this test. So, besides rescuing the holy knights, I need proof. Demon was confused. What kind of proof, sir? Isac's face grew even more sinister. Proof that I took down a demon. 2 days later, there was still no sign of movement. Azie was worrying about him, so much his head was throbbing. Damn it, what the hell happened to that Isac guy? Decker figured it wouldn't be anything too serious. We sent people to tail him, so don't sweat it. Lord Isac isn't someone who gets bullied easily. But Azie didn't think it was that simple. Something definitely went down. That's why those mages have been looking for him so many times, and they're dead serious every time. You should know better than me that they're usually, but not like that at all. He understood this better than anyone. There were some bloodstains where we believe he passed through, but that doesn't mean he's dead. Isac quietly walked in. I'm back. Azie didn't notice and just said, welcome, then realized and immediately turned around. Hey, you bastard. Are you okay? Isac brought back a bundle. Here's the antidote. Azie saw him carrying so many things. What else is inside? He simply replied, that's super important, so keep it safe. Azie didn't care about the handle with care warning. He opened it and started panicking. What the hell is this? His attitude remained perfectly nonchalant. That's the kidnapper's head. It's also the proof we need to get a perfect score on the test. But they still had questions. What about the Holy Knights, our comrades? Isac stretched, acting exhausted. The Holy Knights? Since they were too heavy, that I hid them in the bushes up ahead. Go bring them in. Someone quickly rushed in to report the situation. Commander, our comrades are back. They were all familiar faces. They had returned. Azie seemed to have guessed. Wait, don't tell me you. Decker also realized what that so-called head of the kidnapper meant. But Isac didn't want to hide it anymore. Yeah, he went there and chopped his head off. He couldn't keep his cool anymore. You stormed into a land crawling with mages all by yourself? How is that even possible? That's ridiculous. Isac had to BS another reason. I've got to come up with a plausible story fast. Actually, they must have heard that we were coming here for a mission. So they planned to kidnap us and then stage a rescue to make it look like they saved us from demons, just a bargain with the Holy State. Yeah, that woman who drugged us was actually a mage. Seems she planned to drug us and sell us to the Arcane Empire. Talk about cold-blooded human trafficking. For real, how could someone treat people like that, right? I just threatened to report this to the Holy See, and she folded immediately. Scared out of her wits by a kid like me. Guess the Pope really is terrifying, huh? I also asked where the Holy Knights were being held, and turns out everyone knew. She even knew a secret path leading there. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being kept as emergency rations and hadn't been eaten yet, so I got them out. There was a demon guarding them, but since it was napping, I just took care of it. What? You don't believe me? Want me to reenact it or something? Azie wasn't suspicious anymore. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter what actually happened. I believe you, but that was still way too reckless. What if something went wrong? But Isac acted like a total hero. No choice. It was better than facing a mob of mages. If a fight broke out, there would have been casualties for sure. But as a guardian of the faith, I couldn't let that happen. Decker was moved to tears. You truly are a saint, sir. Azie was annoyed by this. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Watch your mouth. Anyway, you're back in one piece. Those mages came looking for you, and they looked legit worried that you'd been kidnapped. Isac didn't care. Those bastards worried about a priest? Please. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. That's a bit harsh. We were worried the demons killed you, so we came to help. Who knew we'd be misunderstood like this? He didn't believe a word of this BS. Quit lying, you jerks. You only crawled out here for the mana cores. He gave the order. Please cooperate with our investigation. There have been reports that Isac coldly asserted, I didn't see any. But they insisted. We clearly sensed one nearby recently. He immediately shut them down. You guys are mistaken. At least make your stories sound plausible. Demons aren't like stray cats and dogs on the street. Do you guys really think an apprentice priest like me could take one down? True, an apprentice taking down a demon is. But this is weird, there was definitely one here. Azie noticed something. They're probably talking about my fourth uncle. Or am I wrong? Whatever, it's a common name anyway. He replied, whatever. Fine, I'm going to bed. You guys figure it out. He still had many unanswered questions. Hey, we're not finished talking. Get back here and explain everything. Isac didn't go to rest. Instead, he went to a place full of trees where there was only a small house. Then, Isac gently placed his hand on the door. And so, he swung that door wide open. Isac had been hiding her in here all this time. All right, time to wrap this up once and for all. shall we? 2 days ago, Isac had told Azie. Proof that I took down the demon. She knelt on the floor, trembling, and spoke. Proof that you killed the demon? You don't mean. He continued. The one who devoured the Blue Clan's apprentices 14 years ago. You're the one who did it, aren't you? A weakling like you couldn't have pulled that off. Even 14 years ago, there's no way you were the one who defeated Eli. Even if I took your head, they'd suspect you weren't the real culprit. So go and bring me some actual proof. I need the head of a real demon to present to the court. Back to the present. Isac sat calmly on the edge of a wooden barrel and said, I didn't think you'd actually bring back the head of the real perp. Turns out you're not a total idiot. Azie, meanwhile, looked absolutely miserable, like she'd just eaten a bowl of nails. She asked, You knew who the killer was from the start, didn't you? He replied instantly, a female and a beast she kept. You think I didn't have that intel? Getting grilled like that. She cowardly denied it immediately. No, sir. Isac interrogated further. Then why did my informant specifically name you as the demon from 14 years ago? She came clean and told the truth. The culprit from 14 years ago was my older sister. She used her beast to hunt priests and ate them like a snack. At that moment, thoughts flashed through his mind. Since they share the same blood, it's understandable they'd mix up their auras and traits. Regardless, she brought back the one who swallowed Eli's comrades. Done thinking, Isac asked, I need intel. What's the current hierarchy of the demons? She blurted out, a Bone King is currently commanding the rank 9 archdemons, the true demons. Since your power diminished after the battle with the gods, he ordered us to kill the saint and harvest the Bone King's power. Hearing this, his face grew even colder. Isac questioned, so what are the gods doing? She replied, this servant doesn't know, but the divine realm likely took a heavy hit, which is why they've been silent. Isac sank back into his thoughts. Incredible. The fallout from the self-destruct blast was probably bigger than I thought. Given their nature, there's no reason for them to stay quiet for 15 years. They should have. I've scoured the world to find my soul. They couldn't have missed that the seal holding me is now inside a dragon. Could the high holy spell have failed? No way. Even if they lost track of my soul. Not noticing the seal was inside a dragon is even weirder. Suddenly, he thought of something interesting. He smirked with total satisfaction. Isac speculated. So, someone else's soul is in the seal taking my place? Is there a high-level entity inside? A great calamity with a name similar to Bone King. Or maybe even a god. Just thinking about it is fascinating. I'll have to check it out myself later. Ending his train of thought, he spoke. You're Azie, right? She kowtowed hard. Yes, my lord. Isac's face turned dangerous as he gave the mission. Go to the demons and be my eyes and ears. Cut to the outside. The voice of the lead knight rang out in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Isac. I owe you my life. I couldn't repay you in a lifetime. I can't believe you took down that monster yourself and rescued every single one of us. Isac's voice sounded noble. Don't mention it. That was part of our mission. Hearing that, the crowd grew even more emotional. Truly worthy of the Blue Clan name. We don't know how. To repay this favor. You even saved our comrades. Suddenly, the Scar Man shouted, War horses. The answer is crystal clear, Lord Isac. The entire group of soldiers knelt before him in unison. Then they spoke with reverence as a rank 7 knight. I, Decker, along with all the war horses, will serve you. Isac, we will ride to wherever you point. Looking at the scene before him, even Isac was stunned. I didn't see this coming. A crack army for free, right? They're present across all 6 continents. They're great at gathering intel and move fast. Saving 11 people and getting this much profit is more than enough. Is that kid also in this group? Seeing him take notice. Hipster user. Decker's face lit up as he said, just as I thought, you don't know who that kid is, do you? You're going to be shocked. The boy greeted him politely. Hello, I'm Hipster User, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Thank you so much for saving me. Hearing the boy's introduction, Isaac's eyes widened in shock. What? So the prince was captured, which is why the mages. Let's set up camp there? I hit the jackpot. Hipster User remarked joyfully. I thought everyone in the Holy Empire was useless, but then there's someone like you. Big brother, you saved my life. Hearing the boy's words, Isaac's face showed increasing confusion. The boy continued. The Holy Knights were captured, yet they only sent apprentice priests to the rescue. You're totally different from those losers at the Holy See, big brother. Listening to him, Isac thought, this kid's got spirit. Hipster User's face glowed with excitement. You truly possess a faith purer than all of them. Please give me a chance to repay this debt, big brother. Hearing this, Isaac's sinister smirk returned. For real? Then, could you do me a small favor? Cut to the Empire's palace. Azie was reporting, Sir, the blue team has entered the Sandia border. The witches blocked the entrance to the Empire, so your servants couldn't follow them closely. However, they've definitely reached the mission area. The Yellow Cardinal replied anxiously, I still didn't think they'd make it past the Knights. Yet they broke through? The guard continued. But rumors say Isac Joshua headed into the mission zone all by himself. The Yellow Cardinal asked in surprise, alone? So he couldn't even tame those warhorses. Even we had to give up, so it's no wonder he failed. There's no way he's finishing that mission, and even less of a chance he makes it back alive. The guard confirmed exactly. We've rigged it, so there's no way back from Hela. The Yellow Cardinal's mind began to scheme. The fourth son of the Joshua house said he'd give a warm welcome to his lovely nephews if they poke their noses into his mission zone. He'll definitely use those witches to finish them off. But wait, the royal family can't support Isac? They seem pretty invested in that guy. The Yellow Cardinal replied, no, the royals don't have the bandwidth for that now. Sandia is a disputed zone between the Holy Empire and the Magic Empire. If something goes sideways and the mages exploit it, it'll be a political disaster, regardless of how he succeeds. Though we must ensure he never returns. The guard took the order, yes, sir. The Yellow Cardinal's smile grew more satisfied by the second. I can already see the Blue Clan becoming the laughingstock of the world. Cut to Isaac's dark, scheming face. He said excitedly, that's probably exactly what they're thinking. Well then, we're gonna crush them. Let me introduce our secret weapon. That the one we'll use to humiliate the Holy See. Everyone's jaw dropped as they looked at the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. He couldn't help but be surprised. What? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Uji screamed, you psycho. What kind of crazy stunt are you pulling now? Who introduces an enemy prince like he's just some kid from next door? Hearing this, the boy said bashfully. So that's why. I must have startled the venerable clergy. My bad. Seeing the child's polite attitude, Uji wondered, did you kidnap this kid? Hipster user immediately denied it. Kidnap? What are you talking about? In Isaac's head, a thought popped up. You were the one kidnapped, you dummy. He continued. With this, the Holy See is toast. We're not just rescuing holy knights. We're doing way more than that. We're not the ones in trouble here, right? The basic principle of politics is to force your opponent into a corner of accountability. Just by saving the prince, we've put the Magic Empire in our debt. Hipster user turned to praise him. As expected, big brother, you're a genius strategist. Uji could only think helplessly. How does this guy dare say that right in front of the prince? Is he out of his mind? Is he crazy too? Finally, he could only bury his face in his hands and ask, so, you plan to announce you've rescued the Magic Empire's prince and return in glory? Isaac finally turned serious. Wait a sec. Don't tell anyone. That's why I called you all here. Clearly, the Gold Clan's Holy Knight faction set us up to fail. That's our mission, right? What if we lead the Magic Empire's prince straight into their hideout? Hipster user was beyond hyped. Exactly as planned, big brother. If you want, I'll charge into the danger zone myself. Seeing the plan. Dot accepted, Isaac coolly declared. Let's give those Gold Clan Holy Knights a slap they'll never forget. Uji asked worriedly. It's fine if it's just us falling into this trap. But even the youngest prince of the Magic Empire got captured? Isaac reassured him. Of course, there will be a full-blown investigation by both the Holy State and the Magic Empire to see who's behind this. When that happens, how scared do you think the ones who set the trap, the Yellow faction, will be? Uji, still anxious, continued. I get the gist of your plan. But Cardinal Barith isn't the type to act so sloppily that he'd be outed as the culprit. Isaac analyzed. It's fine, because he has an accomplice. Uji asked, puzzled, an accomplice? Don't tell me you're planning to use those mages. Isaac replied, 3,376. They're such a pain, so I plan to mess with their goals a bit. But if we fight them head-on, it could turn into a diplomatic nightmare. Hearing that, Uji grew more suspicious. So what are you actually going to do? He gave a sinister smile and cheered. Just kidding. Hipster user immediately played along. He's just kidding. Big brother is right. The people nearby thought, what kind of BS is this? Is he actually insane? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Everyone jumped. They asked frantically, what was that? What's going on? Isaac silently evaluated the situation. That happened over on the mage's side, didn't it? At the same time, a threatening voice rang out. First strike successful. You damn mages. Hipster user charged outside with all his might and said, how dare they try to take my mana core? Watching the kid's reaction, Isaac couldn't help but panic. That crazy bastard. Outside, the mages were in a total panic. We're under attack. All the mana cores we stored are destroyed. The magic circle tools are shattered too. They suspected. Could be the blue apprentices? Did they know our attack plan and strike first? The mages, losing their cool, shouted. Attack those priests. Suddenly, a voice stopped them. Wait, from now on. 3,391. Isaac held hipster user up in front of the mages and said, I'll leave this to you, your highness. The boy cursed, you bastards. How dare you attack me? Only then did the mages react. The youngest prince? Your highness. Why are you with those priests? Please, this way. We'll escort you. Isac then spoke up threateningly. Listen up, you jerks. If you value this kid's life, then hand over everything you've got. Hipster user played along with the act. Just give up. Isac kept up the drama, shouting, Didn't you hear me? And all over. You scum. Uji, hiding nearby, was praying to Buddha in his heart. Oh God, please just take this bastard away. Joshua was known as the Blue Sect. Among the 5 major faiths, they and the White Sect are the most righteous. They despise injustice and follow the Knight's Code. Even with a blade to his neck, the successor of that faith would never raise a weapon. Now he's holding a blade to the Prince of the Magic Empire's throat and started a hostage situation. Isac is still threatening the Demon Empire's crowd. You mean it's fine if this brat gets beheaded? Hipster user also started instigating. Yeah, is that what you meant? The mage was anxious and thought to himself, why is His Highness there? And why was he captured like that? He's someone who can overpower countless adults on his own. He must have been caught by a weakness. We have to help him. Suddenly, one of the mages spoke up. You there, direct disciple of Joshua, calm down. Let's settle this with a deal. Isac replied smugly. Deal my ass. Didn't you hear me? Hand everything over. From behind. The female mage played a sneak attack, saying to Hipster user, Your Highness, this way. Grab my hand. I'll rescue you. Hipster user's face turned dark as he screamed. You idiots. Why haven't you saved me yet? And you call yourselves the great mages of the Empire? The female mage tried to signal him. I'm trying. Over here. Right here, Your Highness. But Hipster user played hide-and-seek with her, constantly cursing arrogant fools. Useless idiots. After a while of chasing, Hipster user stopped and gave an order. Enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Magic Empire, I command you to hand over everything you have and retreat. Isac added fuel to the fire. Hear that? Beat it, you jerks. The mage was fuming. He is the future of our empire. I don't know what's going on, but we have no choice but to follow His Highness's orders. Thinking this, the mages knelt to accept the command. We obey. We'll hand everything over. Just let His Highness go. Inside, Isac couldn't contain his joy. Monacois. Wizard Purr appeared and reminded him, Master, please watch your facial expression. Isac happily replied to the mages, fine. Out of respect for your kindness, I'll let it slide this time. And I'll make sure to report to the Empire that you tried to attack us. The mage immediately made an excuse. You must be mistaken. We were only hunting demons. Isac replied, If you're hunting demons, why are you carrying weapons specialized for capturing priests? If you don't like it, then prepare to take the prince's corpse back. The mage was livid. Damn it. Isac continued to provoke. What are you doing? Not retreating? Hipster user immediately chimed in. Get the hell out of here. Back at the Blue Sect. Sounds of joy were echoing nonstop. Isac was lying amidst a pile of gemstones, laughing triumphantly. Monacois. Hipster user stood nearby, full of admiration. As expected, Big Brother knows everything. The Magic Empire's manacores are on a totally different level compared to the Holy State's trash. Don't you see, Big Brother? Even the grain of the stones is top tier. Uji finally spoke up. I thought the Holy State was just full of bugs who couldn't keep a secret about the cores, but I never imagined someone like this existed in the Blue Sect. Truly a sincere and amazing faith, unmatched in personality. Isac lay on the bed thinking, we found ourselves another psycho. Hipster user was still bragging. Big Brother, just say the word. When we return to the capital, I'll make sure the Blue Sect gets a massive reward. Isac happily replied to the boy, sounds good. Hipster user suddenly asked the question, Big Brother, have you ever thought about joining the Magic Empire? We'd treat you right. Uji, nearby, just curse it internally. Enough already, you lunatics. Then he interrupted. Isac, I have something to say. Wipe that drool off first. Are you really going to tell the clan head? Thought that the 4th uncle uses magic? Isac replied, of course. I need to take out the competition to grab the clan head position. Lord Uji reminded him, if you mess this up, you're in deep trouble. You've never met the 4th uncle, but his personality is no joke. If you accuse an innocent man without proof, you're dead meat. Isac mocked, innocent, recalling what the mages called them. Isac said, earlier, they called us the direct line of Joshua. That mage bastard obviously knew who we were and targeted us from the start. Uji replied, the Joshua people stand out because of their looks. That must be it. Immediately, Isac threw a verbal bucket of cold water on his face. What are you talking about? You're ugly as hell, and your hair color is trash. Who would look at your face and guess you're Joshua? Let me tell you, they already knew. Uji still wouldn't accept the truth. Stop it, you jerk. Isac explained. Clearly, the 4th son of Joshua investigated this. There's no way they'd know Joshua's direct line was mixing in with apprentice priests. Wake up, Kim Uji, the guy that you call uncle tried to kill me. If it were you, and your father was about to die, could you stay still? He'd probably have made a scene and flipped the whole place upside down. Uji was dazed. They should know yet. What leak? Suddenly thinking of something, he reacted. This bastard. Could it be? Isac, with a gloomy face, finished his sentence. He probably already flipped everything over, didn't he? Both the old capital and the Holy See. By now, they must be in total chaos. At the castle, a guard's frantic voice rang out. What did you just say? The blue apprentice team returned alive? The blonde guard replied anxiously, yes. Word is they are currently on their way back to the capital. Furthermore, after rechecking the team's headcount, the numbers have increased. It seems the survivors who were kidnapped have also been rescued. The blue-haired guard, still in disbelief, asked, what the hell were those mages doing? The yellow cardinal thought in disbelief. What did that fourth brat of the Joshua family and those mages do? How could that kid return in one piece? The blonde guard continued speaking. Actually, I heard they couldn't lay a finger on them. The blue-haired guard was confused. What? He explained. Among the survivors the blue team rescued was a prince of the Magic Empire. The blue-haired guard was dazed. Who did you say? The blonde guard replied, the youngest prince of Britannia, hipster user Britannia. Isaac Joshua has adamantly demanded a thorough investigation into the ones backing the mages. He claimed he'd definitely find the one who plotted to assassinate the prince. The yellow cardinal bit his lip, cursing inwardly, that damn brat. How dare he pull a stunt like this? Once the prince is involved, the whole board is flipped. The investigation will definitely be more rigorous now. Not only can we not lay a finger on him, but we might even be accused of attempted assassination. Like father, like son. Both of them are equally bastards. Suddenly, a guard rushed in frantically to report, Lord Cardinal. Something huge has happened. The Blue Clan head. Dot is storming the Rebirth territory and causing a total riot. He's demanding we hand over. Let their house's fourth son immediately. The yellow cardinal turned pale. Even their grandfather is like this? All three generations are freaking insane. Cut to the holy state of Hella Roman. Isaac, with tears welling in his eyes, spoke to his grandfather. Grandpa, I almost didn't make it back to see you. It's all because fourth uncle used those mages to try and kill us. Hearing his grandson say that, Eli was beyond furious. That lunatic. Thinking back to the scene, Isaac marveled, as expected of Grandpa. I knew he wasn't ordinary, but I didn't think he'd dare raid the Yellow Clan like that. Azie, standing nearby, called out, young master. She knelt on both knees respectfully and said, thank you for avenging my brother who was murdered 14 years ago. Hearing this, Isaac was a bit puzzled. Huh, since when did I do that? But he still replied, don't worry about it. It was no big deal. So what's the situation? Dot with the rest of the family? Uncle? Azie replied, it's the same as the clan head. Only young master. Goel is suddenly throwing a fit over some weird stuff. He's yelling. He's crazy. Truly insane. Not just Isaac, but he wanted to kill his own nephew too. Eli replied, Isaac is also his nephew, man. However, Goel didn't accept it. Can't you see our hair colors are different, you moron? Eli agreed. Yeah, your looks are different too. Hearing that made him even crazier. Shut up. The appearance of a third person made both of them stop talking. Azie continued, and young Master Benjamin, the one in charge of finances, has burned all of the fourth master's inheritance. Benjamin said he has no more inheritance rights and should give it all back to society. Isaac felt like crying his eyes out hearing that. Why burn it instead of giving it to me? Azie continued, next year, all the Joshua direct descendants will gather at the main hall. Honestly, I'm very worried. It seems he still hasn't given up on trying to kill young Master Isaac. He's obsessed with the clan head position. So he wants to take out Isaac first. Isaac reassured her, don't worry, I don't plan on dying yet. But it's strange. There's one more place that should be in total chaos by now. Why is it so quiet? Right then, a letter flew down from the sky. Just as he finished reading the letter, Isaac was incredibly excited. As expected, a magic spell appeared before Isaac's eyes. But Azie was stunned, thinking, holy summoning magic. Looking at the people who had just arrived, Isaac greeted them. You guys seem to be in a big hurry, huh? Using holy summoning to track me all the way here. A foot stepped out of the teleportation space. Sephet stood before Isaac and said, you said you wanted to show me something fun? Isaac replied calmly. Seems like our Magic Empire prince is doing quite well, isn't he? I knew you'd love it. He was so pissed he ground his teeth. Then he slowly let go of Isaac's collar, returning to a calm demeanor. Sephet asked, what's your goal in bringing the Magic Empire prince here? Isaac countered, what do you mean? I brought him back to help you out. He smirked, to help me? In his mind, he recalled the moment he first received Isaac's letter. At first, I thought this was okay because the chance to wipe out the mages is truly precious. When Isaac sent the message, the mages might have targeted the prince. Please conduct a thorough investigation of the mastermind using the interrogation experts from the Red Sect. He had thought to himself, isn't it obvious? It's a conspiracy between the Pope and the fourth Joshua's son to cripple Isaac. But Isaac Joshua, thanks to that stupid kid, that I now have the perfect excuse to wipe out both the yellow and blue clans. That's enough to trade for an audience with the 14 demons, maybe even more. Sephet was currently being judged by hipster user. Is this how you holy state people interrogate people? He thought, is a holy state really this barbaric? Hipster user barked, what? How dare you even ask for my name? Such a total disregard for human rights. Are all you clergy like this? How dare you even ask about Big Brother? That Isaac's family, don't you know the first thing about ethics? You bunch of losers dare ask about the Blue Clan's descendants? You'll never understand Big Brother Isaac. Let me go now. A soldier lost his patience and moved to charge. Just let me kill this brat, then I'll gladly go to heaven. Another soldier calmed him down, hold it in. Sephet sank into thought. That little brat. So he asked for an investigation into the mastermind just to scare the yellow faction while keeping the blue faction out of the line of fire. Is that why he brought a prince who refuses to cooperate? Now those yellow faction jerks are the ones sitting on a hot stove. That damn kid dared to use me. Back to the present. Sephet threatened Isaac. You think I'll let this slide? Seeing my subordinates suffer. That makes me quite uncomfortable too. Isaac joked happily. Oh, come on. Why say that? You're not uncomfortable at all. You actually enjoy the feeling. Thought of seeing your subordinates suffer like that. Sephet went silent. Strange. I've never let anyone notice that before. Evil energy radiated from him. It was so intense that Azie couldn't take it and collapsed. Sephet interrogated. Did the Blue Clan head tell you? Even if I kill an apprentice like you right now, and nobody would dare say a word. Who told you? Since the fun's over, it's time to pay the price. Isaac sternly called out. Cardinal Sephet. He smirked. Then, in a dangerous tone, does the Blue Clan only teach their kids how to die at the hands of others? Azie screamed in worry, young master, run. However, Isaac just gave a calm, soft whistle. Then he whispered, thank you, Cardinal. This is enough for my fee. Azie looked at the scene before her, still in total shock. Isaac held up a flower-patterned command token. Sephet then said, by the way, Isaac, I'm suddenly curious about something. That monster. Now, did you really take it down yourself? How could an apprentice possibly do that? Isaac replied, it's a family secret, Lord Cardinal. Unlike your family, that the Blue Clan actually focuses on hunting demons, so it's no wonder you wouldn't know. That's probably why your son got bodied. Sephet's face softened completely. He turned away with a thought. One insolent brat. Isaac happily bid him farewell. Safe travels, Lord Cardinal. Azie rushed over to check on him. Young master, are you all right, sir? I really can't understand why everyone in the Red Sect is so obnoxious. Isaac explained, the Red Clan heads have always been lunatics. Azie. She wondered what. What is that? He replied, an access pass to the Pope's dungeon. In Isaac's mind he thought, with this, I can finally go see my subordinate. At the Yellow Pentagon Evaluation Council, someone spoke up. Which team do you think will win the Yellow Pentagon this time? Another replied, the Yellow team, obviously. There's never been a time they didn't win. Remember, even the Red Sect, that had the prize snatched by the Blue Clan once. Oh, the apprentices are back. Which team is it? An announcement rang out. The faith of the Blue Clan, Joshua, tucked within the crowd. Uji thought to himself, finally made it back alive. That bastard Isaac Joshua. We almost died a dozen times because of him. Seeing everyone looking so gloomy, Isaac reminded them, I see you, you jerks. Can't you at least smile? Damn. Suddenly, the crowd started buzzing again. Look over there. It's the Yellow team. The Yellow team looked at Isaac with pure contempt. Those stupid Blue Clan losers. Thanks to Kina, we brought back the ancestral relic of Hela that was stolen by the enemy. Only something like this can benefit the Holy State. Doing a mission in that mage. That wasteland gets you jack squat. What does saving a few lives change? Truly a bunch of blue idiots. You gotta use your head. At that moment, the MC spoke up. Apprentices and distinguished guests, welcome to the Yellow Pentagon Evaluation. Please stand. The results of this Pentagon Evaluation, that will be announced by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Everyone was stunned. The Emperor is coming to the Pentagon Awards? That's rare. This proved this Pentagon was crucial. And the results will be announced by His Majesty? The Yellow team thought happily, that's right, this is it. Because we brought back the Holy State's lost treasure, His Majesty came in person. But the MC's voice rang out again. Now, the Yellow Pentagon Evaluation will begin. The artifacts brought back by the White team are scattered ancient scriptures. The Red team brought back a holy sword. Forged 300 years ago by the genius artisan Atega. The spectators marveled. Not bad. Those have great research value. Atega's works still sell for sky-high prices today. This year's apprentices are legit. Last year, we didn't get anything decent. And for the Yellow team, truly extraordinary. They have brought back a treasure of the royal family stolen centuries ago. The entire hall erupted. That's the heirloom passed down through generations of royals. Is it the necklace stolen by the barbarians? Even Isac found it hard to believe. A royal treasure? So that's why His Majesty came in person. The Emperor examined the treasure and marveled, truly magnificent. This is a treasure passed down for royal weddings, stolen during my grandfather's time. I thought I'd never see it again. Yet you brought it back. The strength of the yellow team is truly remarkable. The yellow team thought snidely. See the gap in our levels now, you useless blue clan? If anyone did anything better than this, step up. Seeing their smug attitude, Uji sighed, these guys are so annoying. The MC continued the announcement, and finally, the blue team. Blue team. They heroically rescued all the holy knights kidnapped by demons in the Sandia border. The spectators were floored. Rescuing people from mage territory? They're just apprentices. Making it back alive is already a miracle. However, the yellow team was full of contempt. Just bringing back survivors? Big deal. The MC continued. They also took down the demonic beast that pushed the clergy to their deaths 14 years ago. Defeating the beast, that even the mages coveted, and rescuing every last survivor. Hella's 14-year-old wound has finally been healed. The yellow team kept trying to cope. It's fine. A bit shocking they downed the beast, but the royal treasure is still way more valuable. The MC spoke up, but wait, there's more. The blue team also rescued Prince Hipster User Britannia of the Magic Empire. Now, everyone was absolutely shook. Rescued who? Our holy state Hella. Demanded that Prince Hipster User repay this life-saving debt. The Magic Empire. Must return one of the treasures stolen from us and scrap the ridiculous transit fees in the Sandia disputed zone. The Magic Empire has already agreed. The Emperor stood up and declared, this achievement is so extraordinary, I don't even know how to properly praise it. What these apprentices achieved today, that not only restores the name of Hella, which was once tarnished, but also brings enough practical benefits for our present. The royal treasure is precious, legendary spoils, that are all things that elevate the holy state's honor. But to me, the lives of my subjects are far more precious. The blue team didn't just save the holy knights. They saved countless subjects of the holy state, and even the prince of an enemy nation. A single life is more valuable than the universe. Saving those lives is the very reason holy state Hella exists. Solving transit issues that affect livelihoods is no different from saving countless lives. I suspect the Yellow Pentagon Evaluation Council's thoughts on this unprecedented achievement that are much different from mine. The members of the Evaluation Council cleared their throats nervously. Those watching the results now began to comment, the royal treasure from the yellow team is formidable, but what the blue team pulled off is just too overwhelming. That's not something apprentices should be capable of. Above all, the blue team that has reaffirmed the meaning of being a priest. Protecting the weak and serving humanity is the core of our existence. While other teams only brought back items to restore old honor, whether intentional or not, the blue team has performed a massive service for Hella and its people. The blue-haired guy from the yellow side wasn't buying it, thinking to himself, if it wasn't intentional, Isac wouldn't have been able to negotiate with a magic empire like that. Since they saved the people, the yellow team has no choice but to hand the win to the blue team this time. Everything went exactly according to Isac's plan. The Emperor finally delivered the verdict. Therefore, I shall announce the final results for this year. The apprentices have shown rare, exceptional talent, especially one team that didn't give up despite a difficult mission and rescued even more comrades. That achievement is an example not just for their peers, but for their seniors as well. Thus, this year's Yellow Pentagon goes to the blue team. At the blue team's dormitory, Eli walked alone down the dorm hallway, thinking to himself, I only told him to come back alive, but you did a hell of a job, Isac. Maybe the boy really can become a saint, and bring glory back to the clan. His personality is a total wreck, but with proper guidance. Yeah, I can definitely fix him. As he thought this, his hand gently pushed the door open. Before he even stepped into the room, Isac's voice drifted out, being the air. No big deal. Just talk a big game about comrades and teamwork for a bit. Recite a few lines of scripture, and say the stuff the clan head likes to hear. It's a piece of cake. Don't sweat getting top marks on the blue clan test. Just sit tight, and Grandpa will hand it to me on a silver platter. So this is what being undefeated feels like. Feels good. Wait, why'd everyone go quiet all of a sudden? Behind him, Eli's eyes were cold as ice, staring straight at Isac. Isac, it seems that that is still way too early for you. Looks like no matter how much I teach you, you're not fixing that attitude. Sweat poured down Isaac's face as he panicked. I am screwed. You jerks, if Grandpa was standing right there, you should have told me. After the conversation ended, Isac angrily slammed his stuff on the ground. He fumed, what gives? This is a joke. You're gonna make me do all those brutal training drills, and then using treasure to bait me into failing Making me copy hundreds of pages of ancient books? They're so hard to read, I can't understand a thing. You call that fair? What did we even do wrong? Wizard Purr tried to calm him down. You did spit all those terrible words right in the clan head's face, sir. You don't have a choice. He said he'd give you the lowest score if you don't finish everything. You want to flunk? You brought this on yourself. Isac went back down and cursed, damn it. A flash of an idea hit him. I've got it. Uncle. Eli heard the call and turned around. Isac thought, whatever, the uncle is with the clan head anyway. Uncle. Eli was confused by his reaction. Isac, with teary eyes, acted all clingy and sweet. Eli asked with a grim face, tell me who made my grandson cry. I'll wring their neck and bring it back to you. Isac poured his heart out. I think Grandpa hates me. Maybe I should just leave this house. Eli asked in a panic, why? What happened? Isac started venting. He told me to leave the dorm and come home with him. When I asked for a drink, he said I was too young and didn't have a status. Seeing his pathetic state, Eli bought it instantly. Why would father do that? Does he want to discipline Isac? My big brother and sister-in-law were like parents to me. When I lost them both 15 years ago, my world almost collapsed. So when I found out my nephew was still alive, I was so happy I choked up. For this kid, I'd give my life. Wizard saw Isac's expression and was confused. What are you doing, sir? Isac continued playing the victim. Isac just wants to pass the blue test, become an official priest, and join Uncle to kill the Skeleton Demon King. So Isac won't get to crush the Skeleton Demon King's skull anymore. Wizard couldn't take it and exclaimed, are you crazy? Why are you talking about yourself in the third person? Hearing his plea, Eli snapped out of it and asserted, don't worry, Isac. Your uncle will take care of everything. Isac asked back, really, sir? Eli said firmly, of course. I'll help my favorite nephew pass that stupid test easily. It's a piece of cake. Don't you worry, Isac. Wizard mumbled. But the test is tomorrow. Can Eli really pull it off? Isac remarked, if it's my uncle, it's not a problem at all. Besides, there's something more urgent. I have to see my subordinates before they're executed. The next day, at the holy prison, the guards outside confirmed. Confirmed. This is indeed a pass issued by Cardinal Sephet. You may see them in 14 days. Isac was hyped. Having power really is the best. Then he spoke up. The execution is less than a month away. Do you want me to just look at their severed heads? Make it 1 week. The soldiers refused immediately. Impossible. Security protocol requires at least 10 days. Being allowed in at all is lucky. Isac interrupted. 5 days. I said no. If anything, Isac kept lowering it. 3 days. Forget it. How about I just go in right now? The soldier hurriedly stopped him. Tomorrow. No earlier than that. He accepted instantly. Fine, whatever. The soldier thought to himself. Why did the clan head give his pass to this nut job? Wizard whispered from the side. Aren't you here to see them right now? Isac replied. He needs to get something. After I hit king rank in the test today. Tomorrow is better. The blue test? Eli said he'd make sure his favorite nephew passed easily. Wizard repeated the keyword, favorite nephew. Isac immediately shut him up. Zip it. I wonder how easy the exam will be. Wizard was also happy. If it's Eli, he'll probably make it so a toddler can pass. At the hall the next day, the MC welcomed them. Welcome. Apprentice priests participating in the blue test, and all guests here to see the final mission of the blue test. The mission is to eliminate a few monsters. Everyone cheered. It's going to be a cakewalk. What? Why is the exam so easy? That's our Isac. You talk to the clan for us, right? If we can't pass this, we might as well just end it. Not to mention the monsters we have to down. Looking at the skeletons before them, they couldn't hide their excitement. It's just skeletons. The skeletons, however, were flushing with emotion. It's our king. Our king is here. He came to see us. Come to us. Where have you been all this time? He came to rescue us. Watching the skeletons dancing, Wizard evaluated. Looks like it's going to be fratricide. His face went pale. Remembering Eli's face, he cursed inwardly. That bastard Eli. Skeletons? Just the name makes me want to cry. Weak as slugs, dumb as oxes. Easy to ignore, but also easy to exploit. Basically, they're the untouchable class of the demon world. In priest exams, noble tutorials, or even children's festivals, they're usually summoned just to be slaughtered. And if they die by bone crusher, they go straight to hell. When they die, they restart from 0. Before that, they respawn at level 1. You died again? This is the 43,721,376 time. Thinking of this, Isac couldn't help but shiver with rage. You damn priests. Before me is the great skeleton demon king, and you dare summon these poor souls? The skeletons were still naive. We don't know what's going on. Where are we? But our majesty is here. Uji, behind him, was beyond hyped. Isac, use Bone Crusher. That way you can send him to hell. They're nothing against that holy art. It's easy as pie. Wizard understood Isac's heart and comforted him. Bone Crusher is the most basic spell. Just use it, he thought. I've died a million times because of that damn bone crusher, and now you're telling me to use it on these kids? Are you insane? Uji Eli, you bastard. The skeletons couldn't contain their devotion and rushed toward Isac. It's His Majesty. He's here for us. I'm so happy. Seeing the skeletons lunging at Isac, Uji and the others were stunned. Isac, the skeletons asked affectionately, why did you disappear for so long? You finally came to see us. Isac, way down, groaned, I get that you're happy, but you guys are heavy. Uji asked blankly, are they attacking Isac? But why does it look like they're so happy to see him? And Isaac said, he couldn't keep his cool. Damn it. If this goes south, my identity is leaked. I'll pull their mana cores so they lose their fighting ability. Let the test begin. If I return the mana cores to them later, they'll be fine. The MC stated the rules. In this test, absolutely do not touch their mana cores. Priests must use Bone Crusher to turn them to ash. The more he heard, the angrier Isaac got. Those damn priests. The Joshua clan has arrived to cheer for young Master Isaac. We've made everything so easy for you, sir. Make sure you take first place. Isaac's rage intensified. You damn Joshua clan. I'm gonna wipe you all out. The spectators below started judging. He passes just by using Bone Crusher? This really is the easiest test in history. Another replied, exactly. Normally, Bone Crusher alone is overkill for undead creatures. They should have cranked up the difficulty by making the priests extract their mana cores instead. Like this, even a newborn could pass. Over here, Isaac was still struggling mentally. These low-tier bottom feeders. This is even worse. There's no way in hell I'm using that damn Bone Crusher spell. I'll handle them with standard holy attack arts. Sorry, little guys. Even if it's just standard, it's still lethal to the undead, but it's better than sending you straight to hell. The skeletons, oblivious, marveled at him. Whoa. His Majesty is looking at us. Oh, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Just tell us. Just seeing you makes us happy. Finally, Isaac slumped down. With a blank stare, he said, I can't do it. Everyone panicked and shouted, what? Even a kid could do this. Why can't you? Isaac remained firm. I just can't. Seeing Isaac looking helpless. The skeletons rushed over in worry. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you out of mana? Should we throw you into the dragon's fire? Got to recharge? Only then did Isaac remind them. I'm not a skeleton anymore. I'm a human. Being thrown into fire hurts like hell. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What did he just say? Not a skeleton, but a human? Does he actually view them as people? They began to speculate. Well, skeletons used to be human once. Does he refuse to attack creatures that were once human? Perhaps he wants to save those who have turned into monsters. As expected of the Blue Sect, the faith that protects all things from demons. Truly the saintesses' son. What noble heart. Uji, meanwhile, was totally fed up. You people are high. There's no way that guy's thinking of something so noble. He charged forward. Just hit him, Isaac. If you won't do it, I will. Before Uji could land a blow, Isaac blasted him. Stop. He thought to himself. If someone else uses Bone Crusher, they'll definitely go to hell. I can't let that happen. A surge of power was released. Isaac unleashed a Bone Crusher strike. But internally, he was freaking out. I have to aim so I don't actually hit any of them. The entire hall was amazed. Is that Bone Crusher? I've never seen one that massive. The skeletons were dazed by the light. What's that sparkly thing? I don't know, but it looks so pretty. Shadow calendar. Hide them all within the darkness. Obeying the command, the darkness enveloped the skeletons' entire bodies. The entire hall went silent. They were confused. Huh? What happened? Those skeletons. Only then did Isaac breathe a sigh of relief. The hall erupted in cheers. They're all gone. Isaac wiped them all out in a single shot? That's insane. At this level, he's at least on par with the bishops. He truly has the makings of a saint. However, Isaac was still nursing a grudge. Those rotten priests. I'm definitely going to erase every last one of you. Cut to another location. A voice reported, Cardinal Sephit wants to arrest Isaac. He's convinced Isaac will summon an evil one during the ritual of the gods. Eli heard this and replied, I'd be satisfied if the boy could just summon a mid-tier deity. Goel spoke up, if Father found out which god that has already chosen Isaac, I'm afraid just fainting wouldn't be enough. Eli asked back, is it even worse than an evil god? Goel shouted, it's not even a comparison. It's a total disaster. Just what kind of rotten god is going to appear? Eli added worriedly, could that god be at the calamity level? Eli saw it. That's why bringing Isaac back for re-education is our top priority. We've sent people to him. We should have a response soon. Someone entered from behind to report, Lord Clan Head. I've just returned from visiting young Master Isaac. Young Master Isaac is currently on his way to the holy prison. Eli was furious. Why is he going there? That's Red Sect territory. The boy shouldn't even have the authority to enter. The person explained, the thing is cardinal. Sephit gave the young master a pass. Eli grew increasingly agitated. That bastard. Is he trying to seduce? Tell my grandson with those cheap tricks? Does he think I don't know how to play the game? We're going to the holy prison right now. Cut to Isac's side. He was in a terrible mood. At the holy prison. Isac groaned. I've been defiled. I can't believe I used that filthy bone crusher magic. Wizard encouraged him, but didn't everything work out in the end, sir? Did you bring the reward you got from the test? He replied, I did all that crap specifically for this. Of course I brought it. Wizard was surprised. Is it just a rope? Isac explained. It's a cord that can nullify demonic energy, a precious item that helps free people from demonic addiction. For me, it's also a tool to help me hide my dark mana. Wizard understood. So you plan to hide your mana before entering the prison. Isac looked around cautiously. But before we go in, there's no one around, right? Wizard replied, within my sensing range, there's no one. Hearing that, he decided, all right, come out now. At that moment, the skeletons that were hidden in the shadows emerged. They cheered, Master. We thought we'd never see you again. We love you. Isac then gave an order, Shadow Calendar, take them back home. The skeletons panicked. Master, do we do something wrong? We'll do anything you say. Please don't abandon us. Can't we stay by your side? He explained with difficulty. If you stay here, you'll be erased, you idiots. Do you think I want to do this? Shadow Calendar, make sure they get home safe. Understood, Master. Having dealt with the skeletons, Isac finally started his mission. All right, let's go in. Suddenly, he realized the skeleton that had sneakily latched onto him to hide. Isac, about to lose it, asked, when the hell did you crawl in there? The skeleton clung to him. I don't want to be away from you ever again. Wizard could only watch helplessly. Damn, its mana is so weak I couldn't even sense it. The guards returned and announced, Isac Joshua, it's time to head in. Isac thought with a headache, why are they so fast? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to keep these skeletons? Not alive? If they're caught, they're toast. Hiding the skeleton inside his clothes. Isac whispered a reminder, hang on tight. Don't you dare show your face. Come on in. Finally, Isac successfully entered the holy prison. The truth is, 55 years ago, the holy state captured a level 9 demon. That demon had infiltrated the holy state alone, thought to reclaim the body of the skeleton demon king. But the priests used that body as a hostage. And finally, the demon voluntarily knelt to protect his master's remains. Wizard read this and marveled. The capture of a pure-blooded true demon from the Genesis era shook all 6 continents. That's what the records say. Hearing the intel, Isac confirmed in his mind. So it really is you, Blood Lord Hannet. Wizard used binoculars to observe, but even with a telescope, he couldn't see him. Looking at the empty space, Isac screamed in a rage. You call this a visitation, you bastards? I can't even see him. The guard below smirked with amusement. You should be grateful we're letting you see this much. Isac shot back, yes, screw off. Suddenly, the guard spoke up. We need to pat you down. There's definitely something fishy here. Cooperate with us. As the guard reached out to touch him, Isac spoke up, hey, if you touch me, you're dead. Seeing the aura radiating from him, the guards froze in their tracks. They were confused. What's with this pressure? Damn it, I can't move. Isac said with a scowl. You dare suspect a descendant of the Joshua clan? If you touch me, I'll consider it a declaration of war against the Joshua family. What are you planning to do to a child? Huh? Want me to bite my tongue and end it right here? Don't believe me? I'll actually do it. The cowardly soldiers immediately begged for mercy. Sir, please don't say such misleading things. Isac pulled the do you know who my family is card. You think my uncle is just going to sit still? Hearing this, the 2 soldiers whispered to each other. If it's Eli, he'll definitely start a war. Remember when he bragged about his nephew's first steps? But the clan head told us to find out this kid's motive. For now, just let him through. The clan head gave him the pass. After all, ending the discussion, the guard turned and said, Understood. Please follow me. Isac pouted and said, You should have done that from the start. Inside the prison, the guard announced, We're here. Behind this door is the solitary confinement. Of that demon. I'm warning you. Its demonic energy can cause a heart attack. Isac, annoyed, said, Shut up and open it. The door slowly opened, and the aura from behind it blasted outward. A fierce face was imprisoned there. Hannet was held back by chains. It let out a deafening roar. Seeing its aggressive attitude, the guard asked in confusion, Why is it acting like this? It's always been so calm before. Hannet continued to roar loudly. The guard turned to warn Isac. See that? That's the power of that demon. Now let's head back. However, Isac's mind was racing with excitement. He's still so damn strong. Looking at his expression, the guards were puzzled. Is this kid smiling? At that massive demonic energy? Is he insane? Isac was still deep in thought. Seems like he thinks I've been captured by the priests. Wizard whispered from the side. This guy's totally lost it. We weren't captured here. We forced our way in. Hannet asked back, forced? Seeing the demon grow more frantic, the guards got even more scared. It's going berserk. Wizard hurriedly explained, "You got it all wrong. Master said he'd bite his tongue and off himself." Luckily, everything ended with a simple bow. Hennett was still in frenzy. They dared to force Master to bow, and they made him say those things. Wizard was also terrified of its power. I mean, they're the ones who should be bowing. The soldiers were looking for a way to bail. Why is it going crazy like this? Call for backup. It can't die before the execution. Seeing the guards about to leave, Isac thought, "Here's my chance, but the guards are still watching me. I need a better opening." Hennett was still rioting and struggling. That's when he realized the danger. Damn it, the Pope's curse has been triggered. He'll die before I can save him. Should I use magic to cause a distraction? But if he used it now, they'd definitely find the skeleton hiding under his coat. The skeleton spoke up, "Master, let me help you." Isac was hyped. "Oh, you beautiful little thing. Go for it. With your size, you can slip through those bars easily. Give him that stone. He'll use it to break the cuffs." Wizard Purr had total faith in the skeleton. It has so little mana that it won't be detected. Isac cheered internally. "I'm counting on you, baby skeleton." Now Isac suddenly spoke out loud, impressive. "The Red Clan is truly respectable." The soldier was completely floored. "Someone from the Blue Sect is praising us?" It didn't sound like sarcasm. Wizard Purr asked in confusion, "Have you lost your mind, sir?" He denied it. "No, I'm just buying time." Isac kept rambling. "The Red Clan is the absolute best." Meanwhile, the baby skeleton was busily delivering the item to safety. "Ever since we saw the 4 demons, we almost died." But the Red Sect's response was truly top tier. The soldier reminded him, "You're smiling, young master." Isac reacted instantly. "Oh, I'm just smiling instinctively because I'm so scared." The Red Clan. That actually lets people like you work here as jailers? What an amazing clan. At this level in the Blue Sect, you'd be head knights already. The soldiers' heads were spinning. What is this kid blabbering about? Finally, he continued, "Listen, big bros. Actually, it's a secret. The reason I'm here is on orders from the clan head." The soldiers froze. "What? Orders from the clan head?" He replied, "It's a clan mission. Honestly, I'm in a succession war. My mission is to wound one of the 14 demons." The soldiers bought it immediately. Man, that's brutal. A succession war so dangerous it's life or death. But this isn't normal at all. It's like the struggle for the next cardinal position. Who's crazy enough to give a kid the task of wounding a demon? Well, since it's the saintesses clan, I guess it makes sense. But giving this kind of mission to a kid, at the same time, the baby skeleton successfully brought the stone to Hannett. The soldiers were still chatting, oblivious. The Blue Faith is famous for being nuts. Isac kept stalling. "Hey, you guys want to come work for the Blue Sect?" They asked back to the Blue Sect. "Is this a recruitment pitch?" He sighed. "Looks like the 14 demons are still beyond my league." The guard asked, "Are you all right, sir? Why were you so set on seeing the 14 demons anyway?" "We'll take you back now." Hannett, receiving Isac's kindness, was deeply moved. "Thank you, my king." The guards gently supported Isac. "Almost there. Just hang in there a bit longer." He replied politely. "Thanks, guys." Suddenly, someone stepped out to stop them. "Hold on. Before you go, check this. I need to inspect that card you're holding." Isac asked, "The card the Red Cardinal gave me?" Niger spoke up. "That card also serves to evaluate one's faith. You think gaining the clan head's approval is that easy? The lower your faith, the blacker the card gets. We're checking the color right now." Wizard was curious. "The card changes color?" Looking at the card, it let out a sound and made a grim judgment. "It's pitch black." Niger threatened, "Hand over the card." Isac tried to act tough. "No way." He caught Isac's weakness and guessed. "What's wrong? Afraid it'll turn red-black?" Wizard corrected him from the side. "Red-black? My master's card should be as black as his conscience." Isac remained stubborn. "Beat it. I'm not giving it to you." Niger provoked him. Guilty conscience, clearly. Isac used reverse psychology. "You're planning to steal the card and blame us for losing it, aren't you?" Hearing him flip the script, Niger lost his cool. "What the hell are you talking about?" Isac kept accusing, "That's definitely it. You'll steal it, and then threaten the Blue Sect to pay a massive compensation." The soldiers were confused. How did this kid come up with such a thug-like idea? Isac got more heated as he talked. "On your land, surrounded by your people, a few clever words would make me look like a fool. How can I trust you?" Niger grit his teeth in rage. "You lunatic. You dare insult my clan? Fine. We don't need the card anymore." Without another word, he lunged and slammed a heavy blow into the ground. A smug look appeared on Niger's face. "I have something better." Wizard looked at it in terror. "Master, something's growing out of the ground. A monument. Is that the judgment stand? The Red Sect's secret blood trial." Isac thought to himself, the stand of fate. It's the statue that detects nobles masquerading as humans or those without faith. This psycho dares to use this on a noble? Niger said gleefully, "If you have faith, the goddess will weep in repentance. But if you're a heretic, the goddess will open her eyes in rage at the blasphemy." In his head, he also thought, if I'm wrong and the target has faith, it'll backfire on me. However, the soldiers were excitedly cheering Isac on. Don't worry, with your courage and sense of duty, young master, you'll be just fine. Take this chance to prove your innocence and make them pay for their disrespect. Isac thought anxiously, if I step up there, that statue's gonna pop its eyes wide open. Niger was also egging him on. If you're a candidate for the saint, step up here with confidence. Isac tried to act unfazed. Why should I listen to you? He replied, if you don't want to be kicked out of the blue sect, then get moving. Isac was confused. Kicked out? For what? He refused, saying zip it. You think we blue sect folk are pushovers? Niger played dirty. He suddenly lunged and forced Isac onto the stand. Stop talking trash and get up there. Isaac's face went blank. His feet were planted firmly on the platform. He was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Before Isaac's eyes stood the towering divine statue. Niger said gleefully, don't sweat it. It'll be over in a sec. Looking at the energy swirling around, Isac grew even more worried. My body won't move. How am I supposed to run? Niger was waiting impatiently. Come on, goddess statue. Open your eyes. With this, I can finally delete Isac and the blue sect. Before he could finish that thought, the goddess statue shed 2 streams of tears. The guard were horrified. The goddess is weeping blood? I thought only the cardinals could trigger that. Niger couldn't believe his eyes. No way. How could a guy like him have any faith? Even Isac didn't believe in himself. Holy crap. Why is it crying? And what's with the blood tears? Wizard Purr reminded him. Master, watch your facial expression. Then it realized something. Wait, it looks like the statue. That is also measuring the faith of the baby skeleton. That's it. Demon King. You're also an object of worship. It measured the baby skeleton's faith in its master. As expected of my subordinate. Whispers started erupting from the crowd. He used the judgment stand without being sure of the outcome. It seems even Master Niger couldn't make the statue weep blood. If the blue sect presses charges, it's game over. Isaac's confidence shot through the roof. Who do you think you are, pulling a stunt like this? What now? Just you wait. The Joshua clan won't let this slide. Got it. Behind him, the statue went from weeping blood to popping its eyes wide open in a terrifying stare. Wizard Purr warned, turn around, quick. A loud thud echoed. The goddess shut her eyes tight again. Isaac's heart skipped a beat. He panted heavily. What was with the sudden eye opening? Wizard explained, don't turn your back like that. You have to keep the baby skeleton facing the statue. Niger pointed straight at Isac and screamed, I knew it. You all saw it, right? The statue opened its eyes. Delete him. Delete him. The soldiers, having seen nothing, said, what are you talking about? The statue's eyes are clearly closed. Are you okay, young master? He kept arguing, it definitely opened them. I saw it with my own eyes. Isac tried to keep his cool. That was a close one. Wizard Purr speculated. Looks like he's the only one who saw it. An argument broke out. But didn't the statue weep blood? Oh man, what do we do now? Niger was fuming. I'm positive it opened its eyes. I saw it clearly. The soldier replied. Do you think our clan has fallen so low that our statue would just change its verdict on a whim? Seeing the chaos, Isac sat back and enjoyed the show. If the verdict really changed halfway like that, then we could never hold a heresy trial again. I think you should watch your mouth, young master. He yelled. I really saw it. You, check it again. Isac replied calmly. Why should I? So you can rig the results? Or are you just jealous? Because you'll never reach this level in your entire life, you pathetic loser. Niger was shaking with rage. You bastard. You'd better get back up there while I'm still being nice. Before he could strike, a hand stopped him. Eli had arrived just in time. I figured this would happen, so I came. Looks like I was right. You showed up, you little brat. Ui ili vuru intervenet. If you hit him, father, it'll be a huge mess. Let's just go back and file a formal complaint first. Isac scrambled over to his side. Uncle, Niger hit me. Seeing his nephew acting so pitiful. Uji, Eli couldn't hold back his rage and screamed, that bastard has to die. Keeping his cool, Eli began the interrogation. It seems I need a word with the Red Cardinal. Uji, Eli added, and I'll draft the complaint. Only Uji remained calm and advised. Stop it, uncle. He's practically dead already. Uji, Eli reassured him, he's just faking it. He only took a few light hits. Kids these days are so soft. Watching the total chaos, Uji thought irritably. You bastard. Why did you even come to this place? You knew they'd pull something like this. Hey, let's get out of here. Staying any longer is just asking for trouble. Isac asked, what's the deal? Am I getting some kind of heresy trial? Elgi lost his patience and snapped, yeah, something like that. Isac replied instantly, but I already went through one. Niger. That brought out that creepy statue and forced me to step on it. Both Elgi and Jilai stared straight at Niger with friendly eyes and asked, what did that punk do? Yuji asked immediately, so you're about to be burned alive? Isac said, you want to die? Jilai threw out a warning shot. I won't let this slide. Finally, the soldiers had to step in to stop them. Look, July, the trial is over and the result was great. I'm serious. Young Master Isac passed with flying colors. We've never seen blood tears that beautiful. Eli found it hard to believe. Blood tears? Right then, Sephit's voice rang out. I came here because I heard reports of a troublemaker at the prison, but I didn't expect the Blue Clan head to be here too. Eli immediately interrogated him. You bastard. You showed up just in time. You were supposed to just let my grandson see that demon. Why did you dare test his faith? Sephit calmly replied. Wanting to meet a subordinate of the Skeleton Demon King is suspicious enough. Plus, it was a request from a Blue Clan member. I thought the test was reasonable. Eli protested. Your third son brought out the judgment statue against Isac. Are you trying to start a war? Sephit replied, Good grief, I didn't know the boy brought out the statue. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'll make sure you're properly compensated for this. Now, can you return the pass I gave you? Eli agreed very quickly. You don't have to remind me. I don't want to keep it for another second. It's ridiculous that you'd give such a thing to Isac. Sephit corrected him. Your grandson requested it. To himself, he thought, what a bunch of jerks. Even if the kid caused a scene, you shouldn't have brought out the judgment statue. But I never expected that the boy could make the statue weep blood. That's something only a cardinal can do. I'm sorry for doubting your faith until now, he said to Isac. Isac, give me the card. In Eli's head, he was still thinking. If there really were blood tears, then this thing should. He looked at the pitch-black card in front of him. He was stunned. It was blacker than sewage. Eli directed a death stare toward Isac. Sephit, standing behind, was still urging, found it yet? Please return. Before he could finish, Eli chucked it at him with massive force. Sephit froze for a beat, then screamed in a rage. What the hell did you just do? That card was granted by the first pope. Eli glared back and said, I've got nothing to give you, you bastard. At the Rebirth mansion, the stronghold of the Red Sect. Sephit spoke with a headache. Not only was his faith unshaken, but the judgment statue even wept blood. It's almost confirmed that he's the top candidate among the saint nominees. And on top of that, you demanded a retrial after everyone saw the result? Neon heard this and screamed in anger. Do you want our family to be publicly humiliated? You were supposed to be the future head because your brothers are all idiots, and yet you couldn't even handle something this simple. Don't you understand that only becoming the next pope can keep you alive? If we want our clan to rule this world, that you have to become the saint and then the pope. Got it. Sephit interrupted. Enough. This is such a pain. The faith check card is trash now. It is what it is, but there's another way. The upcoming ritual of the gods will be our chance. When the messengers of the gods descend, anyone with a problem will be exposed instantly. So until then, don't do anything. However, Niger still remembered the statue opening its eyes. No, I definitely saw it. He stood up abruptly and asked, Father, is the participant list for the ritual finalized? Sephit asked why. Most of them are from the blue team. Isaac Joshua is on it too. Since you ranked first in the previous black test, you can participate as well. Niger firmly requested. Please sign me up as Isaac's servant. I'll go with him as a servant. According to the rules, participants are allowed to bring attendance. Neon cursed angrily. Are you insane? Why would the Red Sect dare do something so humiliating? Don't you know that's a job for commoners? Niger remained firm. Even so, I have to do it. If we don't have proof, we have to find it ourselves. Sephit objected. No. Niger reassured him. Father, it might be humiliating, but I can do it. Sephit finished his sentence. Someone already took that spot. Kina Barith will be Isaac's servant. Niger groaned. Damn it. Kina Barith is serving Isaac. Kina Barith is going to be Isaac's servant. Back at the Blue Clan, Eli looked gloomy. It was pitch black. Goel asked a question. So that's why you smashed it? But I heard that statue wept blood. Eli replied, I made Isaac take another faith test just in case there was a glitch. He met Melissa not too long ago. That's probably why the statue cried like that. That faith testing device. That was something we swiped from the Red Sect, so it's definitely accurate. July finally spoke up. Then it must be the real deal. Benjamin, sitting nearby, speculated, the head of the Joshua clan is a thief. Goel said with a headache. At least we don't have to worry about an evil god choosing him anymore, since he's basically an evil god himself. Benjamin remarked, isn't that like super bad? The top scores of the 5-color test will summon a god during the ritual. Gli reacted to the danger. The Red Cardinal is definitely looking forward to that moment too. Eli added, not just him. That damn black sect cardinal. That is also part of the plot to take us down. Goel, tell Uji to be Isaac's servant. We can't let Isaac summon a god right away. The ritual of the gods began at the arena. A heated argument broke out. Hey, are you even listening to me? You mean that garbage that you just spewed? Kina said flatly. I'm his servant. Niger insisted on fighting for the spot. I'm his servant, you bastard. I already signed up. Only Uji stood behind him praying. Oh gods, please save these fools. Isaac spoke up calmly. I should just crack their heads open and be done with it. Since those god bootlickers are coming here, everything's already a huge pain in the ass. He thought to himself, the sacrifices will be transported by the god subordinates. But since the sacrifice this time is a high demon, it looks like one of those bootlickers is in charge of it. Opposite him, Kina and Niger lunged at each other. I'm the servant. No, I am. Isaac watched in horror. Damn it. Do you guys really want me to use force? Yuri tried to soothe him. Hey, today's a great day. Stay calm. Isaac replied, a great day? Maybe. He told himself, because today is the day my subordinate will finally be set free. The adults made it clear to me. The clan will surely fall as soon as others see Isaac's true face. Maybe they're right. He really is a villain. Isaac glanced over and asked Uji, what's up with you and those two? Why is everyone so hyped to be my servant? Uji stood there like a deer in headlights and explained, because priests are expected to serve the people from the lowest positions. Niger was still arguing. I have a duty to be Isaac's. Well, basically, I have to be his servant. Kina protested, but Isaac said if I stay with him, he'll train me. Isaac hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Hey, quit the bickering. I don't need both of you. What? You be the horse. You be the servant. And you be the clothes rack. Uji groaned helplessly. Damn it, why me? Back at the arena, everyone was waiting with bated breath. Nice. I'm really looking forward to this year's ceremony. Rumor has it the saint will be one of these kids. Seeing them in person is even more hype than the high demon execution. Look, the kids are coming in. I'm finally going to see Master Kina. This is my first time seeing him in real life. He's definitely going to be the saint. The cardinal's servants heard this and wondered, become the saint? Him? The crowd started arguing. Haven't you heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from the Red Clan. What kind of whack prophecy is that? Sounds fake as hell. Do you even know how rare? Thought the stigmata on Master Kina is? Everyone has a stigmata these days. The MC finally made the announcement. The priests have arrived. The procession entered. First was Kina with a face like a thundercloud. Then came Niger, looking pale as a ghost. All of them were playing support for Isaac's grand entrance. Uji thought to himself, this bastard is definitely going to summon the most wicked evil god. He was an evil god from the start anyway. Everyone who saw the scene was stunned. No one could hide their shock. What's going on? Isn't the guy acting as the horse from the Red Clan? Why is Master Kina over there? Oh my god. What the hell is happening? Sergio couldn't hold back her laughter. Eli growled, stop laughing. She replied while giggling, how can I not? Was this planned? I didn't think Niger and Kina would act like that. What do you think? She turned to ask. You don't seem bothered at all, Yellow Cardinal. I heard you were pretty strict with the boy. He recalled what Kina had said. Being a servant is a key step to becoming the Pope, and I have no intention of letting that position fall to Isaac. The Yellow Cardinal grimaced and thought. As long as what he said is true, it's fine. Isaac, that is strong enough to choose the most powerful gods. Kina being by his side is actually good for our plan. Sergio Fina didn't stop there and continued. Why so quiet? Are you plotting something? He replied, nothing except making Kina the Pope. Anyway, Isaac won't be summoning a god today. Suddenly Sephet spoke up. Oh right, Isaac isn't on the summoning list. For the second part of the ceremony, right? Seems like you forgot about that. So, I put his name back on the list. Everyone was dazed. What? Sephet said, dangerously. I'm looking forward to seeing which god Isaac summons. Everyone simultaneously cursed him in their heads. This absolute psycho. The MC spoke. The execution officially begins. A massive explosion suddenly erupted. Space itself seemed to warp violently, appearing before the guards. Hannet was successfully brought to the execution floor. The crowd exploded, shouting, look, a high demon. He glared intensely at the people surrounding him, then let out a deafening roar. Everyone was stunned by his power. Is it a high demon? Even while bound, he's still this strong. Just how powerful was that skeleton demon king to have someone like him as a subordinate? This power is insane. He's sealed and bound even tighter than he was in prison. Hannet's body was pinned down by a mass of chains. Isaac clenched his fists, thinking to himself, Hannet, I will definitely save you. Watching the blades pinned into the high demon's body, Isaac felt a pang of pain. What have you done to that child? You damn priests, I'll tear you limb from limb. You dare stick torture devices into him? Have you lost your minds? I loathe them. I loathe those priests. The people around started whispering. As expected, that kid's eyes changed when he saw a demon. To maintain that gaze before a level 9 high demon. The Blue Clan's faith is truly something else. Sephet watched his reaction with amusement, thinking, surprising. I didn't expect him to be so full of hatred. If he were truly corrupted, he should have been happy to see a demon. Isaac was trying to keep his cool. Calm down. Right, it's fine. I just need to get him out of here. A spark of determination flashed in his eyes. He evaluated the situation. There are 5 seals on Hannet. I already gave him the unsealing tool, so I don't need to worry about those complicated chains. The rest isn't a problem. I've also placed charms to negate the influence on the priests performing the ritual. Once it starts, they'll unconsciously release the seals. Someone hiding nearby marveled. Good, very good. Good thing I kept that bastard around. Thanks to him, I won't be on the suspect list. Isac was hyped. All right, looks like the ritual is about to start. He gave an order to Niger. Hey, what are you doing? Move it. Niger fumed internally. You bratty little punk. Shouldn't you be stepping down? Isac questioned. Since when does a horse talk back to its owner? Don't want to be a servant anymore? Oh, if you don't like it, you can quit. Niger was seething, but helpless. Just endure it, until I get the evidence. Isac got even more aggressive, grabbing his hair and saying, no, answer? The MC announced in a booming voice, we will begin the beheading ceremony right now. The messengers around began chanting. Isac also started to make his move. The magic device is activated. Now I just need to open the portal. Hannet, you can escape in 5. Suddenly, he called out my master. Hannet wouldn't regret dying right this moment. Long live my king. Isac scolded him angrily. What the hell are you talking about? Hannet replied, witnessing all the heirs of the faith kneeling and trembling before you. I, Hannet, have nothing left to regret. Isac frantically signaled, run, or you'll die. This is your only chance. Hannet didn't stop praising. Oh, my king, you have restored your power. Just the thought of you wanting to save this lowly servant is a grace I can never repay. Isac kept scolding. What are you mumbling about? Is he stupid? What's wrong with him? Wizard couldn't figure out his thoughts either. Not sure. Maybe there's a reason. That thing on his chest looks like an extra seal. Isac was shocked. Another seal was added? Was it put on when he left the jail? Then he signaled to Hannet. I see. So you've given up on running? Hannet replied, you just got a chance to live again. You shouldn't risk it for a subordinate. The Pope and the Cardinals are not to be underestimated. Please abandon me and gain the trust of these believers. Isac cut him off. Don't talk nonsense. You think I'll let you go just because of some mediocre seal? He fell into deep thought. This isn't a high-level seal. I could break it instantly, but I can't remove it without getting close. What should I do? Even if it's risky, I have to draw attention. The red-haired priest suddenly stepped forward and said, Isac Joshua. Dot will switch places with the execution assistant. That is an order from Cardinal Rebirth. He wanted to create an opportunity for the top student of the 5-color test. Everyone was stunned by the news. Sending a new apprentice near a level 9 demon? Something's definitely going to happen. They can't kill him in the Golden Pentagon, so now they want to. Elgi thought tensely. Isac swallowed the Skeleton King's core. There's no way the king's subordinate will just stand there and do nothing. However, contrary to the worry, Isac was thrilled. Perfect. Gold Clan Cardinal. But you old fox. You literally pushed me right to his side. Seeing Isaac's blank reaction, the red-haired guard couldn't help but feel pity. Poor thing. He's gone crazy from fear. Isac continued to think. Now I can touch the seal directly. Game over. Breaking a low-tier seal like this is a piece of cake. This cheap thing, the seal on Hannet, is glowing. It's a holy seal from the celestial realm. Isac looked like he was about to lose his mind. Which idiot put this in here? This would take a whole month to remove. Wizard Purr spoke up. Looks like you need the blood of a high-ranking celestial beast or the Pope's blood to open it. Isaac started panicking. Where am I supposed to get that now? Oh my god, damn it. What do I do? If I don't unbind him in time, he'll be executed on the spot. The Pope. Is that bastard not showing up today? The MC shouted to the crowd. Everyone, please stand. The messenger of God is descending. A blinding flash of light appeared in the sky. A rotting stench spread through the air. A filthy servant of the Skeleton King. Everyone clamored. It's the messenger of the god of punishment. Isac watched the newcomer with deep anxiety. The deity spoke softly. I must handle this matter personally and strictly. Wizard Purr finally understood the situation. So this was why Hannet gave up on escaping. If the executioner is an angel, survival is nearly impossible. Yet, Isac grew intensely excited. The key to the seal literally walked right up to me. Uji realized this looked very familiar. Isac began to slowly gather a surge of power. Uji was still racking his brain. I've definitely seen this somewhere before. Old memories flooded back, making him unable to restrain his fear. Uji let out a loud shout. Hey Isac, you crazy bastard. At the same time, a massive explosion occurred. Everyone in the execution hall was dazed. What? What happened? An attack? Uji, specifically, was acting like he'd lost it. Is this jerk possessed by a ghost that only goes for people's heads? It's like this every single time. You psycho, are you satisfied now? Are you? The messenger's voice rang out. Not bad, young priest. He smirked. Then he continued, to think you'd recognize the hidden demons. A demon had been knocked flat on the spot by Isaac's strike. Uji finally realized and asked, wait, were you aiming for the demons from the start? However, Isac was extremely tense. This guy, He left a trace of holy power. Seems like the rumors were spread well from the beginning. Today is the perfect chance to absorb mana from high-level demon corpses. Plus, they think they can feast on young priests. If it's just a level 6 demon corpse, they dive in like crazy. Imagine a level 9 execution. Dozens of demons will swarm in blindly. If his attention is distracted by them, all the better for me. The ones who followed those words and came here weren't my subordinates anyway. But that guy avoided it. He dared to dodge my attack. I pretended to target the demons to take him out, yet he avoided it. Let's see if he can dodge again. Seeing him about to strike again, Azie screamed in worry. Hey kid! The power was aimed straight at the deity. The man blocked the power effortlessly with his hand. Another demon fell beneath his strike. Isac refused to back down. He released even more energy around him, launching multiple strikes at the deity. But time after time, the man dodged with ease. And each time he did, another demon was wiped out. He evaluated. You're still an apprentice, so your aim is pretty raw. Or are you trying to use me to target the demons? Keep throwing. I'll adjust the trajectory for you. You need practice to improve. Azie thought helplessly. If he thinks that, then we're lucky. Isac got more aggressive as he fought. That's not what I meant. Azie watched in despair. Are you trying to openly attack him? Everyone is watching. Another group of demons got caught in a crossfire and met a pathetic end. Isac muttered to himself. Damn it, it's because we have the same attribute. He's not just dodging. He's redirecting the trajectory. If I don't boost the power, will this just go on forever? If that's the case, that the only way is to borrow power from a god higher than an angel to eliminate him. No, wait. I need a contract with a god to borrow power. The only thing I can use right now is Melissa's holy relic. Plapapa to die. Wipe out that damn angel. Just as he was about to attack, a swarm of demons suddenly lunged toward him, diving straight for Isac. Everything fell into total chaos. Isac, everyone, draw your swords and protect the guests. The demons are here to crash the execution. Just as the demons were about to feast on Isac, he was suddenly gone. Turns out, the angel was already holding Isac in his arms. He said, that was close, young servant of God. Are you hurt? Anywhere, my talented little servant? Isac, far from being grateful, launched a direct palm strike at him. The force of the counter jump sent Isac flying backward. He quickly stuck the landing on his feet. The deity said, kid, you gave me quite a shock. I know your aiming skills are still raw. The demons aren't this way. They're over there. Isac couldn't take it anymore and roared in a rage. Damn it. Why is he so hard to hit? Seriously, you? The deity wouldn't shut up. I told you it's not me. He was also wondering internally, why is a servant of God attacking me? No matter how I look at him, he's a devout believer. Isac was still frantically spamming skills. You bastard, don't I need to pluck your wings off first? The deity thought to himself. Good lord, this is what happens without a proper education. I guess to a child, this is like a monster suddenly appearing. Isac continued his mockery. That bastard is a demon in disguise. I saw the demons only attacking him. He's a henchman for that filthy skeleton king. He's here to snatch the high demon. Hearing himself slandered, the messenger nearly lost it. What kind of priest is this country raising? Calling an angel the skeleton king's henchman? I have no choice. God ordered me to care for and protect the saint candidates, but I guess a proper lesson is an order, as long as I don't cause any permanent injury. Isac continued his gaslighting. Look, he really is a demon henchman. He doesn't even care that the demons are charging in. We have to take him down immediately. The deity pondered. The divine realm cannot directly interfere in human affairs. Do kids these days really not learn this stuff? Wait. Maybe this is actually a good thing. The rival clan's god ordered to leave only their kid alive and wipe out all other candidates. In that case, I'll frame him as a heretic and finish him off. A strike was aimed at the messenger. Isac cheered. Nice shot. Azie was going ballistic. You lunatic. The messenger was a bit stunned to actually be hit. How about the boy's move? Isac pointed his finger at him and shouted. If you're not a demon henchman, then show some proof. He thought to himself, asking a messenger of God for proof? Ridiculous. Isac interrogated, no proof, right? He began to charge his inner energy. Another massive orb of power was formed. Elgi watched the surge of power, sweat pouring down his face. The power felt like it was about to swallow the entire space. Isac's smile grew increasingly sinister. He raised his voice in a challenge. If you've got nothing, then take this, you bastard.